Can y'all hear me? I hope it. Okay, I can't hear anything for some reason. Hello, good afternoon again. I want to do another live stream. I have nothing else constructive to do right now, and this is where I want to be. So here I am. I hope that this microphone thing is working. StreamYard looks okay. It keeps lowering it in this other app for some reason. And oops, no, not that. And it keeps lowering it in Windows. It just lowered it again. I don't know why. Stop doing that. Oh, God. It is open panel. Feel free to come up, chat, whatever. Oh, I also, because I didn't schedule this in advance, I just kind of went live. Have to put it on social media everywhere. So let me take some time to do that. Why does it keep changing? Does anybody know anything about Windows? Why would it keep changing my microphone volume? I don't have it checked to automatically adjust the volume. So something's going on in the background somewhere. Is it demons? I don't know. Oh, yeah. Let me send Moose the link in case he wants to stream it. And if anybody else wants to stream to theirs, you're certainly invited to. Just come backstage on the link. All right. What am I doing? Hang on. Promoting. Then I'll check the news. See if anything's happened in the last few hours. Oh, and if you want to like tell your friends or the people on your social media, maybe we can get some cool people up here. I know Talcott is streaming like 15 minutes, so I'll be competing with that, but I don't mind the challenge. There we go. We have a man of peace backstage. Or you just set up the streams? Hopefully it's... Oh, okay. He doesn't have sound right now. He's setting up. So we shall wait. All right. I'm trying to promote on social media and manage all this spam email that's suddenly coming in all at once. Oh yeah, share and subscribe and all that. If you know communities or Discord servers or Facebook groups or pages that might want to be interested in this or want to come hang out, please let them know that I'm on. Hey, Moose. Why can't I do this? All right, here we go. Okay, thanks. Moose just came up and set up a few streams to some other channels. Ooh, what's going on here? All right, we put it on Facebook, Twitter, and we're ready to go. All right, checking the news. Live election updates. Biden to host NATO leaders. Democrats are wanting Biden to withdraw, et cetera, et cetera. Man, there's not really anything going on. Good thing I'm streaming right now, huh? Let's see if Talcott or somebody else is on. Moose has some cool chill out music going on his channel. Moose or Goose?
That's me.
Is that Goose? Moose?
I clicked on the Discord link, and so I guess this is what it is from Discord.
Oh. Is it still doing? It's not letting you do your camera?
Still, yeah, it's being a bitch.
Oh, cool. Here, you just happen to check in. Yeah, I just happen to feel like streaming. I'm thinking about going back to those daily streams that with 2 p.m. Central that we used to do. I might be able to go back to that. And yes, I do believe Talcott is coming on at 3 if you're into that.
Nobody's into that anymore, really.
It's I'm trying to be nice. What's going on with you? Are you at work?
No, in the middle of making dinner, rainstorm, and little
What?
toddler who is very curious about everything. Whoops,
What are you
sorry.
making?
We're in the middle of a rainstorm.
Dang.
I'm actually not making it for once, so I'm actually not sure.
Oh.
Yeah, but
Are you? Oh, I think you might have popped out. Let's see who this is. Is that your mom? Yeah, I think your sound went out. Are you talking about the 2 p.m. Central time slot? Might be a good one. Yeah, there's two things happening that I'm trying to do simultaneously, and I don't know if they're going to completely work. I'm trying to juggle this and real life, or I'm trying to establish a real life and juggle this. I'm also trying to turn this into my real life, so I have to do less of the real life juggling. And so sometimes I put a lot of energy into this, thinking that that's going to make this be more like real life. And then other times, I think I need to go do real life stuff and not as much of this, and it keeps yo-yoing back and forth. So I'm circling it on the optimal pattern zone. But I think it'll be good to have some consistency. So if I can do the same time every day, at least once a day, and then I can still do other streams around that one. So maybe I'll try that. Daniel Barry, welcome. How are you? What is the sport highlight today? I don't know. Football, is it football? Do sports has seasons, right? February is football because they build up to the Super Bowl. So like, we're probably not in football yet. Baseball. Is golf a sport? I don't know. But it has highlights. I'm good about that. Oh, did I check the news? Oh, yeah, I sure did. It was all about, is Biden going to drop out? Okay. We can move on from that. And I'm checking other streams. Eliza Mondegreen If you don't know who that is, she's going to be on Benjamin Boyce in about half an hour. It looks like he has his little gay hat on. She's really good. She does a lot of the gender, like, I don't want to say anti-gender ideology, but she writes very common sense things about gender in response to gender ideologues. Which, my God, can we put this gender stuff to rest already? How much bandwidth does this have to continue to take up from a society that mostly doesn't care? If you want to wear your hair a certain way, or dress, or jewelry, or makeup, or combat boots, or whatever, I don't think most people care, especially these days. We've gotten used to purple hair, nose piercings, tattoos. All the things I used to dress in growing up, thinking I was a freak, is normal now. So I don't know what the battle is anymore. Oh my God, it's hot here. Oh, did I mention it was open panel? You'll come up. From what I can read, from like I went over that document today, the National Science Foundation, that department that they fund 25% of the science research here in the U.S. And they have all these equity requirements that they attach to these grants, and it's about gender. There's something called hey Jeff, there's something called stereotype. Do y'all remember what it was called? Stereotype anxiety or something. I looked it up today. Stereotype threat, where you have anxiety because you're paranoid that something you do is going to reinforce a certain stereotype. So that takes up some of your ability to do the actual job. And so there's things like that they focus on because they think if you're a minority gender, then you might be experiencing some of this. So they have to make sure that you're not. I don't fully understand the why, but they talked about standpoint epistemology and intersectionality, and we looked it up on the AI, and it was about power over truth, like using experience and like where somebody's position on the social hierarchy to give them an epistemological edge on in arguments. So, like, I guess an argument carries more weight if a Black woman that's poor from the inner city said it, because she has more experience with oppression than I do. So she has a superior epistemology around that topic. And it said in the thing we looked at that it was a way of putting power over truth. And this is making its way into the science foundation. Like, science is supposed to be looking for truth. And now they have this way of reading science that looks at it for how it could be used. Because this is what they think. They think that scientists are a bunch of old white men that are writing science, or doing science, or communicating science in such a way as to reinforce existing power structures more than to communicate scientific truth. That's their belief. And so they read science to look for all these like power plays that are in it instead of the truth. And so the fact that they're putting all that energy into finding that in the science means it's probably coming from, that's probably what their psychology is. And so I think it's their way of trying to find, they feel powerless or out of power, and it's their way of trying to get a foothold in power by victimhood, which works. Damsel in distress, weaponized empathy, compassion. My gender is tender and not up for public scrutiny. That's probably a good thing. I don't think it's good to be scrutinizing people's genders publicly like we do, or like y'all do. I don't even care. I used to walk around in public with the antlers on. I'm the last person that cares. what gender somebody is. Well, the stuff I've been looking at is looks more like applied pseudoscience because the actual scientific basis for it is not really there. So again, that would be it seems to come down to they see different outcomes. So they see like and they think in groups. They don't think at the individual level. So they see like a bunch of white people have one outcome and they're like, oh, white people get this outcome, just white people as a group. And then they see black people, there's disparities, or black people will have a lesser outcome by whatever metric they're using. And so black people as a whole, there's something that the white people have or are doing either to give themselves an advantage or to disadvantage the black. That's the only conclusion they can come up with when they see these disparities. Like their mind will not think outside of that one track ever. And so if there's any unequal outcome at all, there must be some kind of sinister, nefarious, Machiavellian reason for it. It can't be a natural explanation or a statistical explanation for it, or there can't be other factors that could account for it. It always has to be something's up. Somebody's pulling something on one of the other groups. And I don't think that none of that is science. But I think when they have enough pseudoscience or soft science or social science to reinforce this narrative that they're already looking for, and they can convince enough bureaucrats and policymakers, then we get the stuff that I've been looking at lately. That's why I still think voting is important, especially on that issue, because the parties are so completely, like the contrast could not be more stark on that issue. And I saw most of this crop in under Biden, if not all of it. And Trump actually actively moved to stop it. And so if we get another Republican and or Trump administration, we'll see if they continue. It seems like they will. Like their platform that they just put out seems to support it as well. So that's where I'm at on that. Whichever party, the party that's increasing it is the party that I want to limit power to, and the party that's going to move to decrease it or help to decrease it is the party that I want to empower. That's how bad I think this stuff is. All right. Well, I'll let it go for another 20 or 30 minutes. Oh, let's see if I don't necessarily want to watch Talcott, but can you flash in the back real quick? All right, got you. All righty, coming on. Wow, I thought you'd be at Talcott's.
Who?
Talcott.
Oh my god! I'm glad you're streaming.
Is he? Oh, I was like, I don't see him streaming actually. Oh, let me see. I don't have
I
him on
just
the right
got a
channel.
notification as I was logging on.
Oh yeah, he's on. Finding comfort with joy. What does that mean?
He makes up these goofy sayings
Oh.
that just go around in a circle.
Well, he's trying. Bless his heart. He's putting out daily content.
He's putting out all right.
Yeah, I thought for sure. I'm like, oh, Talcott must be streaming. That's where everyone's going to go on there. And then I specifically thought, people like Chuck and those people are not going to show up today. And then you just pop up, right? As I was thinking that.
I was on a quick run to Walmart. I had to get home first.
Oh. Did you see any people of Walmart, or are you a person of Walmart?
A person of Walmart?
Yeah.
I had to go pick up some medicine and some paint.
Oh. What are you painting?
A duck house.
What's a duck house? Like
a house for
ducks to live
quack,
in?
quack.
Or
yeah.
Like a birdhouse, but for ducks.
Yeah,
Because okay, I didn't know if it was that or something to a house to sit in to shoot ducks. Because we have those back home too.
yeah, that's called a duck blind.
Right. I didn't know. Maybe you called it a duck
No,
house.
these are pet ducks, or going to be pet ducks.
Oh, okay. Like they're friendly. They come when you call.
They're supposed to. They're supposed to be domesticated breed.
You're buying them, or you just have to attract them
I
to
already
this
got
house.
them. I've had them since they're babies. I've been
Oh, wow.
raising them. Just they're getting big enough. It's time to put them into their studio apartment.
How big is this thing?
4 by 8 by 4,
And how many ducks?
7.
Okay.
Ducks need a
Yeah,
lot of.
that's
Ducks need more room than chickens do.
they're all gonna live together in one room.
Well, the ducks, yeah, that's
Oh,
just their sleeping quarters. They'll have a little pool to play in.
man. I want to be a duck now. Sounds cozy.
And then the little 9 chickens, when they get a little bigger, I'll move them into the big house. That's a that's the big chicken coop.
Are these and this is just pets, right? None of this is dinner.
The chickens are for eggs,
Okay.
not to eat. If push come to shove, I guess I'd eat them, but only if I had to.
Well,
I
hopefully it
don't.
won't.
I don't feel like going through all the work on cleaning one of them rascals.
Oh, oh yeah.
The defeathering and all that crap.
Yeah, they used to do that. They hunt ducks back home, and they used to have to do all that. They had a big
I was,
barrel.
yeah,
They
I
would
was
do it on.
watching one of Obama's uh campaign advisors back when he ran in the 2 times, and they're best buds since then. But he said in 2016, when Obama slammed Joe never forgave him.
What did he do to Joe?
When Joe said he was going to run, Obama told him that I can't back you, even though he's the vice president. He said, I can't
Oh,
back
he
you.
was going to run in 2016.
Yeah.
I don't even think I knew that. I
Oh,
didn't start paying
yeah.
attention until towards the end.
And he blamed it on the reason that his son was died or something, why he didn't run, or in that time frame. But
Why
Obama
would
told him
Obama say that? He served for 8 years, right?
because he didn't think he could do the job.
Oh, because of his
He was
age.
he was backing Hillary. Obama was. So he said
Interesting.
they got quite the strained relationship. That's why you don't see Obama out there on the trail
Oh,
hot
right.
and
No, you're
heavy.
right. I really don't. I haven't really seen him for years.
He said they don't talk to each other or anything. He said Biden's still butthurt.
Well, I mean, I can understand if the person you
And he,
served under for 8 years said, I can't
yeah,
support you for the job.
and he even said that he watched they watched the debate, the Trump Biden debate, and he said he guaranteed that with that debate he guaranteed a Trump win.
You think he's going to?
Yeah, I mean
You think he's
after
going
it
to
came
serve from
out,
jail? Like, will he see any jail time at all?
that's going to get tossed. Is everything I've been reading with this new immunity ruling that came down. A
I
lot of
saw
that's
where
going to.
Schumer's trying to introduce a bill to classify his actions on January 6th as unofficial. Like, can Congress even do that? Are they the
No,
ones that get to
no,
determine? It's the
no,
judiciary that got kicked to, not Congress.
exactly.
But I think
They
there
have
was
it.
something about the way Congress defines actions in the ruling too, wasn't there?
Anything that falls. That's what the impeachment rule is for. So they failed at that. So they don't. Congress doesn't have another recourse.
Because the Supremes kicked it back to the lower courts to figure out which charges were what category.
Yep. And in the one in New York, it appears that they used some evidence that's covered by the immunity clause in their trial.
So they have to throw that out.
It's looking that way because when that judge put out that note a couple of weeks ago, he said that he was moving sentencing to September, and then he added a note if the charges even hold up underneath the new immunity ruling.
Oh yeah. So none of it's going to get resolved before the election, then.
Nope, none of it. Not even the DC one. None of it.
The Mar-a-Lago.
Yep, none of that's going to make it.
That one does bother me, honestly, but I don't think it bothers me as much as DEI.
DEI, Mr. Biden, DEI man. And it didn't help that report came out. What was it, yesterday or today? That neurologist has visited Biden 8 times at the White House. The neurologist from Walter
since the
Reed.
Debate?
No, 8 times since within the last year and a half, 2 years.
Oh, okay.
But he's had
too excessive.
Well, he's had 3 recent trips in conference with Biden's personal doctor at the White House. So, yeah, Democrats are having all kind of meetings today to figure out what they're going to do.
That's what I keep seeing in the whole headlines the last few days have been Democrats and Biden. But my understanding is there's not really anything anybody can do at this point. Biden has to decide to step down.
That'd be the only way.
Yeah, he doesn't owe them any. They can't force him to step down.
Well, if they put enough pressure on him, they probably could.
What kind of pressure can they put?
By telling they're not going to campaign for him, support him. The donors are talking about withholding money now.
So they're gonna They're gonna deliberately tank the election that's so important, that democracy is at stake. But they're gonna give up democracy just so Biden's not the person that's saving it.
Yeah. They're even talking about floating Hillary again.
They must really want to lose.
I'm telling. How desperate can you be to put
How many
Hillary
moles
in
do
there?
they have on that side?
It's crazy. Well, I think next week we'll find out who Trump's vice presidential pick is.
Oh, right. What was the one I saw recently that came up?
JD Vance.
Oh, the South Dakota lady. Kristi Noem.
Kristi Noem?
Yeah.
I thought she done shot herself in the foot.
Oh, I don't. She may have. I have no idea.
I know it's JD Vance is one of them.
I didn't know
that. Tim Scott, Marco Rubio, and Burgum. Dennis
Who's Burgum?
He's a governor from Dakota, North Dakota, one of them states out there. Doug Burgum. Yeah,
I hope he doesn't pick him. Nobody seems to know who he is.
I don't
Governor
know
of North Dakota. Oh my God! Could you find a nerdier white guy? He looks like I'm serious. He looks like Martin Short from some kind of comedy, SNL comedy movie.
I thought the same thing.
Sorry, Doug. If you get VP,
hold on a second.
Come on my show. We'll talk about it. Is there a bias for people with camera? I don't know what that means. A bias for people with cameras on the stream cameras. No, are you saying you want to come on? Um, no, I have to see you in the back to know that you're a real person. But you don't have to have your camera on the stream. I don't care. In fact, most people don't lately. I've been watching a lot of panels lately. It's almost all avatars with one or two people on cam. Oh. Oh, I don't know. What were we talking about? Oh, the governor, the VP picks. I mean, it almost doesn't matter to me at this point. There's, I guess my vote's still up to grabs, but looking at all this DEI stuff, it's gonna have to be something really egregious to swing me back over to Biden and say, oh yeah, I'll tolerate this because this other thing is even worse. People are cops. Not from what I've seen, because like Joe Cool and all the cop watchers and the auditors, when I see them, to me the cops look superhumanly patient, like way more patient than I might even be able to be in those situations. And they, most of them realize that the public's allowed to film, and they sit there and they let them film, and some of them are even friendly and cooperative. So I think for the most part, the cops are pretty adjusted to it. I mean, I was at the parade this weekend filming, and I'd say 6 or 7 people out of 10 all had cameras and were streaming. Like, it was so normal for people to have cameras out streaming this parade. I was in the majority. Like, the people that were not streaming it were in the minority. That's how normal doing this with your phone is now in public. If not the news. Well, I'll tell you what we talked about growing up, because we didn't pay attention to the news. Movies, because we all saw the same movies, and we got together in person. And TV shows, because we all had the same 3 or 4 channels with the same TV shows, and the same radio stations with the same more or less top 40 music. So we had a lot of cultural stuff in common to talk about. And even without the news, there was still stuff like satanic panic, the AIDS crisis, that kind of stuff made its way into popular conversation, even if it wasn't specific, like about specific news stories. So I imagine stuff like that, the same type of stuff we talk about now, conspiracy theories, drama, who's talking to who's fighting with who. I'm not panicking. It's already here, and I'm fine. There's none.
What's already here?
The DEI.
Oh, yeah, we just gotta get rid of it.
Yeah, I think so too. The idea that black people need this to succeed is crazy to me. I would be insulted if I was a black person.
Oh, it's just another form of affirmative action.
I mean, I guess if I wanted to, it might even be closer to the truth, actually. I could buy into the narrative that because of the autism, it's harder for me to succeed, or because I'm Cajun or a male or something. But I'm not like it. I'm not tempted to do that. Like, it doesn't appeal to me to think that way at all. It's like, I know I have that stuff working against me. It's not really anybody's fault. A lot of it's cultural, and just they're not used to somebody like me. And ultimately, I'm still in charge of my success or failure, not other people. And so to think that it's the whole psychology behind it that just seems so disempowering to me. How are you helping people by teaching them the reason they're not successful is because other people secretly hate them? When A, that's not even true, and B, that doesn't help them. That puts them at the mercy of how other people feel about them.
Yes.
Instead of empowering them to succeed despite what society might think. But you're welcome to come up and I want to hear other perspectives. We've had a few woke people on here, but even the ones we've had, like Lib, Rowan, there's been a few others. They weren't like this kind of crazy woke. They were not of the level of woke I'm talking about. In fact, I kind of wish Lib were around. So he could give me his opinion on these policies I've been looking at.
You know Uncle Fatty?
Yeah.
He seems way more woke than Lib or any of them.
He kind of does, and he actually makes sense too. Like, I understand Fatty, and where he's living in the part of the country that's way more to the right, so his wokeness actually makes more sense considering where he lives than it would for most of the rest of the country.
I just don't agree with him on a lot of his positions.
I don't either, but I have good conversations with Fatty, and I at least understand where he's coming from. I think he's woke, but he's not what I would call crazy woke. They can be, first of all, individuals certainly can be. I don't focus solely on the individual, but I think that the individual is you center the individual, you prioritize the individual, and you build society around the individual. So this other stuff seems less significant than the individual part, and I think I'm not saying everybody has to be paradigms of human virtue and discipline, but it's certainly an aspirational ideal that's always been part of our society, at least as long as I've known it. So I don't think it's a bad thing to try to emulate virtue and model discipline. So I don't know the point. Like, are you saying those are bad things? Some people do reach that. They are paradigms of that. I wish you would come up. All righty. Well, what's been going on with you lately? The last few days.
Much. Been working, painting that chick.
The duck house.
Yeah.
Oh, we have Mr. Zatuichi.
Hello.
Hey,
Hello.
What's up? What's going on?
I'm listening to you using a lot of big words.
I am? Is it from this comment? I might just be reading from this. I don't know which words are big or not. That always seemed to be an issue for people growing up, too.
So what's new, man? How you doing?
Oh, not much. Hot.
No shit, it was 88 here today, if not higher.
That sounds cool, actually.
Cool?
Yeah.
Wow.
A lot of it depends on what the humidity is. We got awful humidity right now.
Yeah.
If you're born in the South, chances are you like country music. If you're born in a Muslim country, I don't understand your point, though. Like your larger point. Societies are define us. I mean, everybody I know grew up under the same economic system, and we're all very different people. It didn't turn us all into the same people. So the individuality was still stronger than any economic system that I grew up under.
But in a larger sense, that's true, you know, where everybody has the same media, the same, you know, things being presented to them so it can shape their viewpoint on a larger scale, you know, like shape the viewpoints of the mass instead of the one.
I think that's even less true now when we have like
Well, now
10,000 different sources of media instead of 4 or
it's
5.
whatever you're into now, whatever you look for on the internet, that's what you're
Right. Like it's harder to it's harder to like propagate some kind of central narrative to control the masses with, because there's too many narratives out there for it to unify into one narrative that you're programming society with. Welcome
All
back.
right. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Sorry about that. Where were we, guys?
How hot it is, and talking about, well, not laws is saying like the economic system you're born under, the culture you're born in determines who you are to a large part. And I'm saying individuality is the opposite of that. It's the part of you that's you despite where you're born.
Yeah, but that's tough to come by.
Is it?
It is in a lot of levels, because people are shaped by their culture, and if they're not smart enough to see outside of it, they're going to be, they're going to be listening to the latest pop song. They're going to be listening to, they're going to be watching the latest TV show that everyone at work is talking about. They get influenced, even despite the fact that, they might want to not be influenced, but most people aren't even aware that they're being influenced. So
even in the 80s, when we had the limited amount of media, I didn't listen to every single song. I listened to the ones I liked, and I didn't watch every single TV show. I watched the ones that I liked, and I assume other people were doing the same. And they were, because the ratings for the different shows and the different top 40 songs would change as people's tastes would change. So even then, people were determining within that which one of those things and how much of those things they were going to consume. So even then, it wasn't like unified societal control.
Right. Yeah. I watched Twilight Zone. I watched Night Gallery. I watched Tales from the Crypt.
Tales from the Crypt and Quantum Leap. Have you seen
I remember Quantum Leap.
Yeah, Quantum Leap I watched.
And
I watched all the sci-fi shit, even if it was bad, just because that was my interest, and I didn't watch people renovating homes or any of that stuff, because that's not my interest, but still, in the larger sense, it's like there is a spectrum that you can choose from in the media like that, where, even though you're following your own individual instincts or interests, you're still a part of the larger picture,
Also, I assume that if whatever beliefs people have about anything, they're choosing to have those beliefs. Like we choose our beliefs. Nobody's forcing you to think or believe what you believe, especially as an adult. Like by the time you reach adulthood, you should have some ability to sift through the different opinions and choose which ones make the most sense to you.
But it's kind of one of those things where you know how like they did a plastic bag ban, and now everybody's supposed to bring their bags to the store. Well, everybody's so programmed that they have their bags in their car, but 99% of the people don't bring their bags in the store because they were programmed to get the bag at the end of the transaction for almost 100 years or whatever.
I'm one of those people. I pay like a nickel every time because I don't ever bring my bag. I'm like, fuck it, I'll just pay the pennies for a disposable bag.
10 cents.
You gotta buy a bag?
Yeah, and it's up here in Washington State. You do. They banned plastic bags, and you're supposed to bring your own. And if you don't, at the end of checkout, they ask you how many bags you're going to use. So you have to estimate.
Yeah.
And if you get it wrong, you either have to steal a bag or go tell the cashier. They usually end up just giving it to you.
And if you go to the self-checkout, it asks you how many bags did you use, and you have to put in a number.
Before you can pay, they add it to your total.
Yeah.
Some places don't have bags at all, though.
Oh, like if you're out of luck, you either bring your own bag or you don't get to carry your groceries.
This person came from either Connecticut or Jersey today, and they said if you don't bring your bag, you're SOL. you have to buy one of those like expensive cloth bags, or you don't
Oh,
get nothing.
Hmm.
That's what Walgreens did. They charged me $1 for one of their big plastic reusable bags.
Yeah,
'Cause
but
they
you can't tell
have
me
a-
it's not programming, because every like it's such a big social experiment, and people were just trained. Like you never thought to bring a bag first ever. You were not allowed to bring a bag into most stores. Actually,
That's true. Yeah, at some stores you couldn't even bring a bag.
they thought you were shoplifting.
But I don't ever bring my bag. I never, I have plenty of them and I never remember to grab them ever. And it's been years. So it obviously is not working on me. I'm going to end up paying for the bag every time.
Oh, you're not a good socialist then.
No, I'm not. Plus, they also passed the composting law where now in Seattle, it's illegal to throw food scrappings in the garbage. You have to put them in these special
What?
bags and throw them in a special garbage can. And they used to go and patrol people's garbage, and they could write you a ticket if they found food scraps in your normal garbage.
All they need to do is bring in some coyotes, and they'll take care of that.
Oh, and the FedEx is now going to be working with the federal government even more. They're putting like $1.5 billion into surveillance. So
That's local government. They're putting these license plate detection readers on their
I'm talking
vehicles.
FedEx.
An AI
Yeah.
surveillance program helping law enforcement spy on. Let's see. It's saying is it? So I don't know.
No, I'm not saying it's doing anything. I'm just saying those things are coming.
Yeah, even I watched a lawyer do a program today on that FedEx thing. He says not a good thing.
I'm reading about it now. It's called Flock.
Flock. Yeah, Flock. That's the name of the company.
But the theory is that sharing the data with the cops will help reduce crime and help make their enforcement jobs easier.
But it's just license plate readers, I think.
Something like that. Authentic. Oh, I thought you meant an authentic live stream. Like, wow, you were going to live stream decades ago.
Sound like Darth Vader.
I know. I was just gonna say that. What?
Who is that, Moose?
Yeah.
What the hell was that?
Are you outside?
I like the hell.
Is that your duck house?
No, that's not me. I'm sitting on the couch.
Couch, dude. Couch. Uh-huh. Blame it on the moose. It probably was me. I don't know.
Honestly, this 24-hour surveillance stuff makes my streaming job a lot easier. The more people get accustomed to being live on video 24 hours a day, the easier my job gets.
Well, England has it quite a bit, the surveillance systems.
I kind of like it. I kind of like having everything captured so I could go back to it. Because I'm usually on the end of people manipulating that. So I can go back and point to things and say, nope, see, this is how it happened. Look, see it yourself. And it's not any of that he said, she said stuff.
Oh, by the way, did you ever have any more contact with Cynthia after that video?
No, why would I? She apparently she had more of a problem with my autism than I realized.
Yeah, I saw that.
She called me a dirty fighter, and she said a dirty fighter is somebody that doesn't tell you things to your face and then gets all emotional and lets it out like
Well, that's because you're a
and I'm thinking that's
bitch.
exactly what she did. The very thing she's describing is what she did in this
what
video. And it was all about the autism and the rocking and all the stuff. So she had all this time to tell me that was a problem. She never did. And that's the stuff that came out in her video. So I don't understand any of it. It's honestly too confusing for me to even worry.
It seemed like a little much to me. It seemed like an overblown reaction.
She's reacted to herself. So about
She
herself.
wrapped it all together. and summed it up in 3 words, Jeff. You're a pussy ass bitch.
I'm a woman. But
Yep.
that shows what she's going to do. Like, she's going to do that to anybody that gets involved in her, with her.
What about Moose?
Well,
Did her and Moose
that was
ever
her
make up?
definition. Do what?
I said, did her and Moose ever make up?
As
No,
far as I
he's
know,
never dated.
everybody's one big happy family again, except for me.
That's not true. It's not happy family. It's I forgave her and that's it. I took my trash
Whoa.
out, and that's it. There's no open door policy.
He's
There's
got
no
demons on
welcome.
that mic.
Oh, well.
Well,
All
you're
right.
at the
How's it
right
sound now?
show.
Is it good now?
Better.
What the hell?
Are you outdoors?
No, I'm indoor.
Oh. It's just kind of robot-y in parts.
It's probably because it's the thunderstorm or whatever. Sorry,
Oh,
guys.
right. Yeah.
But yeah, we're not friends. We're not like made up. It's just basically like I went and said, okay, here's the trash that I was holding on my back. You know, my animosity and my anger and stuff. Here you go. You can have it. I don't need it.
Yeah, I seen she did a second stream that said, was I too hard on Moose? Or something like that.
Yeah, because Moose wasn't even the troll. And so she realized she said all that thinking he was the troll. He wasn't even the troll.
Yeah, and it's like, you know, if you heard the stuff she was saying, some of it was really, really like over the line for no reason. And so when you realize that you did that, like, there's no really going back in a relationship, you know?
Yeah.
There's no going back. There's no
She
cordial. I mean,
she kept
cordial.
muting, didn't she, Moose? Didn't she
Yeah,
kept muting
of
you?
course. Of course. I kept getting muted repeatedly, over and over. So I kept pressing the button, trying to get a word out. But it's not important. It's just another distraction from what is important.
That's a bulldog with sleep apnea.
Is that what it sounded like?
That's what it says.
I just figured he brought the demons to the Satan show.
Yeah, it wasn't me this time.
Well, Jeff, I'm going to drop off, but thanks again for having me up. It's good to see you.
You too, Sato.
Have
Take
a
care.
good
Oh, it
one.
looks like Chuck dropped
Take
too.
care.
They
Yeah, of
might all be
course.
dropping.
You know how it is. Chuck always like cuts and runs right when
It
everybody
might be
else
his connection too. Oh, he cuts and runs what?
right when everybody else leaves, so that way he doesn't
Oh,
have to say last words or something. I bet. I'm betting. Could be wrong though.
maybe Talcott opened up. Hank and TML are on Talcott.
Oh, that's where everybody is tonight.
Yeah.
What can I say?
I could wrap it up, I guess. I'll go 7 more minutes.
So how's everything going on your front?
It, which one? What way?
I don't know. Whichever way you want to talk about.
The stream is mostly what I'm. This is mostly where my efforts are, but it's not producing anything practical. And the practical stuff where my efforts should be is not really turning up anything either. So I'm still trying to figure it all out.
Well,
That sounds good. Here, stay cool.
I get it. I totally do get it. And well, I think a lot of people are feeling it right now. I think a lot of people are struggling in multiple ways. And go ahead, take it away.
The easiest thing to do would be to return to the workforce, or that's the simplest thing to do, but that's also the hardest thing to do. There's a reason I left. There's a reason I haven't gone back, and it's a lot harder than it seems like it should be. Plus, I don't think that's where I'm most effective. I think I'm a lot more effective doing stuff like this than I would be at an ordinary job. So part of it's wanting to be where I'm going to be like maximum usefulness.
I mean, I totally get that, but you also got to take care of yourself financially, and so that's where I was, and I was like, all right, I'll go back, to the workforce for a little bit, but
Did you have you had already had prior
Huh?
connections to get you back
Yeah,
in?
yeah, I didn't even have to like show up. I just told them I was coming in on Monday. I mean, it was lucky for me, but that's what I do. Like, I work so hard, so the person in charge or whatever uh, knows that I got their back, and then they'll bring me in whatever. And their friends have friends, and I don't know.
Yeah, that kind of stuff helps if you were able to establish that. So other than that, just doing my thing.
Yeah, seems like not much is going on in the world, just chaos.
It really does. I wonder if it's summer.
Well, the heat always, if you look at like the violent crimes and stuff, during the heat waves, a lot of violent crimes happen.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the heat just, it makes people angry, makes people, they're not stoked to be in the heat.
You think you think there's more panel fights during heat waves?
I think they're just all the time. I think they happen whenever somebody's feeling salty, and I think everybody's been feeling so raw lately that they can't take it anymore. It just kind of like makes everything fall apart. Because like all the panels used to be 9, 10, 15 people, and now it's like even Paul Enslaved is, he has 2 to 4 people on.
Oh, you're saying less people on the panels?
Yeah, I think there's less people on the daytime panels. Like on flow states, I think he gets a good like nighttime crowd. Maybe the algorithm's not like pumping it, or nobody's promoting, outside of YouTube, or I I don't really know how to.
I put all of mine on my socials, but I only have a few. Who
It
knows?
helps
I
when
think it'll.
it will pick up with persistence. I think. I
Yeah.
think it's all about persistence.
How's the storm?
It's not bad. It's not bad. But yesterday the power went out for like 30 minutes in the whole county,
Oh my
and
god.
they were saying it's solar flares.
What?
Yeah.
Did you have to bring out the lamps?
No, I just went to sleep.
Oh.
It was already early enough or late enough.
Yeah, Matthew, I like this idea of it's part of it is working with what shows up. So it depends on if the right guests show up, a 3 or 4 guest panel with the right topic and the right panelist works great. But then when you
Right.
do open panels, everybody wants to come up and talk, and you just keep letting people on. Before you know it, there's 9 people on, and that's a different type of panel that also has its own interests as well. So it's just figuring out what panel to do at any given time, depending on who shows up, and that's the part that's hard to predict. Hey, Joe, drop Moose's link. Just kept getting notification. Oh yeah, he streams to multiple channels. Which link do you want? He has several.
All right. The optics are high. That channel.
All right, I'll
Please. Yeah, Joe. Cool. I did send you a text message apologizing. I know you probably didn't recognize that number. It's a new number, but that was me.
What happened with y'all?
Oh, because I did that day that I did 10 streams at once of Cynthia. He got like 10 notifications.
Oh, right. I remember that. I think some other people unsubbed you that day too.
Yeah, that's all right. That's life.
It didn't bother me. I just scrolled past them. All right. There's his Optics Are High channel. That's his main one, I believe.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, what's up? Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, Joe, if you're not subbed to me, you might want to
Help a man out. Yeah, hey, Joe. Come on, man. Joe, he only needs 200 subs, bro. I needed like 700, and you gave me 1,000. He only needs 200 subs, bro.
But I'm suspicious if they come from Joe, though. Where are you getting these subs from, Joe?
From Chicago.
You had unsub from me. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh my God, we're like 151 away. We only need about 150 more subs. That is wow. We're almost at 350. I have never been that high. You're buying. Oh yeah, I don't want the bought ones. I thought you were like getting them from the streets or something. Hey, you know what you could do when you cop watch? You could slip in people's channel names, and then, like, I don't know, maybe help promote each other or something. Like, yeah, man, I'm just sitting on the corner looking at the cop, making sure, watching these cats and hanging out on YouTube with Gen X Jeff, Outliers and X. Y'all check him out, bro. Stuff like that. Just
well, yeah, but I mean, the people that are checking him out are like, they want to see some like action on the streets. They want to see Joe Cool talking shit. They want the
drama streams. Well, yeah, if you run into any philosophers while you're out cop watching, just pass it my card.
No, definitely, I get you. You have to be shameless. You got to plug yourself everywhere you go.
I'm trying to get myself plugged wherever I go. I need to go more places. That's the problem. Like some in-person stuff.
That's the issue, man. You got to go outside. Got to get out in the world. When
take my antlers for a spin.
When me and Benton went out to, we went to Starbucks. I wrote down on a napkin his channel, and I was like, "Here, subscribe to it. Check it out."
And you like showed it to the people at Starbucks?
Yeah.
Oh, did y'all stream it?
Yeah, we were streaming at Starbucks. We were live.
Oh fuck!
We got kicked out, but we were able to sit out. We were able to sit in the patio.
Is the y'all still have it on video?
Oh man, yeah, it's on Benton's channel.
Oh, what did y'all get kicked out for? Spurging?
Oh no, we got kicked out because the manager came out. She was all mad. Oh. Like you can't film in here. It's a corporation or something.
But she let you film outside.
Yeah, she was cool with it.
Now
she
I wonder if
it's even a big deal. Film the customers or whatever. Oh, even though it's like a public place, but inside it's like a private place to them.
Yeah, I never know where that boundary is. But I do see more and more people streaming lately in public, so I'm less and less self-conscious about it. Oh my God, Joe, I don't even know if they have You're Kind of Black up here. You might have to like put in advance, like get advanced reinforcements or something, calling your people. Do you have people here, by the way?
Joe, you need to go get those
You can hook me
headphones.
up. Yeah, if there's anybody that wants to come to Washington State and stream something, I'm completely down. There's a gorgeous hiking up here and scenic stuff and plenty of coffee shops, for sure. Where in Louisiana are you going? You going along the Gulf Coast? I hope you stream from New Orleans.
Oh man, Joe, you better not mess with the cops in Nolo.
He's oh, I can't wait to see him down there. He might
Oh
not ever
man.
leave.
Well, that's the thing. That's what I'm saying. It's not a joke.
The
That it's
Chocolate
crazy
City.
down there. I had a great
Oh,
time
okay.
there. Went to a bar with the wife. We watched this dueling pianos thing. One person was playing one piano, the other person was playing the other one. It was pretty cool.
Oh,
They have these
so,
margaritas that are in like this. They call it a twister. It's like 2 feet tall.
oh yeah, like the Vegas style.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. New Orleans is pretty cool. It's kind of like Vegas. They got Harrah's there, and a
Uh-huh.
bunch of casinos and stuff.
It's one of the few. I lived in New Orleans and I lived in Vegas, and they were both 24-hour cities, and I got spoiled. And every time I try to live somewhere else, I'm not used to things being closed at 3 a.m. Like you're supposed to be able to just leave your house and something's open. Oh, Benjamin's streaming. Maybe I can check him out.
Benjamin.
Benjamin, he has this Eliza Mondegreen on, who I really like. They're talking about gender.
The Jezebel-y online publications have lost a lot.
This girl right here, I follow her on Twitter.
Work for forwarding that.
Does that make him look
that
gay
viewpoint.
at all? I don't think he does.
I don't know if the New York
somehow
Times is
manages
ever
to
going to
still come off as.
have
I mean, it
problems
kind of does look like it.
with Harvard disbanding. Right. I was talking with somebody who said that these huge institutions are kept together because they're under so much pressure. Like they're these deep sea creatures that everything's so built on top of them that they can just kind of survive with like 2% sanity and 98% insanity because there's so much stuff.
That's our universities are not supposed to be that
Times
way.
is prestige.
That's the
Harvard
problem.
is Harvard because of prestige. So, I mean, wasn't it earlier this week that Harvard came out with a statement that said, we're going to stop like promoting a take on things
2%,
or at least that was the guidance. Did you guys see that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then something like Syracuse University did it too, or
Okay. Yeah. I wonder if Evergreen will do that.
What?
Every time there's a tragedy, they have to say, oh no, Joe Biden got elected. How good is that? Trump got elected. How bad is that? This thing happened. How bad is that? They're always like, telling the students that they're so on their side, assuming that everybody thinks the same way, just assuming that there's this one way of thinking, which you would think is not good for business. But because Evergreen is funded by the Democrats and pumps out a bunch of very radical public administrators and school teachers, it serves the system. So it perpetuates itself and everything gets worse and worse and worse.
The system. It looks gay. He doesn't. Okay, yeah. So good. That's. Oh, are you coming up? I got it. What's a hero? Are you saying you're eating a hero? A sandwich? Who's never been Joe Cool? Why do you say that? Why would you think Joe Cool never went to a university? Oh, okay. Yeah, take your time, I guess. I'll keep it running. In fact, I might go get another. I gotta get something cool to drink. I'm sweating. It's apparent. Joe, he says it's very apparent you've never gone to a university. There's something slightly like prejudiced in that assumption to me. I can't quite put my finger on it. What is NIU? You better tell us. Someone's going to take that acronym and run with it. Quick. Intuition. He intuits. Do you know Joe? Have you seen Joe in panels? Is that what you're going off of? He intuits that you've never been to college. That's interesting. Intuition. The intuition defense.
The intuition.
I intuit that you like fried chicken and watermelon.
He's not a racist. He's into it.
Northern Illinois University. Your future, our focus.
Your future, our focus.
It looks very I'm trying to be nice. Are we gonna fight? No, I don't think so. Who? I don't fight.
Who's fighting? I was joking. We're fighting.
Moose and I don't think are gonna fight at all. Joe and I might. Sometimes we do.
It's because you get in your imagination, Jeff.
Because I do?
I don't know. I'm just making shit up now. I wonder what Talcott's saying. I wonder if he's telling the world how.
Lord, should we peek in? Let's see who's on. TML, Lindsay. No, Steven's on. I don't want to give him airtime.
Oh, man. Are you and Steven fighting?
But I could tell you that there are spiritual lessons moving through this phase we're living in. He's pretty
Right.
good.
Wait, so like, are you and Steven not on good
Moose,
terms?
do you have any producer cred
What?
with him at all anymore? Is there a way you could get him to take down that salmon-colored love sign that he has pinned up on his mantle behind his head?
Yeah, why? Why do we need to do that? Is it just horrendous?
It's ghastly. It's very distracting. I would put it like, yeah. He didn't have a gay friend. You could tell. All right. Well, while we're waiting for Joe to finish eating his hero,
He's eating a euro?
I think so. He claims he is.
Wow.
And I believe him. I have no reason to doubt him. He's probably eating all day long, constantly. I think I'm going to go grab a refill and come right back. So we'll take a brief little intermission. See you in a few.
All right. Oh, that's copyrighted, so we can't sing that song because that song's copyrighted. So we won't sing that song. How's everybody doing tonight? Everybody doing all right? Well, I'm glad. I'm glad you're having a great night. Tuesday night, 6:57 Eastern Standard Time. Moose is very close to heading to bed. Yes, I head to bed very, very early, about 8 o'clock. And then I wake up at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. And we start this party all over again, folks. Start the party all over again. So,
all right.
what can I say? It's a beautiful day.
Beautiful and rainy. Huh?
And I'm glad I didn't have to bring my AK.
Did you work today?
Oh, yeah. Monday through Friday.
Good.
I'm a slave to the grocery store. Monday
It
to
seems like you would make
Friday.
it fun though if you were.
Oh,
It'd
I
be
make
like
it fun.
Clerks or something.
It's fucking hilarious. I say whatever I want to people. I do whatever I want. Like, I just fucking, you know, I've told people to get the fuck out. I've told them to, I told them we don't like people like you here. Like all kinds of stuff. You
Who did
know.
you say that to?
Oh, just just when people get all snippety and stuff, when they get all ghastly.
The Carrots. Would you say it to Joe Cool?
I mean, if Joe Cool started giving me lip, like I just don't take well to like disrespect. Like if you throw your money at me, I'm not gonna hand the money back to you. I'll toss it on the counter.
Oh, like passive aggressive.
Oh yeah, I'll do I'll do it all
Oh,
just to fuck with people. I mirror you, like that's what people get. Like when people treat me, with disrespect, that's what they get.
uh-huh.
When they treat me nice, I treat them great.
You'd think it would be simple.
A lot of people get it. Some people are just miserable. There's a lot of people that I've pinned for. They're just miserable people, and so they come in every day, and I just know just to like say good morning, and just keep it moving. You know what I'm saying?
So you have regulars.
Oh heck yeah, dude. That's why I like working there. That's why I chose to work there. It's 90% regulars and then 10% outsiders.
We don't serve your kind. You
Oh, we
should tell them
serve
about my
everybody.
channel. Like, oh, I notice you're an outsider, ma'am. There's a YouTube channel just for you.
Yeah, I don't
Or
know,
maybe not
man.
ma'am. Maybe sir.
Maine really isn't the
Sirs.
Maine's not really the state for that. I don't know how many people would actually like resonate. Most
Oh.
people out here, they want a motorcycle and an ATV and they want to go fishing. They don't care about men's health or
Oh. That does sound healthy though. I want to do that stuff too.
I mean, they're out there drinking 24 packs of Keystone Light.
Oh. Well, they're
And
having
they're
fun.
living
Is it
life.
so it's an outdoorsy state?
Yeah, real outdoorsy. But I
See,
mean, I don't
that's
know
why
how.
untrackable, that's why you need people like me, believe it or not. I'm really good at the customer service part.
I'm great at it too. I just choose to selectively go above and beyond and when to go below. You know?
Well, at least you have a below to go.
With this guy, he's like 60 something years old. He's with two other guys. Comes up and he pulls his wallet out and he's flipping his money and he just tosses it on the counter. And he does it like in such a way that it's just it was just annoying. And so I pulled out his like 23 cents change and I just tossed it. I just straight tossed it. And I looked at him and I said, it's really sad that someone half your age has to teach you manners. And he looked at me and he goes, "Yeah, you're right." And he walked out.
How old was he? Like in his
Oh, he had to
50s?
be at least like 50 something, 60.
Yikes.
Yeah, but that's the kind of stuff everybody else like looks at and they're like, "What?" And then also there was a lady at like standing and she was just standing there like looking down, like she needed help, right? And I say, "Oh, you need some help?" And somebody else was already helping her, but she was impatient, and so I'm helping like three people at a time, and she's trying to get my attention to help her. And then one of the other customers says, Mike, check it out. She doesn't need help. Like, the other person's going to talk to the person that they need, and they're going to take care of her or whatever. She's just being impatient. And so I told her that. I said, hey, they let me know that they're going to take care of you. I'm sorry it's taking, a second or two longer than you'd like. And she snapped at me, and I looked at her and I said, look, bitch. I said, nobody here wants your attitude. Nobody here came to this store today to listen to your fucking shit. I said, so you either cool it or get the fuck out.
You told her that? You said, look, bitch?
Yeah. And then
Wow,
and
what did
then
she do?
And then she looked at me and she's like, I'm not giving you any shit. And I was like, I understand you don't have a very high intelligence, so you can't understand what's going on right now. But I've got a line of people, and I was just trying to be polite, trying to help you. I don't want your fucking attitude. And I went back to help with the customers. And the next customer, he's all, thank you so much. I hope you have a wonderful day. I appreciate you being here today. I was like, he was kissing my ass 14 ways from Sunday, and I was just laughing. Just because like you have to understand though, it wasn't like a normal interaction between two humans. Like it was like somebody getting all fucking like eviled out. Like
She was trying to
you,
manipulate.
yeah, you could see, her face was all crinkled up. She was just trying to be a bitch.
Well, not lost think you would tell a different story if it was somebody bigger than you.
Oh yeah, well, the guy was like 3 times my size, and
Oh, there you go.
he definitely had arms the size of my thighs. So it's not like he was gonna get beat up by little old moose. It's not the point though. Not the
Oh,
point.
you think he's going to make fun of people in wheelchairs? That could be
Oh
any
no,
of us.
actually, those people, I actually take their groceries out to their car, and I help them in their car or whatever. You see, that's the thing is a lot of people are so afraid to stand up when someone's being a fucking straight up douchebag, and that they want to paint everybody else as like, oh, you're so wrong, you're so wrong. Well, if the bitch never started yelling in the middle of the store, she wouldn't have no problem. So shut the fuck up. It's your own individual problem. You know, you fuck around, you find out. What do you want from me? Like, you know what I mean? You want perfection? Go fucking read a Bible or something.
Oh, okay, we have Un-Trackable. Does anybody know him? I'm gonna take a chance on you. Let's get into solo. Welcome. Hey, what's up?
Yeah, I just saw you guys were talking about some stuff as far as like the service industry. I kind of grew up that way, and some of the things that we have to deal with, and I've spent the majority of my life career wise trying to get away from it. You know what I mean?
What did you grow up doing?
Well, I mean, my first job was working at Hardee's,
Oh yeah.
and I worked at a Hardee's that was directly across from my high school. So, like, whenever they would have whatever sports season it was, at that time they had like a hot dog day. It's like dollar hot dog. But then the entire team would come through car by car, and just everybody, you're talking about hungry young dudes that are playing sports. Each kid wants like 4 or 5 hot dogs, and each car is getting 20 hot dogs, and standards are hard to meet when you're the only one on the grill. You know what I mean?
Wow, you were the only one.
Yeah, and I was 16. there was only 3 people in the building, and they were trying to keep a restaurant going, and they, you were working for minimum wage, trying to get ahead in the world. Like, oh yeah, I'm 16 and I got a job, but there was no team that you were working with. There was 3 freaking people. So you got somebody running the inside counter, you got somebody running the to-go window, and then there was me on the grill. And so if the inside and the drive-through, got busted at the same time, yeah, okay, those people are taking money and dealing with the customers, but I'm putting everybody's food together, and it was like there was some of the worst times, bro.
Wow. So you just have to make it work.
It was a trial by fire as far as like a first job. I'll give it that. I will give it that.
How many years did you do that?
Oh, I did that for like 3 months.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the way he's talking about it, dude, if he was doing that for like 3 years, you'd see him like coming in, his whole beard would be gray and his eyes would be all black.
But then
I did McDonald's for a month, so that's some
I
idea.
gotcha. But then my senior year of high school, I did the grocery store thing. So I was bagging groceries, and it was less dealing with customers and more of like just handling product, bagging it correctly, clean up on aisle 3. Yeah, I'll do that. Clean a toilet here and there, go and do a price check. That was much easier than actually cooking and making people happy with their food. So I did that for my senior year.
Oh.
And then I failed out of college twice because I didn't know what I wanted to do with my life. So I wound up being an Army cook for 6 years.
Oh, so you went to the Army?
Yeah. So the Army side of it was cool beans. The cook side of it was like I was back at Hardee's, and I wound up doing that for 6 years.
For 6 years?
Yeah. But it's at least I had a team there. You know what I mean? So you kind of fall into the place where you fit rather than, hey, nobody's here. You kind of have to man this whole station by yourself. Like, no,
Yeah.
you can. And there were good times, there were tough times, but it still was that service and making it delicious if you have that skill, and making it on time was a number one. You could suck at cooking, but don't be late because there's 300 people waiting on breakfast right now. You know what I mean?
What do you do now?
I work in a warehouse, beverage distribution, equipment operating. So like I really don't have to please too many people, but I can't send wrong orders out. I can't send broken things out. Safety first, because it's a lot of people doing a lot of the same stuff, and failure could cost you your legs. You know what I mean?
So you're pretty good at that then?
Yeah, I've been doing this for 8 years. And, it's one of those things where I actually kind of have fun because I like operating the equipment and,
Oh, yeah.
Colors and numbers. It's like a kindergarten mentality sometimes. But at the same time, I don't go home like hating myself at the end of the day because some customer complained to my face, or
Right.
because my boss put me down in some sort of way. I've 8 years that none of that has happened. So it's just me, my orders, and safety. So yeah.
Wait, sweet, dude. I like that. I like that.
Yeah,
And
I like it too.
I chose to actually work at the grocery store. Like, I used to run a hotel, I ran a casino, I ran a marijuana collective for many years. But, like, I actually enjoy, like, running a cashier for the cash register for a couple hours in the day to keep a pulse on society. I like seeing the people. You know, like I like seeing my neighbors. I like knowing that they're still alive. It's kind of weird, but I don't have a very positive outlook on the future. So it's kind of like interesting to watch people's buying habits and prices and all that stuff. I like numbers.
Yeah, that's something that really kind of touched me about the warehouse was the logistics. So like the customer service side of things, um, now I deal with only my coworkers, so I like saying good morning to people that I know are on my team, and we're working towards the same goal. Versus, you know, like you said, you could have your regulars that really appreciate what you do, and when they complain, they're gonna do it in a best way because they know they want to come back and they want to be a good customer. But you could just get some rando that's willing to like do their best to put you down because of what you do, and I don't have to deal with that at all, you know what I mean? So where I am now, like, okay, you might be over here doing your thing and I'm over here doing my thing, and the supervisor might call anybody out for failures, but we're all still a team when we talk to each other like that, you know what I mean?
Right. There's a respect amongst you guys and a camaraderie.
Yeah.
Have you had that at many places?
Me?
Yeah, the team feeling.
Well, like I said, I had it in the military. I worked vehicle service for about 2.5 years, and the boss was tough as nails. But even being tough, the way he was tough, um, it was all like an educational type of tough. And if customers messed with us, then he would straight up deny them service. But he would do it himself. He wouldn't make us do it. You know what I mean? We'd be like, hey, the customer's got a problem. We're trying to make it right. And then he would pull up himself and be like, okay, denied, find service elsewhere. You know what I mean?
Wow.
That was I imagine that's a tough thing to do as a business owner, but at the same time, he ran a tight ship with us, but he also controlled his customer base that way. And he was not hurting for customers, I'll tell you that much.
Oh yeah, so he had the luxury of being able to kind of pick and choose his customers.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is good.
So he would stick up for us, but also if we were like slacking in some sort of way, or a complaint came that was legitimate towards, you know, cleaning the cars and you know, making sure that that check engine light didn't come on while the customer had a car, or, you know, just any tiny little thing. If it was legit and it was our, like, oh, you know, there's fingerprints on the window, like maybe we thought a window was clean and we decided to skip wiping the window, you know, he'd come at us, but it was an educational kind of toughness rather than just straight up, you know, just being mean, you know what I mean? Because I've had jobs where they were just they'd give you the toughest shit to do, but then they would not give you any support,
Oh yeah.
and then they would also berate you when there was a complaint rather than having any accountability and leadership themselves. You know what I mean?
Oh
Leaders
yeah,
aren't just
I don't last
passing
long with those.
from, yeah, leaders aren't just passing notes from complaining customers to the people who are responsible. Sometimes you got to be like, well, did I train this person to do that? Am I checking to make sure that they did it before it went out? So he was a very good leader, and he had his tough side, but you know, he also had his he kept the camaraderie. He was like a general, and it was a very small team, so it was very easy. But when he lost it, man, it was like, oh my God, do I still want to work here? But when he was nice, it was like, oh, I'm so thankful to work in such a comforting environment, you know.
Yeah, I think so. Are we losing leadership? Is that another thing that we're losing? I don't know. I haven't been in the workplace in half a decade. I don't know what leadership looks like anymore, but I wonder if we have the same type of leadership we used to have. How do you come about your jobs? Is it just networking? Like you get to know people who know where the jobs are?
Yeah, I guess so, because like I said, I served 6 years in the military, and when I got out in 2009, and I was 26 years old, and I didn't want to be food service, but you know, everybody said, you know, it's like when you have that military experience, like you have a world of education that can be used to get jobs. But like transferring over to the National Guard, and you know, that's 1 weekend a month service, but you know, you're expected to like work your way back into civility. And you know, that means that pretty much you're going to a unit where it's like everybody's been doing this for a while. Everybody has their jobs, whether they're police officers, firefighters, you know, cooks in restaurants, or washing cars, or doing whatever it is that they do for a living. But then they serve in the National Guard 1 weekend a month.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody, me coming from active duty, where active duty was all I had known for 6 years, and it was the only quote unquote big boy job I had ever had. Nobody was like, hey, go talk to this person. They might have something that you might be interested in. There was no direction. So it was just like, well, the only job I can get is food service. So I wound up working as a fast food restaurant dishwasher because I refused to touch the food. I was like, I'm not going to be a line cook anymore. I'm not going to do the 24-hour Denny's. I'm not going to do it. I had to draw a line for myself somewhere, because some of these places are so nasty. Coming from where I come from, I'm like, hey, when do you stop and clean? And they're like, what? Just serve the customer. Shut up.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I worked 1 day in a Denny's. 1 day. Because it was 24 hours, and it was one of the nastiest kitchens I've ever been in.
I thought they were required by OSHA or something to clean, like keep a certain standard of cleanliness.
Yeah. It was gross, bro. And again, I can understand, like, okay, the military does things a certain way, and private businesses do things a certain way. But this, when you're talking about food, this was absolutely disgusting. So I worked there for 1 day in training. So I really didn't do too much, but like watch and try to learn. But I was so concentrated on how fucking nasty it was.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, but what can I clean? It was like, hey, stop worrying about the cleaning. This is how you do this, because it's a signature meal. It has to look a certain way. And I'm like, yes, but look around us. It is absolutely disgusting. So I worked there for a day. I said, thank you, no thank you. So then when I actually took a job, and here I am, I'm living back at home at this time because I couldn't find, I didn't know where to go. I didn't know what I was capable of. So I started, it's a burrito barn, if you will. But rather than saying, hey, you know, put me up front with the customers, teach me how to wrap burritos, I'm like, I'll wash your dishes, I'll mop your floors, I'll make sure this is a clean kitchen. You know, I would do the salsa prep and stuff like that. I would do prep work. I just didn't want to have to look customers in the face and tell them that they're stupid, because that's not good business. But I also don't want to like, I didn't want to be stingy, but I didn't want to give too much. So I was just like, just put me in the back, give me soap and water, and just let me work. And so that worked out for a little while. But then just knowing somebody got me into the vehicle service for a rental car company. And, you know, I learned how to do oil changes, and dealing with fleet vehicles rather than customer vehicles. It eliminated me from the customer, and I just got to change oil in vehicles, and that was awesome. Change tires for fleet vehicles. That was awesome. Just clean the car. Don't worry about the customer. The customer is blank face and they will never see you. That was awesome. And I was so thankful for that. But then I moved and got married. So then I went back and I had to work in the meat department of a grocery store, where I'm literally trying to take somebody's finger measurement to cut the steak that they're about to pay, you know, $15 for. And that sucked. And that was back to minimum wage, and just job after job. But just going to the places where we go, somebody was like, hey, have you ever thought about warehouse work? Because it pays more than they do, and you don't have to deal with customers, and this, that, and the other, and one thing leads to another. And I've had like 4 jobs within the same company over the past 8 years, and I love what I do now. I don't make a bunch of money, but money was never the goal in the first place. Like I said, not hating myself when I go home at the end of the day.
Right.
And
so this
still
is one
being
you
able
can tolerate, and it pays decent
Yeah,
enough for you to have the kind of life you want.
Yeah, for real. And my wife works, but just that idea of like, oh, you know, a salesman makes a bunch of money because it's off a commission, but what is he selling? Is he proud of himself at the end of the day? And what if the product he's selling is a gimmick? You know what I mean? Nothing against it, but you know, the salesman literally has to trick people to buy the product. It doesn't matter what it is, whether they want it or need it or whatever. They have to find a way to direct them to you rather than somebody else. So salesmen wind up making quite a bit of money. Whereas the people that actually put their hands on the stuff, you know, we get flat rates. And you know, sometimes we're working in untoward conditions. It's just that button-up job versus the sweaty ass job, you know?
How come the sweaty ass jobs don't pay? Like, how do y'all get better pay? It seems like you're worth more than, like, as part of an organization. It seems like those jobs are more valuable than the pay would reflect. Is it because they're low skill and they're just replaceable and they could get any old person in there whenever they need it?
I don't know. I also look at it like this too, like the sweaty ass jobs. I do like that term now. The sweaty ass jobs. People tend to grow out of those because you're not, as a human being, like, you're not built to do that young man shit forever. You know, like they in the military, it's like war is a young man's game. That's why generals, they just sit in offices and talk to the president all day, whereas you have 19, 20-year-old kids that are literally the ones out there, but you know, dying as your front line. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So business, I guess, is the same way. Whereas, like, if you're a salesman, that's kind of like the politics of business. But if you're the sweaty ass job, it's like, well, you can't do that for 40 years. You know what I mean? Eventually, you're going to have to find something that won't break your back every day.
Where do they end up? Like management or doing some other type of work completely?
Well, I mean, there's levels to everything, I guess. Especially when you stay with the same company. So you could wind up becoming a manager, or like where I work, you could wind up becoming a supervisor or lead or supervisor or whatever above the people that were just like you last year. But then there's, maybe you go from knowing so much about the warehouse that it becomes so easy for you to become a salesman. You know what I mean?
Oh,
And
yeah.
then, maybe you go that route. I'm not saying that, everybody goes the same route,
You've been there long enough. You think there's options for you?
Yeah, I still think so. I'm also at a point in my life where, even though I feel stagnant, I feel like that it's kind of like a safe zone, because my life can't handle a lot of change right now.
Mm-hmm.
It can't handle a change of my schedule, my flexibility, where I've been there long enough, and I do what I do now. I do have like a very good flexibility as far as like, hey, we got an easy day today, so like I'm not going to put in all my hours. That means I'm not going to get paid for all my hours, but I'm not going to get bullied because it's like, okay, you put in 4, but you got stuff to do. Knock out your work and then leave and go handle your business. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like there's what do you call it? A rapport with your leadership and communication with your leadership. And like you said, it's like, well, what is leadership? You know, it's a two-way street. You know what I mean? If you want me to do something, make sure that it's conducive and I'm trained and prepared. But
Well,
on
ideally,
my
it would be
end, I
a
have to
two-way
let you
street.
know, like, hey, even though I'm trained and prepared to do this, today is one of those days where it's like I got to pick my kid up, so I'm gonna hustle, and then I'm gonna get the hell out of here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
So then it sounds like you're okay there then for a little while, coasting in this zone.
yeah, pretty much. Like I'm in a zone in my life. Not the zone, but I would say a zone. You know what I mean?
Because I know what you mean about the stagnation too, and needing that certain level of challenge or risk. But then knowing when not to bring that into your life, I guess, is just as valuable.
Yeah, I think it really is. Because not just the things that we have to do, like what we're trying to understand about ourselves when we're going through certain things. It requires time and it requires self-respect, and sometimes you need to you gotta seek some sort of forgiveness. For it's like, hey, sorry, boss, but I'm trying to figure something out about my life right now. So please don't hold the time that I need against me. Otherwise, you won't have me at all, which I understand. Every employee is completely replaceable. But if you've spent so much time with me already and we have that rapport, like, don't send me packing because, you know, I'm not getting 40 hours. Like, okay, I'm getting 36 hours. I'm getting 35, 34 hours. I'm going to get what I need from this company. But when I have the opportunity to go and spend some time doing my soul searching or handling business for my family, please don't hold that against me, because that'll put so much more pressure on me to make me not want to be here anymore. And then I'm
You
gonna
tell them this?
I've had some pretty deep conversations. In fact, my first line supervisor is somebody that was there a year before I was, and we were both in the exact same place. So talking to that person about what's really going on in my life, I try not to get too deep. But honesty goes a long way when you're seeking some sort of forgiveness. You know what I mean?
Does that work usually when you take that approach? If you have the right kind of boss you could do that with, I could see it being
Well, I'll tell you this.
very productive.
It's working now, where I am, because of the people that I'm surrounded by. But I can also say, even in the military, like, I went through some growing pains, if you will. And my leaders approached me and they said, hey, you can come with us, or we can do this the hard way. I went with them, and that outcome was it was so much better. So much better. You know? So being honest, like, I didn't go to them with the honesty. They came to me with the honesty, and I just had to reciprocate and be honest back. It's like, okay, you're calling me out. I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, I didn't do it, or I'm not doing that, or whatever. It was like, okay, take me to where I need to go, and let's go and go through it. You know what I mean? And that was it was a drinking issue, to be honest. It was you're not sober at work.
Oh, and this was in the military while you were doing the. Oh, wow.
Yeah. And
well, good. I'm glad they're not letting the soldiers drink it on their jobs.
Well, there's certain places that they put you, and there's certain situations where you're in, to where it's sometimes it's part of the culture that you found yourself surrounded by, and some of it is part of some of it's actually created by the restrictions put upon you, and you mix restrictions with culture, and it's like, well, I feel safe because I'm not going anywhere. I'm not allowed to go anywhere. I'm not allowed to leave the fence. I'm not allowed to, go anywhere without anybody tied to my hip.
You were active duty?
Yeah.
Okay.
But at the same time, it's drinking is very prevalent in the military. So you mix a safe zone with drinking culture, and it's like, well, I drink whenever I want. And
so other soldiers were doing it too. It wasn't just you.
Well, I'm sure, and I'm sure some of them are still doing it to this day. Like, you're talking about hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of people in the military, and it's a tough culture. It's a tough pressure, and if you find yourself in a safe place mixed by the wrong culture, and you haven't begun to lead yourself, because I wasn't doing that. I wasn't leading myself. I'm not going to blame it on anybody else, my failures, but I felt like I had followed the wrong path, and then I couldn't put it down when it came time to show up for work. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It was tough, but they were honest with me, saying that they knew, and I had to be honest back and say, okay, let's go. Let's go through this. And they helped me. They helped me a lot. And I still drink, but I don't play those games like that anymore. No more.
So they were able to help you get, like, I guess, turn it around to where it's not affecting the job.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Wow. Well,
And
that's
and they taught me how to be. They taught me how to be honest, not just with myself, but with the people that depend upon me. So the same way I'm honest with my supervisors now, you know what I mean? If I am going through a tough time, like rather than bottle it up and wait for somebody trigger me to explode, or do something wrong actually on the job, I just have to be honest and be like, hey, I'm going through something right now. Maybe we could have a conversation and calm me down, or maybe I just can't come in today and we'll talk about it tomorrow. You know what I mean?
they're
Versus me
okay
coming
with that.
and
I
be,
think that's a lot. That does sound a lot healthier to me.
well, that's something that I've noticed has become more prevalent. We have vacation days, but there are certain days that you just can't plan on.
Mhm.
And we'll talk about taking mental health days. Well, if I had a bad day yesterday, it's too late to make a vacation day for tomorrow. It's I'm gonna call you in the morning and I'm gonna be like, hey, I was up all night. I was doing the wrong thing. I can't come into work. It would be absolutely irresponsible, unsafe, inappropriate for me to come to work today. But I will sit down and talk with you tomorrow when I come in. You know what I mean? And that's hard enough. Just being that honest, that's hard enough. So yeah, I gotta still mind my business because it's not like I get to just take every day off, and I don't get paid for those days. So,
okay.
but I gotta mind my business and remind myself of what's going on and what's important. But when
Mhm.
you slip, and you should be honest about it. And I've learned to be better at that, I guess. And I'm not trying to make excuses for myself. I'm just trying to share. I guess just share a story. I don't know what we're talking about. It started about work and food service, and you see where that shit kind of leads you. It's like, yeah, that shit put me through the ringer, and I put myself through the ringer, and I'm thankful to be here today.
No, I think this is a story that hopefully other people can relate to.
Well, I hope so too. Like I know I can't grab anybody and pull them out of where they are, considering it's like I said, I'm in a static situation in my life. Um, I'm treading water.
Mhm. I am
I'm
too,
not
to be
drowning.
honest.
What's that?
I said I am too, to be honest. There's several of us in this community that are. You are definitely not alone. It's been that way since COVID for me.
Okay.
Part of it voluntary, but part of it kind of not. Kind of in similar situation.
Yeah.
It's rough out there. The you have me thinking about the working class, and it seems like this new, because I grew up working class, and I remember when the working class was a lot stronger than it is now. And for some reason, the Democrats were always associated as the party of the working class, and the Republicans were like big business, anti-working class, anti-middle. And now it seems like this new Republican platform is very friendly to the working class, or at least somebody seems to be pretending to look out for the working class again. And it just, I don't know, it has me thinking how important the working class was to America when I was growing up, and I think still is. And I hope that's not a group we've just lost, and that could become a thing again. But we're still going to have people that work, but the working class values and the people that do it. And
Yeah, I agree. On the political side of it, like I gotta say, I'm probably I'm not very good at paying attention to the political side of it, but from witness, um, you know, there's unskilled labor and skilled labor. Um,
What
you
unskilled
might be
labor is stuff a high school kid could do.
right, but it's still labor. It's still your
Yeah,
body doing the stuff. Like
but you
honestly,
can.
what I do right now, even as a military veteran, even with an associate's degree, being 41 years old, what I'm doing is unskilled labor. Like you could
Really?
learn what I do in you could learn what I do in a week. But like skilled labor, for instance, like metal work,
Mm-hmm.
um,
Mechanic, cooking.
yeah, like automotive. You know that's probably one of the more common ones, is because it's so important. The regulations upon it are like, well, I wouldn't trust my car with anybody but the dealership, but that's because the dealership can afford the insurance for the liability if something goes wrong. But I've also seen some shops where it's like, I've seen it both ways on the private end. It's like, hey, they hired a mechanic that actually knows what he's doing, um, but they have a hard time paying him well, so it's questionable whether he'll stay. But I've also seen the shops where, you know, they sell tires, but they also offer mechanic stuff. But then they've, you know, got some dope heads working out back, and you never know what's going to happen to your car. So it's like, but you know, it could take one insurance claim and shut that business down. You know what I mean? It's like putting tires on. Yeah, they're not going to mess that up. But if you need like a water pump or something like that done, anything like deep internal, it's like these kids are not, you know, ASE certified mechanics. They're just people that said, "Hey, I know what I'm doing. My granddaddy or whoever taught me." You understand what I'm saying? So there's
Uh,
no the workers aren't going to hold the liability. Whereas if you're skilled labor, you kind of hold your own future in your hands if you mess up or not.
how do you know if you're skilled labor?
Well, that I guess that's one. I would say how important, how marketable your job is, um, based off of who can do it and who can't do it, and two, the regulation that controls it. Because where I work, like I said, what I do, the company controls. Did you pass our class? Okay, you can do this job. But if you literally have to go get a tradesman's degree or
Oh, so
state
like the different
certification or something,
gatekeeping
yeah,
credentials.
yeah, there you go, the gatekeeping. And something that I bring up sometimes when we talk about this is apprenticeship, because rather than having that gatekeeper be that piece of paper that you get from the state for going through a class, some of these businesses that are run by people, the previous generation of master class people, should be taking people under their wings and teaching them the fundamentals that lead up to mastership and replacing them, rather than, hey, go to school, they'll teach you what you need. No, they just want the education system, in my opinion, to profit off of you getting a degree, a certification, and then you still can't go get a job because they're going to expect you to kind of create your own job. But then that requires you going into debt to get a space to where you can service the public. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. I did that. I'm doing that now. Um,
Yeah.
I, this brought up a lot for me. Let's see. Plenty of simple tire jobs are filled. An hour's drive that I know of. Because it, like a lot of the industries I've worked in, which is mainly education, mental health, healthcare, the amount of people that they need to service the demand is greater than the amount of people that are actually really good at that job. And so they hire this, everybody's at different levels of skills. They hire what they can, and they're not all equally skilled, but they're all hired at the same skill level classification. And so those of us that do bring more skills, there's got to be a way to like target that somewhere where it's rewarded better, I guess, or appreciated. Afternoon, Ren. You're welcome to come up and talk too. We're talking work, jobs, people that work, the working class, and working, and
Yeah, and
how important it is.
I think that about like you said about the need versus the willing providers, and I see this whole like anti-work thing and not being paid enough stuff, and it's not that I'm in disagreement with those arguments, but what matters to me is what makes not just a good employee, but what makes a good career for someone is, do you love what you do? Do you want to do it? Do you dissect it? Is it in your blood when you do it? Or did you just take a job because it offered more money? Like, hey, me myself, I could go and be a substance abuse counselor and make more money than I'm making now. I think I could pass that class, get that certification, and make that money. But I myself have problems with substance abuse that would stop me from being able to do that job, and I don't think I would love doing it. You know what I mean? I think if I took a job like that, I would just be doing a job. And that's how I felt about food service. Like, I was just doing the job. Keep me away from the customers. Just wanted a job. And I got a job, and I hated the job for a long, long time. Whereas what I do now, I think about numbers all day in my head. I can plan ahead based off of logistics. I love the equipment that I use. I pay attention to the equipment I use. I do my best every single day. And that's, like I said, when I go home at the end of the day, it was like, yeah, there were some failures. And I'm thinking to myself, let's assess on the drive home to see how we can prevent that from happening again. Is there a conversation to be had, or did I just make a mistake? Let's accept it and move forward from here. I want everybody to, whatever it is their job is, I want them to be able to do that to where it is a career for them, not just, oh, I went to work today, forget about it. Especially when you're working with people, like I just mentioned, that have, you are their counselor or something like that. You don't just write them off at the end of the day and be like, oh, I did my job, because that winds up creating pain for them, and you're going to wind up creating a bigger problem for some, down the road for them, not to mention yourself.
Some of it sounds like it's just knowing yourself or learning yourself over time as you gain experience, and learning to recognize that early enough and act on it. Do you have a channel? A YouTube channel?
I mean, I do. I think I have like 3 videos up, and they're all Hot Wheels videos. Okay. And it's Un-Trackable. It's got some number behind it, but I put it up years ago, and the whole Untrackable thing is when I signed up for YouTube, I got my daughter, and being a father, and playing with toys and your child, again, it was like, if I can't relate to the toys, I can't teach my kid how to have fun. I'm just going through the paces. So a little girl, everybody's buying her Barbies. They're princess this and this, that, and the other. And I was like, well, you know what? Even ladies drive. So cars, and I grew up with Hot Wheels.
No.
So for my birthday, I bought her like $50 worth of Hot Wheels and tracks, and we sat there and we had a blast.
Oh my god.
So I've kind of been doing that every year for the past couple of years, and we just sit and just send them around the tracks. So that picture of that Dodge Viper that's in my hand in that picture,
Oh, let's see.
it's a good scale model car. It's beautiful. I'm not sure if it's a Matchbox or a
How
Hot
old
Wheels.
is that one?
I mean, the car itself, from when I bought it, is probably 4 years,
Oh,
but it's a model of a 1992. The thing is that model had side pipes. Well, guess what? On the die-cast model, they put the side pipes on it, and it will not go down the orange track. It is too wide, so it is untrackable.
you talking about those little tracks with the loops that we used to run the cars on?
Yeah, the orange tracks, man.
Yeah, and you had that little thing.
This
you
car
put them on and
is
wind them up.
this car is too wide, so even when you put it on like a straight downhill, it just scrapes, and then once it hits the flat, it just stops.
Oh no.
So that's why I made my YouTube channel, or my name, Untrackable.
Oh, untrackable. Oh.
That car won't ride on a track. That's where I come
Does it
from.
have its own separate tracks, or it just can't be used on a track?
I mean, I imagine if there's some off-brand that's like a millimeter wider, but Hot Wheels, Hot Wheels and Matchboxes, honestly, they merged, and they're the same company. So when you talk about those orange tracks from back in the day, this thing's just too wide. And I'm not cutting the pipes off. I saw a YouTube video where somebody cut the pipes off, and I'm like, no, this one's special. This one's going to see more of the world than the other cars will.
Just not on tracks.
Yeah, it's going to ride with me in my car, and my daughter's going to take it with her everywhere she goes.
How old is she?
She'll be 6 next
And
month.
she's really into the cars then.
She's into everything, man. She's into soccer. She's into dance. She's into taekwondo.
Dang, it's multi-potentialite.
Yeah. She messes with tech more than I do.
Oh yeah, the kid. Yeah, they.
Yeah.
I used to teach. It blows my mind what they could do, what third graders could do with a computer. They know how to go into DOS and everything. The BIOS.
Yeah. Yep. I don't know none of that stuff. I honestly, clicking a link to even be able to talk to you or any of the panels that I've ever been on, that's more tech than I deal with.
Oh,
in my
well, I'm
normal
glad
life.
it's that easy then. That's very convenient.
Yeah.
You do it on your phone.
Yeah, I don't even have a computer.
Oh, okay. Yeah, a lot of people work the Panelverse from their phones. Or probably more people than not that I encounter. And now they're telling me the thing now is to stream vertical, which I hate. It just, why waste all that screen real estate? But if you stream vertical, they say the algorithm likes it better. So now the trend is, I see more people streaming vertical.
Huh.
Ren is wondering what kind of taekwondo.
I don't know different types of taekwondo. I just know that she's around other kids her age.
Oh, is it ITF or WTF? That's what she's wondering.
Oh, I have no clue, bro.
Don't know.
But I do know the because of my time in the military, I do know that taekwondo is the national sport of South Korea. And I've seen some crazy interactions with the combos. It's fighting. It's fighting for sport. But yeah, as far as the different types, I really don't know, man. I really don't.
I don't either.
It was about discipline and experience for her.
Those sound like good things. Especially discipline.
Yeah.
WF is the sportier version. ITF is more traditional.
Okay. Well, I still don't know because, like I said, you're talking about kids. You're talking about from her group was anywhere from like 3 years old to 7 years old. So I don't know. It was fundamentals. It was simple movements. It was a parent involvement. They did some things where they tried to introduce to let the students witness like actual competitions that would travel around, like people that are they're going to put on an actual competition and then that counts towards their records and they want the students to witness that. But like the kids just went through the class and they finished up every time with dodgeball. It was
they didn't see the taekwondo, the group.
They had options too, and but my my daughter is like she loved being part of the group, but she wasn't too in tune with going through the motions of progression. And she seemed to be more she seemed to have more fun playing dodgeball at the end and being next to her friends rather than paying attention in class.
Oh yeah.
To do progress, so but everything to its own. Like I said, she's in so much. She's gonna gravitate towards what she gravitates towards too. We're just giving her options at this point, and if she comes back to it, she comes back to it. But she's got day one, and trying to get her day one in every door that is reasonable or feasible for her to get into.
What's day one?
Well, just like a welcome to this, you know what I mean? Like you don't know that you can't do something, or that you
just
don't
like introducing her to as many things as you can.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's great.
Because like as a youngster, I played 1 year of flag football. And I realized that football season goes into winter, and I don't like to be cold. So I wound up spending the second half of the season, the second half of each game in the second half of the season. It would be like, okay, if I'm not on the field, I'm going to go to the parking lot and sit in my mom's car. But then I would get comfortable, I would get warm, I'd fall asleep, I'd wake up, the game's over, and I did not participate at all. So I didn't come back for another year of football. But then I played 3 years of roller hockey because I live in the South, and we didn't, there's not like a little place for youth ice hockey, but they had roller hockey. So I played that for 3 years.
Is that like at a rink? It has its own rink.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, they play indoor soccer, basketball, and roller hockey all in the same.
Oh.
They just have
wow.
different lines for each game. But I wasn't much of a sports star. I was more of just some random outside kid. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I do. Definitely was not a sports star. We had to play flag football in PE, and I hated it. All the guys would target me. They'd like all pile on top of me right away. Like I knew every time the coach blew the whistle, they were all going to run for me.
Yeah, and I knew I wasn't going to be an academiac because homework. If you give me something to do at home that was paperwork or reading, it's like, okay, I'm going to go home. I'm going to put my book bag down, and I'm going outside.
Mm-hmm.
And then
I almost never did homework.
I would get a after school detention per class, per homework assignment.
For not doing homework? What?
Yeah.
They never gave me detention for not. I never got detention. I don't think ever, but definitely not for homework. I never did. I hated homework. I never did that stuff. I just took the B instead of the A.
In one day, I got a week's worth of after school detention. After 3 weeks, they pulled me out of public school.
Wait, what? Oh, were you homeschooled after that?
No, I went to a what's called a learning foundation, and it's for learning disabled people / you got kicked out of every other school in the county.
Was it like juvie or not as severe as juvie?
Oh, it wasn't severe at all. It wasn't really strict at all. It was small as hell. And really what happened, my view on it was because like I didn't get kicked out of school and I wasn't not learning. I just wasn't going to do it their way because my home life wasn't that way. I wasn't brought up that way, whatever you want to call it. But when you go pick up a book and instead of taking that book home and being assigned homework, you pick up that book and you go to your cubicle, you read the chapter, you do the questions at the end of the chapter, which is usually your assigned homework anyway. And if you have a question, there's a teacher waiting. But there's not a teacher.
So it's like self-directed
lecturing to you. So you might have one teacher for 4 grades, but that teacher is ready to answer anybody's question along the way. I mean,
yeah.
So I learned how to focus on what I'm doing, and I got all the information. I did wind up graduating from a public high school. I did really well, but going to college was a different story.
Okay, I'm going to do something that I vowed I would never do on here, and I'm taking a risk, and I'm willing to take it. Please don't get my channel struck or bombed. I want to welcome. This is a historical moment, folks. I never thought I'd see the day. Let's welcome Mr. Illumatami.
Hey, Gen X, Jeff, we're both Gen X. Did you ever get called a fag for not playing football?
No, well, I think they said it. They actually, I did. I got called a fag a lot, but they
For
mostly
not
said it
playing for not
non-verbally
playing football.
for not playing football. No, I
So
think
so I was a fag. I was a fag for not playing football when I was in school.
well, we had to play. We were. Oh wait, are you? Is this porn bomb?
No,
Are you
just give me the screen. If you don't play football, you're a faggot.
Wait, is this gonna get my channel shut?
No,
Hang on. What are you showing,
what's
Tommy?
it called? What's the sports medicine called? The the guy that rubs it out. The guy that rubs it out on the
Doctor.
sidelines. That's sports medicine.
I don't know him.
That's
So
all it's
hey,
gonna
hang
show. It's
on.
just looping. It's just looping that. That's all it's gonna show. I
Is
have
that
it
gonna
on my
get my channel?
Snapchat.
Is that you putting the
No,
channel?
there's no dick. You should know this stuff,
I
Jeff.
don't know. I don't. I've
It's
gotten
just a physical therapist getting down in that tendon
rubbing
on
out
a
his
big
tendon.
old swinging black player.
Okay. Ooh, I knew I was
Mm.
hopping on a roller coaster when I let you on. What's up?
That's all I really had.
Oh, okay. Can I put you backstage?
So what are you gonna do?
I guess the damage is done.
I was actually just kind of hiding. Oh look, here's this is a dude that's getting a picture with his friend. Here's a dude that's making sure he's getting a picture.
Who
This
is
dude's
that?
getting a picture with his friend. This dude's just making sure he gets a picture. You see the difference? You see that?
Not really. I don't know what I'm looking at.
All right. Okay.
Are you going on Talcots today?
Oh, as much as I could stand it. Hey,
Oh.
Bitcoin people, do any of my Bitcoin people feel like idiots yet? Satoshi Nakamoto. Got him. Got him. XRP is the new Bitcoin.
Oh, okay. I don't know what that was
Yep.
either.
BTC. Beta test coin.
Right. We have anything else?
Sure. Some legitness. Turn it up.
Is that you live?
What's up, champ?
Hang on. Hang on.
You're the champ. You're the champ.
Get out of here, Mike. Get out of here.
I'm in a video for Tommy Thorpe. I'll see you later.
All right.
Oh, shit. I got all kinds of calls coming in. Why are you so scared?
What is XRP?
You
Is
said
that a Bitcoin?
it's what they made, like they let Bitcoin have 10 years to run, and they just figured out what was wrong with it as we embezzled it for crimes, and they saw that it moves too slow to use like money, shit like that. Now XRP is the chosen. No matter what digital national currency you use in the future, it will travel as XRP.
So it's like oh, you're starting to standardize it.
I have a video where I connected the founder of XRP to a bloodline of bankers that goes back further than the 1600s. Yeah, I'm kind of betting a lot on it.
What was the problem they found with it? Was it the
With Bitcoin?
Yeah, it was like what do you call
like
it? The
I've had
proof. There was like proof of. There were two
with
different
both
types of proof.
with both drug dealers in the long past and whenever I had my dog at the emergency room, you can have this sketchy time of like, I know it's traveling, I know it's processing, it'll be here. And I'm like in the emergency room waiting room, like just refreshing. And I think it took like 30 or 40 minutes. But sometimes, depending on how much you move and what you're willing to spend on the process, you might wake up the next morning and it's not there yet. So it can hold money, but it can't be like all of us running around to Walmart and stuff. It can't be that.
So you don't think the future's crypto?
No, it is. It's very
Oh, it
much
is.
blockchain tyranny. It'll look good at first, and then they'll eventually be like, by the way, this ledger's transparent where every transaction in the whole world between everybody, we can see it. But that also will keep you from getting scammed. It's like you get scammed and they'll be like, oh, okay, well, there's the money, there's where it went. We've arrested them, the money comes back to you. But that's how they'll be like, you can't buy that. We didn't take your Second Amendment. Your money just doesn't work on it anymore. You pleb. Get back in that 15-minute city.
Yeah, that last comment that popped up, or I had the question in my head before it popped up, but the insurability of it, you know what I mean? Because the average person doesn't have an uninsurable amount of money from the banks. I think there
Here's the
was it, the
thing.
FDIC insures up to
It'll here
$250,000. So
it'll still operate like money, but here's the thing, and the technology will probably overtake this little issue too. I do know like African countries have put like one letter or number wrong in the address and the money's gone. It just sends to the ether. It's like, see ya, there went all your Bitcoin. That's why I always copy and paste my addresses and double check. Um,
And if you
but
lose your key,
they're gonna make it so common that you won't even, like, your grandmother will probably still be swiping her debit card and not even realize it switched over, you know. But the tyranny, that's baked in. I mean, it's like anything that's ever been a convenient, like, it's convenient to be able to find your phone when you lose it with the GPS, but that's also how they'll track you. It's like you have to give to take. So that's all it's really going to be. And all you got to remember is, except for in Jeff's situation, I'm not taking a mark to buy and sell. But here's Talcott's boy, I think. This is him in a picture of his father, a uniform wearing Nazi. That's the WEF guy, the Klaus Schwabenfagen. That's his daddy. His daddy operated under the small mustache. He knew Word Wizard himself, wore the uniform and everything. And this dude was alive to grow up under that. He looks more wrinkly than his daddy in that picture. Real shit. You can't kill them all, Josie. That's a fact. Oh, mic drop? Is that heavy for you guys?
I know everything else.
I was gonna say, before I was heavy.
I know
towards crypto.
blockchains can be hacked, right?
Technically no, because you'll see where it went. And they're going to tokenize everything. Like, if they tell you we've beat CBDCs, they're just going to rename it tokenization. And that'll mean, like, if you have a classic collector car in the garage, the new title for that you'll move with the seller and buyer, it'll be like a digital serial. Like
Oh,
an
right.
NFT.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Instead of a contract.
Right. It'll just be a digi one that's more secure. Because XRP, it's got like an underground bunker with its own power, like, and there's a way that Wakandans can use it offline. Like, there's a way I saw in a video you can type it into an African Nokia phone, and whenever you get near a connection, that shit will go ahead and go through, or it's got some way it can work offline.
Well, another question that I have about crypto is if it becomes a regulated currency.
Some of them are. That's what this SEC clarification is about.
Right. Is about taxes. So
yeah, there's that.
There's this way where people can do things with cash that 100% avoids taxes. You know what I mean? I could.
Yeah, that's why they're giving the clarity on crypto, so that they can start taxing it, and then we can use it conveniently. Like, I do come up under. I mean, I want to save as much as I can on taxes, and I want them to be more fair and not be exploitative. But I do have an aspect of give unto Caesar, because it's even like I tell Paul Enslaved, that license plate lets the cops know that's my car when it's stolen, and I tell them to look for it. And that insurance is why I'm not homeless with a gimped up arm, because the lady that wrecked me had insurance. So I am okay with, you could go without it, but as for me and mine, I've had to track down a car. I've gotten into a person's car at a gas station that looked exactly like the car I got out of. Good to have that registration.
Yeah, because like if I frequent a certain place, and let's just say my me and my company's tab is $100,
Mm.
You know, I can tip my server on the card that I'm paying with. I can
Yeah.
leave a tip $2, and that
Cheap
will
shit.
keep them kind of dependent. You know, it depends on what they make as a total based off of their regulated tips, but that might keep them in a tax exemption zone. Not like my tips really going to matter, but
That's
then
we'll
on
all
top
be
of
in it.
that, paper that charges my card, I could leave $30, and they could put that in their pocket and forget like it ever existed. But they literally have $30 more in their
And you
pocket.
could
You know what I mean?
technically, like, do you have Cash App? I've been
I don't do any of that stuff.
I've been
I got it.
using a lot of Cash App because I did get locked out of my credit union. Like, I didn't know. I've been with them for 13 years, and when I missed a credit card payment, they locked me out of my checking account. So I said fuck them because I missed all the payments from them locking that checking up. So I've been operating out of Cash App, and I have the debit card. I can swipe with it, but I can exchange Bitcoin and fiat in real time on Cash App. So with my XRP wallet, I could even change that to Bitcoin, send it to Cash App, turn that to money, and then even get it out of the ATM. There's a little bit of fees in between, but XRP companies are sending like millions of dollars over the ocean for like pennies. And that's why it's taking over. And also the benefit is bosses now, if they want to, they'll be able to pay you after every shift because there's no more this swift, the message goes and then 2 days later the money clears. It's just going to be instant liquidity. And that might be the beast that comes from the ocean.
You talking about Cash App? Employers can pay you through Cash App now?
No, but with XRP, since it's instant liquidity, they could, once we're all on that, they could pay you after every shift because
That
it's
sounds like
instant.
it.
I could send money overseas right now and it would be there in like 3 seconds. And in the future, you'll be like, with teleportation and shit, you'll be like, 3 seconds, I gotta be at work in 2 seconds. Come on.
Well, so
It's
it
like
sounds like we're making progress.
teleport.
It's headed in the right direction.
Except for, well, you don't care because you'll take a mark to buy and sell, won't you, you little antler boy?
I'll take a what?
Twink, you little twink of the devil. You'll take a
Oh,
mark to buy
Tommy,
and
you
sell, won't
flatter
you?
twink. You flatter me. No, I probably won't. I tried to get a wallet and they couldn't even verify the verification process. I couldn't.
What do you mean, got it?
Base
You
coin
tried to
or
get what kind of wallet?
Coinbase or something.
Oh, Coinbase is going to be good, and the upholders.
You
will
had
be
to
good.
do your license and stuff, and they kept rejecting it.
Well,
They're
right,
like,
because
we're
it's like
unable to verify you. Try again.
You
And I
want
kept
to be
trying, and I
verified
kept failing.
because the guy here was talking about the FDIC insurance. You want to be it's like the registration on the vehicle. You don't want to be driving stolen.
Right, but I
You
couldn't.
want
I
that
couldn't
to come
pass
back
it. It
as
was
that
too.
But
Whatever
I
their
suggest,
system was too restrictive for me to pass. I don't know why. They just kept telling
well,
me
you'd
I
have to
didn't
look
pass.
into why you got denied. But I suggest one of these by Decent. This is a cold storage, but not all. Hold on, it's gonna turn on. Yeah, not all cold storage have the little thumbprint thing. So even if this got stolen, they'd try the thumbprint 3 times and then it would just erase itself.
That's just for crypto. That's a wallet.
Yeah.
You have a stalker, by the way. Hey, don't judge me. I remember you.
She needs to stalk me with more cash apps because
Stalk him
I
with
haven't
some
been able to.
cash, he said.
I haven't been able to stream. I haven't been able to get people warmed up for my roofless season. But there is a
I
lot of
forgot about
hate
that.
coming, Steven.
This
You're
content.
gonna love it. I didn't mean to call you Steven. I've been
Oh,
talking shit to
I
him.
think he's
over
on Talcott, or he was.
Yeah. It's coming, man. I'm working. Oh shit! I keep hitting the wrong button. I've been working on all kinds of truthful yet negative type videos coming soon.
Well, I
And
subscribed to you the other day, so I look forward.
yeah,
to
I
seeing
think
it.
like 3 people unsubbed today just because I chatted over on TBE to let them know it's coming, so they get all butthurt because they're pussies and they're lukewarm Christian. I don't call Christians fake Christians. I know we're all bad at Christianity. That's the point of Christianity. Those boys are lukewarm. All cucking up to their daddy Paul and slave. But before you do the crypto, make sure you know how to do this.
Make sure you're ready for no power and no internet.
What
You're
is
not
that?
crazy. It's as
What are you
crazy as
cooking?
having a fire extinguisher in your fucking kitchen.
Ooh,
You're a
it's
fucking
glitchy.
doomsday prepper because you got a fire extinguisher and a firearm. You must be crazy.
Here, I don't know what that is. What am I watching?
Gaslighting. Gaslighting.
Oh. Hey, Robin. Is that the little salt girl? Your icon?
That's my Robin. Like,
I can't
I'm the
believe I
Joker, but
even
that's my Robin.
recognized that. Wow.
I think I know what you're talking about, but wasn't the salt girl wearing a yellow jacket?
Yeah, the little she had like a little yellow raincoat and the umbrella. Yeah, the
I know
Martin
what you're
Salt
talking
girl.
Oh yeah, that was.
I guess
I
that's
thought you guys meant like
they have
on
different.
channel.
I don't know.
Like
She's
that.
different. She's one of the rainbow people now. What Bex was on Talcott?
No, I would have left Beth.
No.
She's just as
Is he
big
still
and fat of
going?
a joke as she's always been.
Oh, it looks like he's wrapping up. All right,
Yeah,
Talcott's
wrap
over.
it up with a number of ladies.
They're saying
You
YouTube
get
how
what I'm
boring it
saying?
is without you.
Oh, that I know. And every time I go up there, they offend me and I leave. So they need to work that out. That sounds like a them problem
Well,
because they're very much a me problem when I
do
go
they
up
know
there.
what's going to offend you? That's what the woke do, don't they? I'm
Oh,
offended.
they know what offends me. They throw me in the backstage and they start putting words in my mouth.
Oh,
Oh, turn this down.
we have
I'm
another
trying to be TBE.
special guest gracing us today, Mr. Based Oracle.
No, there's nothing special about him unless he means.
Well, we're all special in our special ways.
Not to Tommy's
Well,
definition.
you're not. To my God, Jeff. He wonders why you want to suck demon dick.
Huh?
Hold on, I can reach you.
What's up, Oracle?
What up?
Brothers and sisters, you need to come to Tom's LARP church. He speaks biblically better
Is
than
that
me.
you? I can't tell when it's really you and when it's a
When it's
filter.
Talcott? Hold on.
I guess I'm not supposed to be able to know.
Let me do a TBE one. I don't know
It's
if I have a
part of
good
the
one
art.
that'll work yet. Ooh, that's kind of creepy. Yeah, Tommy shot his dog. This weird tweaker guy, he shot his fucking dog. All that
Is that
crypto
supposed
money
to-
couldn't save his dog. Oh, I almost said it. I'm an N-word lover.
Oh,
I'll say
That's
it on his
AI,
channel.
bro. That's AI. You can tell he's got.
People go on his channel and ask him that all the time. I think he married her. You remember Seinfeld where he's like, I think he turned Jewish for the jokes. I think TBE married his wife for the pass, and
isn't that good to be an N-word lover? Isn't that what they want? More people.
I don't think there's anything wrong with Jungle Fever, but I think there's a lot wrong with TBE.
Well, we don't have to talk about him. Yeah, I don't want. What's up,
Is
Oracle?
DJM? Oh shit! Hold on.
Are you fighting with anybody currently?
Everybody.
Oh.
No, nobody.
No, I know you, Tommy. I mean, Oracle.
Just Tommy, really.
Oh, you and Tommy?
Yeah, he's not much of a fight.
It's
though.
not
He's
really
pretty
a
weak.
fight.
Oh.
Pretty weak.
See how I
sauce.
mew and he doesn't? DJM, you seeing this? Seeing this girl? See his jaw?
I don't know what that
Get it?
is. Nope.
Mewing. You probably get enough mewing. It's just instead of a tongue, it's probably, dicks. And Based Oracle, what's up with you? You come to where your gay jokes are like valid. And you're not going to drop any on Jeff. He's a tough boy. You dig it. I can't read those. I'm using the phone. I'm trying to work on hate videos.
Mewing is like, what is mewing?
It's where you fix your jaw and your things from your sloppy ass lazy tongue sitting improperly on the roof of your mouth where it's supposed to hold up structure to your whatever that is.
Have you been mewed?
I have been because it's gotten rid of a lot of my migraines. And I think some of my, like, you can develop problems if you lay on your stomach and you always sleep on the same side of your face, if you're always chewing all your life on one side, or if your dental plan
It's
is chewing on
tongue
the other side.
posture. This sounds very
but
first world.
I think some of mine was because, like, in the rave days from like 99-ish to, I don't even remember when I took it out, I had like the tongue bar that gets put in when you get it.
Were you a candy
it-
flipper?
No, I wasn't a candy kid, but I munched more box than Zetetic Warrior, so I got my tongue pierced. But I'd always use the bar that came with it, and it's longer when you get pierced because your tongue's gonna swell up, so you have a longer bar to let it swell up. I just always had that one. I figure my tongue was probably sitting funky because of it.
Yeah, but nobody gives a shit, Tommy.
See how basic and
I'm
like
learning something about mewing. I didn't know
right,
what
but
that
what he
was.
doesn't get is everything he says. You could just copy and paste it. There's nothing like, ooh, you really got me there. Like if he talks first, well, I can do it to him. That's why I don't.
Do y'all just, is this personality you just not like each other?
No, he's
I didn't
basic,
hear
Jeff.
what
You
he
should see
said.
that.
What did you say there, Thomas?
Oh, what's the matter? Got dick in your ears? That's the type of shit he goes for.
Something about your cut and paste, like whatever you said.
Yeah, he's copy paste. Like if you're
That's
doing a
true.
rap battle,
No,
Jeff,
he's
I know you
right.
do a lot
He's
of
right.
freestyle battles with the melanin people. You want to show that you're actually freestyling by you'll make reference to the clothes they're wearing or how they don't have a father present to cheer them on, and it shows you're not
You
just
can tell I'm
thinking it
fly
up
by the
before the
weave that I wear.
freestyle. And then just always saying stuff that kind of sounds like Eminem, so he probably made it up. You get it?
No.
I like Eminem. Or do you
Yeah, I
freestyle? Is
think
that what
we
he's
all do.
talking about? You did a rap battle?
Yeah.
No, he
yeah.
just always says the basic stuff.
The
Like
base
if I
stuff,
say
agree.
a word, if I say a word that even rhymes with a gay thing, he'll just go for it like it's funny.
Oh,
And
I
that-
see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
I
kind
don't
of
get
shows
it.
how he's
I don't understand.
right. That's what we're saying.
That you're kind of generic and cliche and
That's
not very
true.
original
Mhm.
or
The most
fresh.
generic.
I think is what he's saying.
I rule you.
Yeah. It's a cool Snapchat you got there.
So
I
what's
got
on
it
your
on
mind
devices.
today? Do
I
you
got it
have
on devices people don't know they can get it on. So why don't you do it with your channel, faggot? Not you, Jeff.
Oh, the other faggot. Not the real faggot, the other faggot.
You know what makes Sherelle real uncomfortable? When I look better than her.
Wait, let me see that one. That's you?
No, it's not me. This one's me. Howdy, y'all want some
That
sweet
looks like
tea?
Nev.
Y'all want some sweet tea?
What program is that?
The one all the little gay kids use.
Was it Cameo?
I think that's why all these kids want to be trans. They look in the girly filter, they see themselves, they think that's them. I know I don't actually look like that.
Is that what's happening to you?
I get offended how many filters that are just supposed to do like something basic. You'll watch it shrink your nose. I'll be like, hey, I don't want it to shrink my nose. I'm not a fucking narcissist. You know?
Sure
Why
about
is
that?
it shrinking noses?
Because it's letting you catfish in real time.
Oh. Yeah, that's
Catfish.
coming.
You get
That's
it
pretty much here.
catfish.
Tommy, you are an expert on the most useless shit ever.
What? You're the most useless shit ever, and I don't even think Andrew Wilson's very usable, but he showed that.
That was pretty disappointing. I think iFi did a great job on Andrew. That day Andrew showed up on the street.
Well, then they should get me unblocked so I can battle Andrew. He blocked
Have you
me
talked
from
to him
the
at all
Crucible.
before? I don't think Andrew's not going to tolerate your spurgery. He's going to shift it to
No,
your spur.
he blocked me from the Crucible in the chat because one thing that came up between Ben Thorpe and Destiny, where Ben Thorpe was like, I would kill you guys if you came to my house and did that to my daughter. And I was like, I stand with Ben Thorpe. He's right. And Andrew took it as like, in all ways, I stand with. I even have the clip. I've used it in videos where he goes,
a lot of
Illuminati in the chat says, I stand with Ben Thorpe. And get the fuck out, douchebag. Was that pretty good? Basically,
Tommy, a
Will? You
lot of
feel-
people in the
No.
panelverse do
No.
have this knee-jerk thing against Ben Thorpe. I'm one of them too. I was
I know
warned
because
about it
I
very
took the
early.
knee jerk of trying to be their PR agent, Tommy Paparazzi. Because when I first found them, I was like, "Oh my gosh, this little blonde girl says faggot more than I do. This is gonna be fun." And then I was like, "Woo, that's a
Tommy,
deep
do
rabbit
you
hole they
ever
got me."
shut the fuck up?
Not when you're fucking pissing me off. I just leave.
How am I
It's not
pissing you off? I
running.
just arrived.
Hey,
I
just
just
sit
got
there.
here.
By your arrival,
Oh.
you piss me off.
Hey, Tommy, I know what I wanted to know. You were on Moose's stream the other day, and it seemed like everybody was getting along. And then you were on
and then
some
we
stream
went right over
afterwards.
to Talcott, and he did what Moose does best. He caters to who he wants to suck the dick of, and he just flips, and he's helpless. No one can help Moose. He's just a forever boy. He's not even Peter Pan.
What's
He's like
a forever?
lost boy.
I don't notice
follower.
it though. I didn't see him.
That's because
flip
you're
or
not
anything.
far off, or it's just your autistic social obliviousness. Like
There's
that.
something I'm missing about him.
Yeah, he's a man-child that was not raised properly.
Well, I'm kind of a man child that was not raised properly too.
Exactly.
Maybe
That's why
we
I
get
don't
along.
see it. Yeah.
Do you think you're not?
Oh, I mean, I put on a show, but I had a very strict regiment, good raising of two working Christian parents that they both took a turn breaking boards over me at some point. And, after I got too old for spankings, Homer Simpson grabbed me by the neck. And I say that so people come at me like that's my problem. It's not a problem. You guys are faggots. They think because they overhear something, they believe everything they think. Like, what was it? I said something one time back in the day on Benton's, and one of the all-time chatters back then went right over the next show. And as I showed up, I see him in the chat go, "Guys, I think I know what's wrong with Tommy. It's this." And I was like, I fucking hate you now because that's absolutely nothing. And I'm offended that you ran over here to hurry up and say it to everybody as if you're up on something, you know? These people stuff.
How are we supposed to know what to believe or not? I take everybody.
Oh, that's what I've been trying to teach people is how to find truth and how to get as close as you can with what little information.
Me too. I've been trying. It's hard.
Well, then you need to take my what do they call it? I need to have a master class or something. What do the
Masterclass, yeah.
influencers call it?
Yeah, you need to
yeah.
take a master class, Tommy.
No, I need to give a master class.
And
It's what I've
after
been
that, what
doing.
would you actually teach people? Like, what truth do you think that you have that people don't?
No, I can find it. I don't need to trust
You can
anyone
find it,
because
so
I
you don't
have to.
know? So you don't know anything?
No, like if your girlfriend doesn't know that your whole house is wired with cameras and you put a camera on a button of every shirt and you watch her in first person go out, you don't have to trust that she's not cheating on you because you have the truth of where she is at all times like a big brother until you come home and
So
incest
surveillance is what you're going to teach people?
No, that's just one
Surveillance
example.
is
Like
trust.
like with my crypto, that wallet I just showed, I don't have to trust somebody with it. I know the truth that if they fingerprint it, it's gonna erase itself.
Put the key in the back chat, Tommy. I'll take a look.
Right.
BO. I mean, Oracle. Is it BO? Is that people are allowed to call you BO? The audience wants to know.
Yeah, I'm sure they want to know. Yeah, that's fine.
BO is fine.
Anybody need a fucking spot?
I tend to Oracle. I think are based.
Sure.
Tommy,
Want your dick suck, bro?
No, that I don't. I'm
Really?
trying to figure out what setting
Dude,
that would work
listen,
in.
I
can't even
used to
sit that
have
in
a
a gay
Grinder
bar.
account to find dealers when my dealer would get arrested or whatever.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what it was for. Yeah.
Oh, see, that's what I was. See, I set him up, Jeff. Do you think anybody has never tried that when I openly tell this story because it has no weight you can hold over me? Sit back and learn something.
I'm listening. I'm agreeing that I...
Fucking Grinder, bro. I would have no picture and no age, no stats, and the description would just say, just looking for plugs for blah, blah, blah substances. And I would just be swamped with, yo, let me suck your dick. I'm like, bro, you don't know what I look like. You don't know who I am. They're like, I don't care. Let's meet up. And these weren't like troglodyte dudes. I was like, guys, why? And why don't you just meet up with each other? Like, I could tell all of you who
Where
you
was
are.
I missed part of this story. Where was this?
Grinder.
Oh yeah, it's
Because
it's
all
like
throughout
half
my life,
trannies
I've
now.
known, even before cell phones, I knew, even if I was just looking for weed, gay dudes get the best drugs. They just do, because they party, they go to all the parties, they do the best
You know, the
parties,
best cow
and they
fields.
get those hookups, because they'll fuck drug dealers if they're gay for drugs.
You sound
know
like an
how it is.
expert on this matter.
I was in the late 90s, early 2000s rave scene. You
And then
don't
you went
sound like
then
an
you went
expert
back in the closet after
anything.
this, Tommy? I'm just
What?
confused. Why go back in the closet after you come out? I don't get it.
I was never.
I honestly don't think Tommy's
You
gay.
almost got me.
He's
You
I
almost
did
got
in the
me there.
beginning, but he's not setting off my gaydar. I think he was just part of the drug scene, like he said.
So
No,
a lot of
it's
people like
did-
Tommy
like
were
what,
in it for the drugs.
Okay,
No,
so
it's
when he
like-
did set off your gaydar, was
How about I
he in the
just
closet
talk for
or out?
myself, Waste Oracle? See how you're proper
Well,
whenever
you
you don't
haven't
have
shut the fuck up this
whenever
whole
you don't have
time.
a flow
After telling
state
us how you're
deflect
not
for you, you
not. You
act
have
like
to just take the
I'm
mic.
happy with your visit, Oracle. You surprised me. No, what Steven, what is his name?
And
The
let's
fragile
not forget
machine.
Untrackable too.
The
Probably
fragile
the best.
machine is trying to go on this Tom says he's gay thing. No, I've always said the Daniel Tosh thing of I don't want to be typecast as a straight. It's just a
You don't.
bit.
Is that we learned
Well, I mean, I
about it
wanna
today?
get-
It's
I wanna
called
get more
threat
acting work.
stereotype.
I don't want to
or
be
something.
canceled out of a
Does
lot of
acting work
They have
auditions
mean
because they
anxiety
think
Is that
I'm a
code?
straight.
reflecting negative stereotypes of straight people, which I don't think you have to worry about.
Gay
Yeah, you
dudes
don't have to
are-
worry about anyone thinking you're straight, Tommy. You're fine.
See how I told you the bit I've done longer than you've known this community, and you think it's a flex to lean into my bit.
Can you
Hashtag
say that again?
chopstick microphone.
Can you
Hashtag
rephrase
chopstick
that?
microphone. Hashtag fried bread.
Are you done?
Oh, not me.
He's not going to be done. You just have to say it. Whatever you want to get out.
Do you want to
Tommy,
say
I
something?
think that
Base
you
Oracle?
can be helped and led to truth. I think that what you're
That's you?
pursuing is good, and you realize
what
that in many
grounds-
ways you're living a
What
lie.
grounds do you
And
have to
As
make
you
the
as you
claim?
become truer with yourself, Tommy, I think things can turn around. You can do
I
better.
think you've been projecting this whole gay thing, truth finding thing. I think you've been projecting.
Oh,
You
is that
should
the
try
truth you're
grinding.
talking about? You think he is gay?
Well,
I
I
don't-
don't
like,
think.
what-
No, hold on. I do not think that. I know it, but you know. either
Okay,
way.
now give us
You know
your
more than I
line
do
of
about it.
reasoning because I need a good laugh.
Reasoning? Well, I think it was a choice for you. Some people are born, with certain
No, see, you're just-
predispositions.
This
With
is
you,
how you lost
you
against
actually
Andrew.
chose. You had a fork in the road, and you chose gay. Not that anything's wrong with that, but
I didn't
you got to live
choose
with
gay.
it now.
Stop
How do you know
Continuing
he's
to
gay?
lie to yourself,
time.
Tommy, is not
Stop
helping.
wasting my
It's not helping.
time. I could do this. I could run this bit on you. I don't because it's too
Because it's not
basic.
accurate. I agree.
See, you're truther copping. You're
I'm
petty.
correct.
You're,
I agree.
you're like,
I'm
look
accurate.
how
I
old,
agree.
look how old I've gotten waiting for you to end this basic bit. But at least finally I can rest. Do you understand? Do you understand? You're just a faggot with a white boy.
Yeah, Daniel,
You're a
I know
stupid
all
faggot.
of those.
You're a stupid
Birdcage,
faggot,
Priscilla.
waste oracle,
Tu Wong Fu,
queelbait.
Paris is burning.
Tommy, why are you so afraid to just put your real self on the
This
screen
might be
without
his
the
real
Snapchat?
self.
Because I would take all the good guys before you could come to terms with your sexuality and your lack of chances with women and go do it yourself. I'm celibate.
I
Go
thought
get
he
on
had a
it, boy.
girlfriend. I thought you had a girlfriend.
No, I hate
No,
men.
him. Or aren't you dating the tomato?
Oh,
lady?
no, he's got a trans friend that's passable, I guess.
I thought it was Sarah Tomato. Hey,
Who?
Jack. How did your panel go today? We peeked in a little bit. Well, we looked in at who was on the panel, but
I'm sorry, your channel's not vaccinated against Talconian.
oh, oh, he left. I guess.
He's a interesting
Wait,
little fellow.
Halcott showing up in the comments is what caused Tommy to leave.
Apparently.
Tommy. Oh, Joe. Wow. Why don't we hear from Based? Give him a chance to finally get his words out.
Yeah.
What's up?
Tommy is he's on a path. I think he'll be all right eventually. And these spaces, like the ones that you provide, Jeff, I think are doing some good.
I don't know. They're bringing something out for sure.
I'm trying to be optimistic here. But...
Yeah, me too. I tell myself that I'm doing good here, but sometimes I wonder if I'm not unleashing demons onto the world.
Could be both.
Or both. Maybe that is good. Maybe it's good to have a few demons running loose out there.
You know, I'm here with you, Jeff. Based Oracle. I've been on your channel. I've been on people's channels that have been on your channel. I've been on many live panels, and honestly, the only way my opinion will ever make sense to anybody else is if I'm honest with my background and where I come from to have formed those opinions, rather than just trying to shove things down people's throat. And giving people a chance to talk is a beautiful thing. However, when the only thing somebody has is to never let anybody else speak, the shutting down, the answering before the question's over type of stuff, it really is a tell of you're never gonna tell us anything about where you come from and where you came to this conclusion about why you're saying what you're saying. So I'll leave that there, but thank you for having me, both of you, honestly.
Thank you for coming up. It was a great chat today. I mean it. I really appreciate it. You were saying that to Base just now about like not being completely transparent.
No,
for Tommy.
I think you know what I was saying.
For Tommy. Because I think he was a little bit trying to tell us some of his stuff. At least I took it that way.
I heard a lot of crypto, and then I heard a lot of interrupting and rambling.
It's yes, there's definitely some spurgery.
I'm not against them. I'm not against them, but if I give you an opinion, but I can't tell you where I came from to come to that opinion, that's why, like, you and I had, that's why I was so forthgiving with where I come from in my background. I told you a lot about myself.
Mm-hmm.
So when I say I don't know something, you know a little bit about me to understand why I don't know it. When I say that I do know something, hopefully like that I do have certain experiences in this world to have formulated an opinion on certain things. I'm not the one to tell you about everything. I'm certainly not the one to tell you about crypto or the government, but I have done certain things in my life. I have done certain things in my life that have given me strong opinions about where I stand to have an opinion. I'm not telling anybody what to do or how to live their lives. You know what I mean?
I do. I appreciate that. That you're you in rhetoric that's establishing ethos, which I think you've done a fine job of today. Oracle, let's hear about you a little bit. What is it that makes you think Tommy's gay? You really think that? Or are you just doing a bit?
Yeah, I know that.
From what? You have firsthand experience?
No, it's very obvious. He is in some big life denial. He's easily triggered, looking for attention, and there's something that he doesn't want to reconcile with himself, and that comes out on live streams.
But do you think it's homosexuality specifically, or it could be something else? Maybe he's trying.
Yeah, it could be that and something else. There's lots of variables in life. Sure.
Yeah, and some of it really, I'm serious, could be the autism. Like he's pretty severe with it.
I mean, I'm literally a furry. Look at my face. I'm literally a furry. I don't know what the label I'm gonna give myself, but I'm literally a hairy
In the
man.
gay world, you'd probably be a bear, or you could pass yourself off as a bear, possibly a wolf.
I'm working on homeless.
Oh, is that intentional? Just for the look?
Hey,
I'm not obsessed. I'm just trying to inquire. We're trying to learn more about Based Oracle, and like where the source of that opinion comes from in relation to his life and who he is. Because he said it was obvious, and I did think that about Tommy at first. He did ping my gaydar just a little bit, but that was in the chat comments. That's before I even saw him on the stream. And
you know, your
I
initial
take him at his word about that.
Your instinct is usually correct.
Usually, but I really don't get. I don't think. I'm willing to take him at his word if he tells me he's not.
Well, look, I really don't care either way, but you're just asking me why I think that.
Yeah. So it's like intuition or impression.
Well, I'll give it to you based. You've said before, like personal stuff, you keep separate from, you know, your online persona, if you will, because you want to talk about subjects. You want to keep topical based type things. You want to keep it basically away from you. But military person to military person, you know, we mess with each other harder than most people have ever been messed with before. So I understand your sense of humor as well. So I'll say that.
You were in the military too?
Yeah.
Oh, well, thank you for that. Well, anything else to say?
I don't know. I thought you wanted to ask me something.
Well, yeah, we want to get to know who you are, but I'm kind of running into the same thing that Un-Trackable just talked about. There's definitely some kind of, I don't know. Is there anything you want anybody to know about you? I don't know much about you at all. I didn't even know you were in the military.
No, nothing I can think of.
What is your project with your channel? Let me put it in the chat.
My project.
Yeah, like what's your mission? I guess. What are you hoping to do or leave the world?
Yeah, I guess probably like everyone on YouTube is to come across, find like-minded thinkers to some degree, parse out ideas, meaning strengthen concepts that we have that are true, and get rid of ones holding us back that lack truth.
Have you been able to do that with some of the concepts?
Yeah, I think to some degree we all do that. Ideally, it'd be to a higher degree. But, you know, we all start somewhere. So as far as where the journey goes, I don't know. Had a stream taken down today while I was mid-streaming. So
what happened?
I don't even know.
Was Tommy on it? Because I'm worried this was going to get taken down.
No, I was reviewing a video that I had edited and I thought would not trigger, policy, but it did. Apparently.
So it was somebody else's video, their content.
I would never be on his panel either.
Well, I want to hear him finish. What?
Yeah, I was reviewing a bear video.
An Owen bear? Beartardia?
Oh,
no,
that's how you
no, Grizzly Man.
Oh, that one's even bigger than Big Bear. Yeah, the guy that got eaten with his girlfriend.
Yeah, yep, they got eaten.
Yeah, man. So here, don't risk that because there's already a million reviews of that situation. You sound like
Well,
Bro Logic.
I
You're better
edited
than
it.
Bro. Hey,
I
you're
flipped
better
it.
than
I
Bro
changed the
Logic.
audio, but I think some of the
No, I'm saying the
music triggered
content is non-tent. Why would I need the based Oracle Grizzly Man story over all of them that are already out there?
Well, now you'll never know.
Well, I never will. No,
You feel like you brought a fresh new perspective to it that was worth seeing.
I mean, dude and his girlfriend got eaten. They found their parts in the bellies.
Well, I
That's
meant
what they
based.
do.
I guess you could ask.
Yeah, there was a lot more to it than that. He became a bear. See, you missed the
No.
fucking story, Tommy. Yes, he did.
No,
he became
he
a bear.
didn't
He
become
became a bear.
I'm embarrassed for all of us for hearing that.
what?
and-
He
This
was
story's
not
getting weird.
embarrassed.
I know you got bear on the brain, and it's not that woodland creature. You like bears because you're.
Is that a gay reference?
I don't know
Yeah,
what that
he's
means.
he's got to be supply,
Y'all
man.
both.
You gotta
We
be
just
a
need to put
supply
y'all
guy.
in a room together
Look,
with a
he
bottle
What
of
was
became
wine,
your
a bear.
MOS?
a
What
box of
was your
condoms.
MOS?
See what happens.
What was
I want to
my
make you.
MOS?
I'm gonna make you
Would
feel
you even know if I
inferior to
told you,
me
Tommy? Why do you
every
ask
time we
questions
encounter.
you don't even want to know the answer to?
No,
What
you
is-
don't want to know how superior I'll be to you.
What does he became a bear? He became a bear?
Yeah, he
could
became
find
a
boy
bear.
that's right
He
for
lived
him.
with the
Maybe
bears
you
for
do. Are you
13
single, Jeff?
years. He assimilated
Jeff, are
with the
you
bears.
single?
So like
became,
trans species? He
What do you
Yeah,
think
yeah,
of? What do you think of? No, you know what bears are, Jeff.
yeah,
I know
and
what
he
bears
became
are.
a
I don't know
bear.
what
It's
guys
like
who
it's
become
like Hard
bears
Hat.
are.
You know Hard Hat from the panels. If Hard Hat was gay, he'd be a bear,
I don't know hard hat.
No,
and he
that,
only
that
comes off
reference
gay
was
because he's
not right.
Canadian.
There's another gay out there. Maybe I need to meet him.
No, he just comes off gay because he's Canadian.
Oh yeah, they do that sometimes.
So, anyways, he became a bear, and his girlfriend, I guess, was
He didn't become a bear.
dating a bear, and they
He
went
became
into
one with a
the...
bear as he was devoured
Shut
by
the
it.
fuck up. Anyways, they went into Alaska, I guess, and
I don't think it was Alaska.
during the last summer, the 13th year, I believe it was Alaska.
The last.
They were eaten by the bear.
Yeah, that's the
this
story.
one
we
bear,
heard
I didn't-
from many more YouTubers
Anyways,
before you ever got around to it.
this
And you
one bear
deserve that
he didn't
stripe.
get along with very well, apparently. This one bear
Dude,
in
bears
particular.
will just eat you if they're
And
hungry.
nonetheless, he tried to be nice to the bear. He was being polite and talking
Because he
in
watched
this
too much
kind of
Disney growing up.
baby
you know?
voice type thing. And anyways, he had just put down his camera, apparently, and the lens was on it, the lens protector. So it did not film him
Stop.
getting eaten
This
by the
isn't
bear.
new or
However,
interesting.
there was an audio recording of
his girl
him and the
screaming bloody
girlfriend.
murder, I know.
Yeah, and I guess she was hitting the bear over a head with a pot or a pan
And
or
she
something.
should have just ran. She
should have ran.
while she could.
Yep.
He would have
Tommy
wanted
is
her
right.
to run.
Even a broken
Yeah.
cock. So
And if you run downhill,
His
the bear's front legs are
ex-girlfriend-
shorter, and there's a chance he might
Yeah.
tumble over and start tumbling.
I feel like I'm
Yeah,
watching
yeah,
two
that's a-
TV channels at the same time.
right, yeah, Tommy, that
or
was a good
one,
story
and
too.
then one that's like noise
So,
when you're
anyways,
trying to learn
his
something.
ex-girlfriend received the bear eating audio, the bear eating the other bear, which was at one point a man.
And I know ex-girlfriends, she fucking loved that shit.
She might have. Yeah, whoever gave her the tape said, "Don't ever listen to this. You should destroy it." And I kind of doubt that she did, but who knows?
I did. I've come across
Good.
a number of dead bodies in my life, and one
Nobody
time a guy
asked you that, Tommy.
Never mind. Then.
So it was the content itself, like you tried to play the tape, and that's what caused the stream to get taken down, or was
Yeah,
it
I
some
think
of the
so.
no, it's
commentary on it?
They
copyrighted.
didn't tell
He's
me.
Stupid.
They didn't tell me. Well, I'm not that dumb. I edited the video
I
up
could
quite a
see
bit.
if you got it over something that's
And,
not being done, but there's a
it is what
million
it is.
reviews of that story. It's an old story as well.
Yeah, so are you. Every time you talk, it's an old
Yeah,
fucking
that's why you'll
story
show me
over
some
and over
GD
on repeat.
respect, private.
Broken record, Tommy.
That's you with your low-hanging basic fruit. I just wanted to come up to inform you.
Basic
I was one of
fruit.
the last classes graduating out of Fort McClellan, Alabama Military Police School in 1998. Slugger, sport, tiger. I ain't gonna. You're like
You're
Flow
from
State. I'm not gonna
Alabama?
put up with your millennial. You're a Zoomer, aren't you? You're a Zoomer, aren't you?
No.
Jeez.
What's this?
That was insightful.
right. Oh yeah, what generation are you? Millennial?
Yeah,
Millennial.
millennial.
Okay.
So, anyways, I was covering the story of the man that turned into a bear and got eaten. And apparently I didn't edit the video up enough before I put it in the stream. And YouTube getting pretty good at, finding copyright material. So they took it down midstream and I didn't get to get my final thoughts out.
Do you stream to other platforms at the same time?
Yeah.
Okay.
They don't do hardly anything. Twitter, Rumble. I think I've gained like 15 Rumble subscribers in months,
But it should keep the video at least if YouTube takes it down as a backup.
That's true. Yeah.
I started streaming on mine to Twitter. I'm trusting you, Elon.
So yeah, I don't know, Chuck. I don't know if it was copyright or misinfo, but whatever it was, it got taken down and then I removed it. And interestingly, YouTube hasn't said anything to me about it. So
yeah, probably as long as you take it down, then they're cool. Did you get a strike or just?
It doesn't look like it. I don't have any community guideline shit. So. So yeah, after that, I just decided to panel hop a bit. Was on Jack Talcott's and now here.
Did I miss anything there?
It was Meme Machine, Flo,
Hank, and
Lindsay,
King Stephen.
Hank,
How's his romance with King Stephen?
Bromance? I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm not sure on that.
It's so you're not. It doesn't look. Tommy said he was in streamer jail. Are you in streamer jail? Or
I don't think so. Doesn't seem.
So
like
what are you trying to do with your channel? What you just cover stuff that interests you?
Yeah, just like everyone else probably.
Yeah, I guess so. Oh
yeah,
you have a Discord?
Yeah. Neutral Ground. I had a Discord and then I gave it away, so I no longer have a Discord. I decided that the Discord scene just isn't for me.
That's where all the fun happens.
Productive. Yeah, maybe.
Speaking of Bex or Frank, are you out there? Are you up for something later?
So what about you? What's your purpose here, Gen X Jeff?
Men, mental health, spurgs, intelligent people. Really, I think men above everything else right now. I think they need it the most. And then branching out from that, I would say mental health in general, neurodivergent men, and then all the politics and culture stuff and panel drama that comes up. But mostly I want it to be a men's channel, men's groups, men's topics, men's issues, men's mental health.
Okay. Can you give an example?
I've done plenty of streams on it. In fact, we're trying to put together a men's group. We want to do one, like a real one that's off stream, confidential. And then we want to do one that we stream live once a week so that people can see a live men's group and what goes on and what they talk about.
So DaFreak, he says, I live mostly in the dramaverse. Yeah, that's right. That's what my channel is, drama. So I make videos, reviews. I've done a lot of reviews of other videos, and drama seems to ensue.
It does. We all live in the dramaverse, even when we try not to. Yeah, and DaFreak, did you get your subscribers? Let me find his channel. I don't know how to find your channel because it's not named. But anyway, DaFreak has a YouTube channel and he's trying to get to 50 subscribers so he can start streaming live. He wants to do dream interpretations.
You have to have 50 to stream live?
I think so. From the phone, from his phone, he does.
I did not know that.
Tommy is. I've seen him get along with some people, and he and I, we didn't get along at all for a long time. So I think Tommy will surprise you.
Does it make sense too? Like when you mentioned about men's health. Well, I'm a man, and you know I've given you a piece of my life just to coordinate, like I said, about a basis for my opinions. But letting people get things out, and the way that you listened, it's still very important to me. So if I went into depths about struggles, I think panels like this are very important. Now, do they need to be open panels? Do they need to be broadcast over YouTube? Should they be closed? Yeah, maybe sometimes they should be, if we're going to go into depths on certain things. Way too many people know way too much about me already, and I'm not worried about it. But to be able to talk to somebody that you don't know about real stuff can really help people, because, you know, going to a therapist, it's like I'm going to do everything I can do to get out of that office. You know what I mean?
It's not supposed to be that way, but I do know what you mean.
But if somebody has something truly inside of them that they want to get out, and they can hide behind an avatar, you know, and you give them a safe space, and you're not broadcasting it to the entire world, and maybe they don't want to see your face either. Maybe you turn your avatar on, but you're two people talking to each other about real things because they have something to get out, and you open the space to them. I don't know how you would, maybe through email or whatever, that you would communicate to each other.
We have that on Discord. Actually, we have a channel specifically we have one for men's mental health. We have another one for support, people that just need to talk. And so we have rooms and channels that you can find other people to talk to when you need to.
I get that, but there's some things where it's like, okay, if I have to think about it and type it out, I'm not gonna say it.
Oh yeah, they have voice channel, voice and video channel, just like this.
I didn't know that, but this is important. Whether it's discourse, or whether it's fun time, or whether it's, you know, hanging out time, or public discussion. I think that this is an important platform, and you doing what you're doing by opening it, you're welcoming those ideas, but at the same time, you as the operator, you're gonna wind up being a filter for who comes in and who doesn't. You know what I mean?
I'm trying to get better at that part. Yes. Because I do find that it makes a difference. And I took a risk today, and the conversation went in another direction, and I was okay with that. But there's definitely conversations I want to prioritize over others.
That's okay. Well, I honestly, I appreciate you taking a risk on me. I appreciate that.
Oh yeah, I'm glad I did. Thank you for coming.
You know, the other risk, you know, that's a personality as well. And honestly, I don't think they did you wrong. They just flexed their personality. I don't think they did you wrong in the ways that that could be done wrong. You know what I mean? You just, you know, personalities are going to be that way. So,
Yeah, I kind of knew what I was getting into. And I enjoyed the conversation, but it was definitely a shift from what we were talking about before. So sometimes it's me sticking to the conversations that are in front of me. Part of it's me, but it's a learning experience.
Yeah, learning never stops, though.
BO, do you have any thoughts?
Yeah. You know,
like how do you do your panels? Like
things and stuff. How do I do them?
Do you just let anybody on or certain people?
I generally let a lot of people up. There's really only been maybe two. I think 2 people altogether that I've banned from coming up. So, yeah, people definitely take topics in other directions, get into personal, heated exchanges, all sorts of nonsense.
Yeah, that's true. That happens on a lot of panels.
Pros and cons. I think panels need to be run pretty tight or they get out of control quick.
The easiest way to control that to me is like what he said of who you let on or not. Because there's certain people that you know when you let them on, it's going to take the panel in another direction. And if that's not the direction you want to go, then don't even let them on. But then sometimes you never know.
Yeah, that's true. There's some people I've let up who one day are pretty in line with what's going on, add productivity to the conversation, then the next day, complete spurg.
Mm-hmm. The spurgery is a thing too.
Spurgery, yeah.
DaFreak, do you mean? Do you mean right now? Or do you say you want to come up? Or hit me up on Discord if it's personal.
I think Oracle. I think you've said like you're not gonna. And I could be wrong about who I'm talking about, but that like you'll let opposing sides, especially when it comes to that personal stuff, you'll let them come up. But if somebody's up, you're not going to intentionally bring up an opposition that's going to go and change the subject and make it personal while that other person is up staying on subject with their opinion. So you kind of recognize like, hey, this person got here first and they're staying on subject. So I'm not gonna, if I'm wrong about that being you know, you let me know, but I've heard that before where it's like, hey, I'm not gonna sit here and deny people just based off of who you are. But if this person got here first and now you, another person wants to come up and, you know, be direct at that person rather than stay on subject, you know, I'm not going to sit here and facilitate a street fight. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. Hey,
welcome to.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Excellent. Yeah, so you know, I fight begs for people to join conservatoria, right? And he rejects me. Tommy won't talk to me.
Why won't Tommy
Paul
talk?
bans me because I was having a tagged conversation in chat with Jeeps, you know, which is always kind of schizophrenic. And Toilet Bowl Earth bans me because I said that the panel verse is where the men can come in and express their full feminine, you know, side or whatever, something like that, and he bans me for it. So I'm wondering, like, as my therapist, Jeff, what am I doing wrong?
I'm not a therapist. B, when you were naming off the people, I'm thinking these people are all the ones doing you a favor. These are all the people I would want to be banned from if I had to pick who didn't want me on their channel anymore.
I guess that's a little comforting, but I don't see how, like Paul, for example, he could have snafu on there, literally, telling him he's reporting him, he's flagging him, insult him, or OTW, but they banned me for saying nothing, basically.
What did
It's like,
iFi reject you over? Did he say?
oh, he was talking with someone about conservatoria or whatever, and I think he was rapping with them in the chat even, and he was like, yeah, submit your application, to conservatoria for this position, that position, or whatever.
Yeah,
and
just wait
I'm like, hey, can I apply? I was like, hey, can I apply? And he was like, no. I was like, dang.
This was in the comments?
Yeah.
Oh my.
I think so. I think it was in the chat or something. I mean, it wasn't on panel. Yeah.
It sounds like you took that way too literally and personally. He was probably just speaking in jest off of the cuff, but I don't know.
Yeah,
how would Freak know that? I might not have known that, especially if it's iFi.
Yeah, I mean, I've been around iFi for a bit, and I doubt that he meant that. Look, conservatoria is not a place. It's just a state of mind that he has concepted.
It was a place when we talked. It even had telephones that he told me I could and could not use, depending on who I was calling.
All right, well, then there's that.
I think it was just the fact that he was actively like begging for recruitment or recruits, and like I'm like, hey, pick me, and he was
right.
like,
didn't even want.
No thanks.
He's a choosy beggar.
I guess so. Anyway, I just thought it was kind of funny. Like, plus Tommy, like, I don't know what's up with Tommy. Like, he, I try to talk to him, and it's like, I don't know. He doesn't take me seriously, and then
I'm questioning why you take them seriously, because my experience is trying to talk to Paul Enslaved and Tommy and Toilet Bowl. iFi will make an exception for, but these are the people this is the boys club you were trying to get in.
I mean, I don't know, probably not, but I mean, I think like they're funny, or like I think they're funny or they're entertaining, and Toilet Bowl Earth is crazy, and even EBT, so like out there, like it's just laughable, but then like I just seem to find a way on their banned list, and it just upsets me, like
maybe you're better than they are, and this is positive maladjustment.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to think of it like that.
You're failing upward.
Maybe there's something else. Like, I don't know. Like, how you were saying the other day, like the whole Cynthia drama thing and going on or whatever. Like, everyone is all made up and kissy lovey dovey except you. So that's kind of how, like,
I don't, because I'm not dysfunctional. I don't know how to just go back to somebody that makes that kind of video about a person or tries to get a preacher fired.
Yeah. So anyhow, I just wanted to just throw that in the ring, and maybe I don't know, like before you wrapped up. So
I don't think you're doing anything wrong. If anything, I think if you're not already voluntarily avoiding these people, they are helping you to do that. That sounds like a win-win for everybody.
Maybe
the part that if you were with a therapist, the part that might catch a therapist's attention is why these are the people that you're so invested in having these experiences with.
Yeah, what are you looking for, DaFreak? It sounds like you're looking for something from them.
I just like to be, I guess, part of the gang, or whatever, and spew my Jesus freak stuff or whatever, and be right all the time. I like doing all that, wherever I'm at. So I guess that's just pretty much it. I guess.
Is it because you consider them Christian?
Yeah, the Toilet Bowl Earth crowd. I mean, they're. I wouldn't take them as a great example of Christianity by any means, but it's funny to just when they get all spurgy and when they get wasted. I don't know. I just don't know. I tend to pretty much like everyone. I always give the benefit of the doubt to everyone, and I pretty much like someone right off the bat.
Mhm.
Except I didn't like Midlife Bro at first, but now I do. But I definitely don't like Snafu, and that's really just about it. And I really didn't really like
Snapper
Kid
goes out of his
Steven
way.
that much.
Well,
Like, you know, I'm open to the I'm yeah, I left the door open a little crack for Steven, maybe, you know, maybe.
he's slippery. Be careful with that one.
Yeah, so that's about it. I mean, I just, you know, I just
So it's like
I just
you
like
like
everyone
them,
and
but
I want to just
when
be
they don't
part of
return
the
it,
group. Yeah, or if I'm getting like thrown into the you know, getting thrown out or whatever for no reason that makes sense. That
Mhm.
that is one thing that, you know, it's like, well, what the heck's going on? You know, what did I do? You know, kind of thing.
Yeah, that pisses me off too when people do that. I've left entire communities just because I've been muted or put in timeout. I in the moment, I don't think it's more about them than it is about you, because all of that stuff happens very fast and they're making little snap interpretations in the moment. And so I don't think it's the interaction is even rich enough or significant enough to be that personal.
Yeah, I
Sometimes
agree.
it is, like, who knows?
No, I think you're right. You know, but I just thought it was funny. You know, it was like because it's all happening all at the same time. Like right now, I'm not worried about like Steven because, you know, I don't think he ever wants to talk to me, but maybe he would. I don't know, but like I always want to talk to Tommy, and I always like listening to Tommy because he is a very talented troll. Like there's no doubt about that. You know, so I kind of, you know, I just like watching him, you know, spurk troll or do his little video edits or reference movies that no one knows about and all that other stuff. But you know, a TBE, like I just don't want him to basically get too wrapped up with in war with TML. You know, and so I'm trying to prevent him from hurting himself, basically. But you know, he just keeps like banning me for stupid stuff. And then he goes into other chats and be like, "Yeah, I'm all tough," and then I'm like, no, you're not. You know, like I said, men are expressing their feminine side on the panelverse, and he banned me for that. Like I wasn't
Yeah,
even,
that's like it touched the nerve in him, huh?
at him, and it's like he's gonna go into other people's like chats and be like, "Yeah, you know, you're a puss, you're a punk." I'm like, come on, really? Anyway, that's my spurg of the day.
No. That's the kind of drama I try to rise above, because it feels like they're pulling me down to a lower level that I'm used to operating at. But I'm also not like you have the religion thing that kind of draws you to them that I don't have. So I can easily, these are people I can easily find reasons to stay away from. Partly because I can't have a conversation with any of them. Not with Paul, not with Toilet Bowl. Tommy and I are just able to start kind of having conversations. They talk at, they don't talk with, and I don't know how to have a dialogue with people like that. So these are not people I would probably end up getting that involved with to begin with. So I don't have the same. They don't have the same appeal for me. But I have
You know,
plenty
there's
of groups that don't accept me completely, or that I'm on the sidelines of, or that like I'm the first person bumped when there's an issue, or I'm the scapegoat for. And so it could be some of that. You're just coming into a group dynamic that you're kind of new to or on the outside of.
there's something to be said there too, in this whole conversation, and that is the direction of a channel, and that is you know, you as an operator, because you're running this, you get to ask questions, you get to moderate time of responses and things like that. Because when somebody like me sees, oh, hey, open panel, and then I listen in for a little bit and I see, hey, you know, maybe they're talking about something that pertains to me, but maybe that's just where you are in that moment of time. in that conversation, or maybe that's the topic of the day, I pop up and we start talking. I play my part in a conversation, and that's on me, but it's also on the listening aspect of what, hey, I put myself out there. Where are we in the conversation? But just the idea of open panel sometimes means, hey, I'm going to come up here and I'm going to spew whatever it is that I'm spewing, and I'm going to direct traffic now because I'm not going to shut up. And you're not going to shut me up because you open the panel. That puts some weight on you as a channel operator. But at the same time, it doesn't take much for, but you do have to be active, and you're not shutting somebody up when you shape a conversation to a specific question. So you might put open panel, but if you lead it with the like question of the day, and you plan on doing like an hour or two or whatever, and somebody gets out of line, you either talk over them and be like, hey, calm down, bring it back to center, or sometimes you got to put them backstage and let them know, hey, you got way off topic. Sometimes it takes an explanation to leave the realm and have that centripetal force of conversation to bring it back to what the point that they were making. But you don't want somebody to come up and own your channel like what was just done before. You know what I mean?
I pretty much agree with that. I think the Tollable Earth thing happened. It was basically like that group dynamic that you were talking about, and he needed someone to kind of dunk on in the moment, and I was that guy. So
and they're going to go after somebody like you that they feel there's less consequences for than somebody that's higher in this perceived pecking order too.
Yeah.
Well, on your channel, on your channel, there is nobody higher than you. So if you pick
I tell people that all the time. They want to argue with me about it.
If you pick a topic, or you feel like things are getting out of hand, you are more than free to lay down the law. You know what I mean?
Part of it is my own curiosity, because I'm pretty much stimulated by whatever topic people put in front of me. So if we have a good topic going and then somebody else comes with something else, my brain's going to flip over to them, and I'm not even going to notice that, or I might notice that the topic changed, but I'll be so into the new thing that I won't be motivated to do anything. So part of it is just my brain can easily jump from topic to topic. And so when people come in and shift the conversation, my brain just rolls with it, and I don't even notice.
I understand that, because like me, I don't run my own channel. I don't do it. I'm one of those people that floats from channel to channel, and where I'm welcome, and where I'm not, where, if I don't understand what's going on, I'm not even going to try. But if I'm like a dude that just likes to hang out, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, when I step into your house, I wipe my shoes and I play by your rules.
You are
if you don't have rules, well, it's not necessarily you, but it could be your guests that decide to stomp on me. But then it's on me to either put up with it or leave. You know what I mean?
Right.
There definitely aren't enough people with that mindset nowadays. They don't even think about taking off their shoes anymore in this day and age.
I don't take off my shoes. But
wild.
Imagine the panels, though, the conversation we would have if there were more people like this.
Yeah, it might be productive.
I mean, for the most part, I think we do. I think 90% of the people that come on here have excellent conversations. I guess it's just trying to keep that ratio as high as possible. Yeah, TML is he's another interesting character.
So back to the Dramaverse. You're 100% sure it was Snafu doing the Cynthia troll?
Yeah.
I mean, how do you have that confirmed or known? Because
there were messages passed back and forth where Snaf is admitting to all of it.
Oh, really? Yeah. What a punk.
Plus, I knew it. It fit his pattern. Like I never thought it was anybody but Snaf because of the timing and the pattern of how he was saying what he was saying, and he had used the same exact profile before to try to get on the show, like
interesting,
a few months earlier.
Yeah, and you remember he has me blocked too. And remember how I was saying that I was seeing I was seeing you react to Cynthia, but I wasn't seeing her chats in the panel, even though it was in the back. Some of them were in the front end, and I wasn't able to see them, so that was kind of weird. But it just shows what a freaking hypocrite the guy is, because he's always talking about TOS this, TOS that, whatever.
I can't believe people took him. I knew not to take him seriously the day I met him. I can't believe people actually took him as something other than what he is.
Well, maybe they're like him or something, but how can you sit there and be like, yeah, I'm a TOS cop, and then be violating the TOS thing with the impersonation? You know what I mean? Like, that's a violation right there.
And then he is the one that went and said it was Moose. Knowing he was the troll, he goes and tries to set Moose up as the troll.
Is that right?
And Moose and him are supposedly friends.
Crazy.
Right.
Someone should report his ass. Shit's probably been done a few times, but it's just hypocritical. I wonder if he even realizes, like, I don't know, man. I would really like to.
It sounds like you're taking him as something other than just a troll, like a disruptor that's trying to cause as much chaos and disruption as they can. I don't.
Well, yeah,
people find virtue in him somehow that I just don't see. Never have.
Probably not. But the thing is, with Snafu, he actually causes personal, like, defamation to people. Like, their lives are affected in real life. Like Venus Cupcake and Tommy. Tommy was stressed out because of that punk, for a while. And other people have complained. Monty, whatever, that goes on Flow States.
Yeah, that's the high that trolls get when they see how much trouble they cause and how much power they have.
Yeah, but
that's why I like not feeding the troll is best practices. Hey,
it doesn't matter when the guy is willing to fabricate stuff and troll all around and make up stuff and go wherever he can to spread the lies, and then you gotta go and spend your time, energy, and basically patch up your own reputation, because smear campaigns work, unfortunately.
I just ignore they work on some people, but they don't work on the people that know me and are important to me.
Yeah. But until the Tommy thing happened, I don't think anyone was not taking Snafu as just a troll. I think everyone was like, well, we're kind of like believing him or whatever he was spewing out.
That
and then
blows my mind. But then I see all the other stuff they fall for, so it really shouldn't.
So like he to me, he's dangerous, and I don't know if he realizes he's being a hypocrite, but that's just, something. I'd like to just get him in a head and arm one time and choke him out and be like, stop it, but
he gets too much. There's too much of a payoff. Like, this is the most power he's ever going to feel in his whole life. He's not.
I think it's projection. I think it's evasion by projection, to be honest. A lot of it.
On his part?
On his part, he's evading being found out as a pedo because he's basically projecting that and accusing everyone else. That's that's definitely a sociopathic trait or something, some mental illness.
It's just some panel trolls that go around. Snafu was the troll that impersonated Cynthia that caused the whole Cynthia reaction and Moose and all that stuff. It was instigated by a troll that was impersonating Cynthia. And it was Snafu. He's the one that goes around and tries to get people's channels shut down. He's constantly reporting channels and striking them. He's been striking my channel forever. I haven't gotten a single email from YouTube. Although I'll probably get one today. Thank you, Tommy.
But you know, I can actually say now that Snafu is taken away from what I enjoy, and because the fact that you and Cynthia and Moose and Flow State had that one show when you guys were all kind of like, you know, sniping off of each other and everything, and it was just I thought it was like just so hilarious.
Oh,
now you and Cynthia
now it'll never happen again.
Yeah, now it'll never happen because now you and Cynthia are on the outs, and it's like, but that was such a great show that day. Like
she can't tolerate my autism. The autism was a big issue for her. It turns out, apparently, and I can't tolerate her like two-facedness and unpredictability.
Yeah, but the two-facedness came from the Spurg trolled Cynthia. It wasn't really her.
No. All the stuff she was saying in the video was about my autism and the rocking and my work history and all kind of other shit that I had been talking about on stream and in conversations that she was part of for months that I never had a clue she had a problem with. That's why she what? Hang on, watch this.
But Jeff, you got to remember, none of that would have came up or anything if you weren't getting triggered.
But it was
from
there.
Troll.
It was built up inside of her, just like with Chris and just like with Lib. She had problems with me that she was sitting on, not giving me any indication of, and then she wants to make a big video about how I'm the person that does that kind of stuff when she was doing it for months about the autism, the same as the preacher. I need to find this out.
I think that's a little bit of an assumption, actually. You know, she was just triggered by your going off on her.
Freak, watch her video. I'm going by her own words. She talks over and over about my rocking, about the autism. She brings up autism so many different times. Like, that's mostly what she hammers on. She brings up the work history and getting fired from different jobs. That's all stuff that I've talked about for months before the troll thing. So she's bringing up stuff that she had a reaction to when she heard it the first time that she kind of just sat on.
Yeah, but why would she bring you saying that it was building up, but why would she let it be exposed until you went off on her? Because you thought you were going off on her in a back chat.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I think I'm trying to play this video, but for some reason
the timeline isn't timing right. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you go on the linear timeline, the troll came in, you spurged on the troll about Cynthia, and then she reacted to that.
The stuff she reacted with, that's what I'm saying. The stuff she reacted with was all stuff from months before the troll incident that she had built up emotions about, that she wasn't saying anything about. But that's what she accused me.
That's an assumption.
I want you to watch this little clip right here that this particularly caught my attention.
It's not even that I'm disappointed in you. I hate people like that character that are dirty fighters that really feel some type of way about you. And then when they're mad, they just spew everything that they really feel like. That's a dirty fighter. It's not even that I'm disappointed.
That is what she did.
All right.
She felt a certain type of way about me, my autism, the rocking, all the other stuff, and she didn't express it until I got activated by the troll, but it was in there.
But like you just said, I mean, it was a reaction to the fake troll, in my opinion.
Right.
I mean,
what I'm saying is she's having it about you. She's having it about Chuck. Every one of us, she's having this set of reactions that she's having the whole time she's interacted with us, that she's only going to express when you do something to tick her off and trigger that.
All right,
but in the time, she's amassing it and it's building up inside her, and she can deploy it at any moment toward anybody once they activate it.
Okay, but wait, if you wouldn't have had that reaction, she wouldn't have had that reaction.
But she would have still had that stuff inside her. It would have come out. Something could have brought it out at some point in the future, but it was in there. So what I'm saying is like a pus bubble that got popped, but the pus was still in there the whole time.
I mean, to me, that's too much of an assumption. But I
Well,
mean, I hear what you're saying.
said it. Her
She
own
said it.
were over. And did you watch the second video she made about Moose? Over and over, after she exonerated Moose, she turned to me and she's like, "But I'm still mad at you, Jeff. You have autism. You rock. You can't keep a job." It was all everything and the kitchen sink of shit she was sitting on the whole time and didn't express anything about what I was talking about it.
But that, wait a second, can't she say the same thing about what you said, calling her Karen and stuff?
Oh, what are you pointing?
No,
at
because
there?
I had said that on streams before that. I had talked when she was on the stream one day talking about the preacher, and me and her, we had to talk about it. I was asking questions. I'm like, he could be neurodivergent, blah, blah, blah. She's like, "Oh, I didn't think of that." And I'm like, "Well, Cynthia, if I were you, I would like maybe have a talk with him first." And then from that day forward, every time the topic came up, I kept giving my thoughts on it. I'm like, I don't think this is the right approach. If you have, and then she came one day and she gave an update that her church had stopped talking to her. And I said, yes, probably because they saw how she went after this preacher. And if she can do it to him, she can do it to anybody. And they probably saw the same thing I saw about her. And they realized it. I said all that on stream way before the troll incident. I was very and we talk in the Discord. Bex and Frank were in the Discord. We had conversations constantly about this stuff, and she never said anything.
And she's part of Discord.
Well, she's not in mine anymore. She left.
But she at
part of
that
the
time,
Discord
I meant.
community. I mean, we all
at
talk.
that time.
Right, at that time. At that time, she sat in on Discord conversations with several of us and never gave one clue that she had a problem with me, ever, not once.
Well, see, the thing is, regardless, this is all Staffu's fault because now I don't get to see you, her, Moose, and Snipe and Flo all sniping on each other like you were that day, because that was a great show.
If I had known how she felt about me and my autism before the snafu thing, I would have put some distance. But I don't hang around people that can't hang with my autism. And if I had known she felt that way before, I would have been the one to put distance between us. So it's not, snafu's not the one that's making her have the reaction she's having about me. She was having them before the snafu incident is what I'm saying. She was just being silent about it, which she calls a dirty fighter.
Maybe maybe that's true. I don't know how.
She herself said it. She brought in the kitchen sink, everything about me and the kitchen sink from the moment she laid eyes on me on the stream until now. Everything she had a problem with about me up until that point, she threw into that video, and it was all about rocking and autism and my like the work history and that kind of stuff. It wasn't anything that happened between me and her because we've never had a problem.
Yeah. Well,
it was like finding things to throw at me to hurt me with or something. And it's very unattractive. I think she's a bigot. I think she's like, who's going to use somebody's autism? And Chris did the same thing. When he got mad at me, he came up on the stream and started talking about my autism. It's like they attack the thing that they think is going to hurt you. And I think that's low. I just think what kind of person would do that? That's just low.
Yeah. I mean, I think that is kind of a low blow. But I mean, she was definitely serious. I mean, she even grabbed her memes and shook them. Like that's when a woman is really serious.
Which grabbed her what?
Her memes.
Oh, I missed that part. Oh my god!
I'd like to chime in on that.
Absolutely, go ahead.
And it has nothing to do with y'all's situation, but it's between the parties involved. But the low blows. I've been married for just over 10 years now, and to think that me and my wife have never gotten into arguments about this, that, or the other. Okay, this is what's right in front of us. And it's like, hey, are you going to do this? And then I'm like, well, are you going to do that? And then it becomes tit for tat. But then it becomes bringing up the history. And it becomes, well, you didn't do this then, and you didn't do this then. And it goes back and forth. And then the low blows start coming out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm seeing it. That's
but we, in our commitment to each other, we take our cool down period, and we take deep breathers, and we do some deep thinking, and we think about the totality of our commitment. Now, a non-contract friendship agreement, YouTube channel agreement, friendship, online friendship, a channel, what do you call it? Conglomeration. There's nothing connecting y'all.
no, I barely know
So
her other than on the panels and in Discord.
it's just, hey, we think alike in this moment, so let's get together and connect our stuff.
Yeah.
Whereas in my situation, in a marriage, in a lifelong commitment, there will be failures on both sides. I could lose my job, and my wife might look at me like a piece of shit, and she's gonna, I'm a woman and I'm carrying you. Or she might lose her job, and I'm gonna be like, babe, I just need you to do something. Let's we have to come back together. Around each and every corner, there will be trouble. And we even within our partnership, there's going to be differences of which direction to go. And we're going to have to make an agreement on which direction to go. And just because whichever direction we go, there's failures along the way, it doesn't mean, oh, you took us down this road, that's a failure, yada, yada, yada. It's all your fault. Yeah, those things will be said, but at the same time, reassessments must be made. And, I'm a child of divorce, and my wife's parents divorced when she was an adult. My wife was already self-sufficient when her parents got divorced. We have completely different stories when it comes to people going down their own roads. Like, hey, goodbye, separate, and all that. We grew up differently, and I've had friendships that have gone similarly, where it's like, you know what, I'm moving away, and I'm thankful that I'm never gonna see you again.
Wow.
Or I'm moving away, but hey, you have my contact information. I have your contact information. Just because I'm on the other side of the world doesn't mean you can't holler at me. I'm not going to show up at your doorstep, but you can email me. You can text message me. You can do whatever, and I'll be able to respond to you if you need something along the lines of what I can do. So when it comes to these YouTube relationships that I see, it sometimes I don't know if it's jealousy or if it's just these superficial arguments that separate people, and that causes more honestly, there's probably more content in the drama between channels than there is in the content that could be created if people could get over themselves and be like, hey, You and I had a fight, but we were making progress. So
We didn't,
let's
Cynthia and I
keep
did
our
not have that
drama.
kind of relationship. Like we barely knew each other. And I'm y'all can dismiss it or whatever her, but somebody making a video like that about me, attacking me for all that kind of stuff, that's not something that's repairable or I'm going to get over. She spread a bunch of lies about me, and she said some really ugly, hateful things. I got rid of my own co-host that I had for like a year over stuff like that too. Like I just have things in my life I'm not going to tolerate from certain people. And when they take really low blows at things that I can't do anything about, those are not people that I want in my life. Like there's no recovering from that. And I don't know how anybody thinks, I don't know how people are watching those 2 videos she made and thinking that I'm going to have a normal relationship with that person after those videos. I don't know how other people are doing it.
I didn't know about the second one.
I get
it was
it.
hateful.
And
She's an
I'm not
ugly,
trying to
hateful person. It was
say-
just hate coming out of her. I don't like to be
I'm
around
not-
that kind of hatred. I'm sorry.
I'm not trying to say that it wasn't, and that maybe you are better off separating from that person. But some of like I mentioned my marriage, plenty of our fights were in public, and truths and call outs were said in public, in front of our friends, in front of strangers, in public businesses. You know what I mean? To where it's like we've done it all in a short period of time, mind you. But if I'm not trying to heal you with this person. I'm really not. But I'm saying if healing can be done, time will tell. I'm not even
to heal.
I'm not trying to prescribe it. I'm not even trying to prescribe a Band-Aid for what's going on with y'all, because I have no clue. But I am saying that
we barely know each other. She was a casual YouTuber. She came on my channel a few times. I went to hers a few times. We have mutual friends that hang out in Discord and watch TV shows, and that is the extent of my relationship with this person.
Okay. Well, I got you.
There's little investment on my part that would make me want to be around somebody that feels that negatively about me.
Okay. Well, then maybe my
I don't like to
analogy is
expose myself to hostility. That's not I got a lot of it growing up from family members, parents, school people, teachers. It's not a pleasant emotion to be on the receiving end of. I never understand why I'm causing it to begin with. I'm not intentionally doing anything to people. And so when I have that directed at me, I don't enjoy continue to expose myself to that. I'm going to try to get away from it or get it out of my environment as soon as I can. It's just not a pleasant feel. I don't know who would want to endure that emotion.
Okay.
Are you and Moose getting along?
Keep being you. Keep being you 100%.
She's in chat, I think.
Do what, Freak?
Are you and Moose getting along?
Oh yeah, I don't have any problem with Moose.
Well,
as far as I know, I'm getting along with everybody unless there's another surprise attack coming, which I'm sure there are. I mean,
yeah. You remember what Beck said the night on the 4th of July when we were streaming? That's pretty much what she said. You know, like people will befriend you just to make content out of you later or something. If you remember.
I don't know if I'm that cynical, even with Cynthia. I think she saw a chance to make content, but I don't think she was making it up. I don't think this was just for content.
Well, think about it this way. if she wouldn't have reacted with such a harsh trigger if you didn't trigger her.
And the other thing, this is the other thing that she said in her first video, that I didn't know the troll was not Cynthia, so I was reacting to the troll as if Cynthia was saying that stuff. And as though Cynthia had a problem with me having an all-male panel and the other issues that the troll was bringing up. And Cynthia pretended like she didn't. Like, how could I think that that was her? How could I think she would have an issue with all that? But then on the video, she starts saying all the issues she does have with the very same thing the troll was saying he had issues with. So the troll was speaking in some sense for Cynthia. She really did have some of those criticisms that I was reacting to, thinking she was the troll.
I don't know, man. I think that's a little bit too much of trying to mind read a little too much.
Well, it's on the video. She was saying it on the video about her reaction, her feelings about me having an all-male pet. Like, DaFreak, you know me. I'm very concrete. I could pull out like specific conversations and point to what I'm like reacting to. It's gaslighting to pretend that this is this is some subjective thing I'm just inferring or interpreting. These are things she actually said on the stream. I'm going off of her own words. I'm going off of her own words about that. I'm going off of her own words about what she has a problem with about me related to the autism, etc. These are things she said on the video that anybody could go back and watch.
Okay, but listen.
So if I'm mistaken, at least show the video and the parts I'm mistaken about.
I'm saying that you're being a little bit presumptive there, because she could literally say the same thing about you when you spurred off on the troll. You said things that probably hurt her. That you
no, but I meant everything I said about
probably
the troll,
building up or whatever that you had built up.
Things.
She could say the exact same thing, Jeff.
But that doesn't make it not true. She absolutely had the problems that I thought she had when I thought she was the troll. And she told me the day it happened, she messaged me and she said, I heard there was a troll impersonating me. I hope you know that wasn't me. She read part of the message on the stream. And I said, yeah. I said something like, yeah, I thought you had a problem with having a mince panel. And she's like, oh, no, I don't have a problem with that. I'm like, okay, good. Now, as long as I know you didn't have a problem with it, we're good.
Okay,
and then on the video she made, she did have a problem with it.
Right. But maybe she thought that that's what you had built up before you went off. You see, it's the same thing, Jeff.
I don't understand.
It's the same presumption. It's the same. You're saying that.
How is it a presumption when she said it? That's not a presumption.
Because you're saying that it was built up steam that was never released, right?
That's what it seemed like to me, because she was pulling on stuff from months ago. That's what's built up. If you have to go back that far, that's buildup. That's what I call buildup.
Why can't she say that same thing about you when you were going off on the fake troll?
She did say the same thing about me, but it wasn't buildup because I had already expressed it on stream. That's what I kept saying. I had already been talking about this stuff. This was not new stuff.
I never witnessed that, but if you say it's true, then I believe you, and that is different.
There's a stream when you could probably Google her name. There's a stream that she's on talking about the preacher, and if you watch the streams after that, on some of those, when the topic comes up, I'm giving my thoughts on Cynthia and the preacher thing.
Fair enough. You know that. But in the same manner, I'm just saying, linear time wise, she probably wouldn't have went off like that if you wouldn't have went off on the fake troll. So this is all going back to that punk, coward, hypocritical little punk snafu who cries TOS on everyone and then violates the TOS on everyone. And that's who really should be getting all of the
But everything I was saying about her, she proved true.
The liar is the one who won here, because now I'm going to be deprived of content with you, Flo, and Moose, all sniping on each other.
I'm definitely not going to be on a panel with Cynthia again.
You know, so like, I would definitely choke out Snafu if I had the chance.
Somebody was asking if that's the real Cynthia in chat. I don't have a wrench to find out.
how would I?
Well, they're not really chatting anyway. So.
Oh, okay.
But
I
it's the fact that people think I'm imagining what happened when it's all on stream, and I'm just like I'm making. Yeah, it looks like it is her. I just pulled up the channel, so that is the real Cynthia.
Bex was asking. That's the only reason I said anything.
Cynthia, you're welcome to type in the comments and correct it, or you're welcome to make another reaction video. I'm only going by what you said on the stream, and I could pull up the video and play all the different parts, but that's just going to keep the drama going. I mean, I'm trying to address it and answer Freak's questions, but it's not something that I'm really like. I don't want this to be my whole channel. But you did say about the autism over. See, so you decide who you believe.
I think it's all
okay. If I'm wrong, it's very easy to just show the part I'm wrong about. Just correct it. It's simple. Even though this all came off of your stream that you made publicly, so I'm just pulling off of your own words. You could pull up the transcript. But please show me what I got wrong in the video.
I think it's just all garbage, and I'm a little, disappointed in Cynthia that she could make up with Snafu, the accuser of the brethren.
Right, and Moose, the other person she made the video. She made 2 videos about Moose. She's friends with Snafu, and I'm still have autism and I rock.
So, like, both of you are hurt. Obviously, you're both hurt. Okay, I'll just say it. But for Snafu to not get any heat off of this, that's what pisses me off right now more than anything. So that's all.
Cynthia, I didn't pretend to be anything. We were not. I wasn't. We didn't have this deep friendship. I don't know what you thought we had. I didn't have anything more with you than I have with most of the other people on the Panelverse. She feels like I pretended to be a friend and I secretly was a different way. And that's just not true. That's something she has in her head when she was the one that was holding all the stuff back about she secretly felt about my autism. And she let it loose on that stream. And it went back for months. So who was withholding from who, Cynthia? I didn't know you felt that way about me at all.
Chuck, what do you think about this? As a third party, on the outside looking in, the only person who's winning here is the father of lies because he was able to destroy something that was good, basically.
No, I think you're letting Cynthia off the hook too easy, and you're
Well, no, you're both letting the troll off the hook too easy.
All Snaf did was instigate. He didn't create the feelings and the reactions in Cynthia or in me.
Well, then I guess, all right. Then, I mean, if that's,
Cynthia, I said on the stream about the preacher. I gave my opinion on that more than once, probably twice, if not 3 times, but before the thing. So I don't know why that was a surprise for you. And when you gave the update on the people in your church are not talking to you, I remember saying on a stream, probably because they're noticing the same thing I'm noticing, of if you're going to do this with the preacher, you could do that to any one of them. I said all that on the stream, but way before the whatever happened. So I don't know why you think that I was wearing one face. Okay. Well, it's on stream, so you just argue with reality.
Still blame Snafu.
Well, if she saw me differently, here's my problem. If she saw me differently after what I said about her, then why did the stuff she saw include months and months and months of autism and rocking and job and all the stuff, the conversations we had before that moment? Why did, if she saw me differently, it involve all this past stuff? Did she suddenly see the autism differently? Because that's what she attacked.
I would say she's probably going through an emotional time herself, going through a
Right. I think she's the unhealthy one. I don't know why everybody is defending and enabling Cynthia and making it seem like I'm the one overreacting and misinterpreting everything. I think I'm seeing exactly what she's saying because I'm listening to her words and I'm having a perfectly normal reaction to what she's saying about me. In fact, I think I'm having quite a restrained reaction. This feels like major gaslighting. Cynthia makes I didn't do shit to her. She makes an attack video attacking me for my autism, making up with everybody else and still keeping me as the one person responsible for all this stuff, like the one bad guy, the scapegoat. Everybody's defending her, and then I'm getting called out for misinterpreting and not having the right reaction. Fuck all that shit.
Well, I mean, I'm not just. I just
This
didn't
is
know.
the
I didn't know about the
dysfunction.
previous
This is why-
panel.
Do what?
I didn't know about the previous panel where you guys were actually discussing the preacher stuff. So, that is on me. But everything else.
But I've been saying this. Everything I do is on stream. I've been saying constantly it's on stream. It's on. There was a conversation. So when I say something's on stream, do you believe me that it's on stream? Even if you didn't see
what you say. I believe what you say. I definitely believe what you say. But I still think that it's all Stephu's fault. And just because you two hurt each other, he's still winning because of the lies and the deception.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hang on, freak. Take care. Yeah, hang on.
All right.
I'm realizing this is exactly the drama I don't want on here. I was very happy when Cynthia walked away and ended it, and I could move on to something more mature. The kind of conversation I'm wanting to have, and it's the kind of conversations I was having with Un-Trackable. And he just left because he said this is too much drama for him and he can't take it. And I don't blame him. And this is me not realizing when the conversation shifted again to the type that I don't want on the panel. I want the type we were having earlier when we were talking about our personal stories. We were talking about mental health, that kind of stuff. I don't want this drama crap. And I thought when I brought you up here, I thought I felt like I owed it to you to help clear up whatever like ambiguities or questions you had about it. But in that process, it resurrected the whole drama again. It's driving out the conversations that I do want. It's keeping the ones I don't want going. And it's getting like painting a distorted picture of me in the process, that I'm somehow misinterpreting the situation when it's all on fucking stream. I stand by my perceptions. I know what I saw and heard on these streams. And I could go back and pull it out, but that just keeps the drama going. I'm trying to get out of this loop and people keep bringing it back up. Did I answer everyone's questions once and for all? Can I move on from this topic? I don't want it on my stream anymore. She's a trash goblin. That's all she does is junk up people's streams. And she's doing it now indirectly. She is the new snafu.
No, that's my fault. It's my fault.
I'm trying to give you what you want out of respect for you, but in the process, I'm trying to keep the drama from shitting up my stream any more than it's already done. And I don't know how to do both, and I'm frustrated with myself.
It's my fault, Jeff. It's
Yeah, you kept pushing.
I don't care about the Cynthia drama. I think she's a hateful trash merchant. And I think she attacks somebody for their autism very unfairly. I don't respect her. That's all I have to say on the topic. I didn't do shit to her. So are there any other questions about the Cynthia drama I can clear up? Because after tonight, it's not showing up on my channel anymore.
No, I apologize, Jeff. It's
what did I say? Here I am. I said it bothered me that she unilaterally decided that this preacher should not have his job anymore. And then she went around and she did a social media campaign trying to rally people to her opinion before she even had a conversation with the preacher. I explained that I used to do this for a living and how we start at the lowest level and then we escalate very tactically and strategically dependent. And she starts at the top with the nuclear bomb and just drops it on whoever she thinks. She's a Karen. I did call her panel a Karen. I stand by all of that. That's exactly what this looks like to me.
Right. That's probably the hurtful stuff.
I don't care, but was it inaccurate? I don't care if it was hurtful. Was I saying anything inaccurate? Because that's exactly what she showed herself to be. And if she has this mystical ability to see people how they really are, like Moose was the real troll, she could see Moose. I know you're that real troll. Well, guess what? He wasn't. She has this remarkable ability to see into people's souls and see who they really are. Then how did you get fooled by me? How did you not see what I really thought about you the whole time with this mystical insight you have into people? My initial reaction, this is what I think people don't understand. I don't apologize or take any of it back because I meant everything I said to it. I thought I was talking to Cynthia and I was saying it to her face like I would with anybody. I did not agree with her crusade against the preacher. I did think she was a Karen. What else did I say about her? Everything I said about that reaction, I stand by. So if that was what the problem was, there is no problem because I don't apologize for any of it. I stand by everything I said about that reaction. And you know what else? Cynthia herself has proven it. She has shown that perception was accurate because she acted exactly like that afterwards. Oh, okay. This is the issue. This is what makes me two-faced, that I said it on a stream and not to her face because I said it when the topic came up. Okay, I didn't pull her aside and say, "Oh, Cynthia, I had this thought about the preacher thing. Let me tell you that it came on the stream." Okay, fair enough. You can, if that's the beef. But I do that just so people know. I talk about everybody on the stream openly. When their names come up, I talk about it. People come on the stream and bring up other people's names. We talk about it. Everybody does that on every stream. So I don't know why I'm being singled out. That's what happens on live streams. So I think you're just looking for something to have beef about. I really do. Because I didn't do anything to you at all. I had an opinion about you. Right. It was said publicly, yes. And she made 2 videos saying to me much worse stuff publicly. So we both said everything publicly, which I prefer. I like having everything open, recorded, archived, transparent, where people can refer back to and see what's what. It cuts down on the gaslighting. So I still don't know what the issue is, that I said it or that it was said publicly or that I said it and didn't believe it or think it. I did all of that. I don't know what the issue is. I gave the same thing that day that I have given on this stream every other day. I wouldn't hold myself back in that situation any more than I would for anybody else.
Well, again, I apologize.
Over for who? I had the reaction I have. You're not the reaction police. You don't get to say when a reaction is too much for me.
The only thing I would say is it's probably just the way she was being portrayed and the fact that it's a church and there's always
she portrayed herself the way I described her way worse than anything I described about her. Not only did she prove me right, she proved me right to a degree that I could not have even captured. So I wasn't inaccurate about any of it. And I don't want to be, is the problem that I said it or that it was wrong?
I don't know. I mean, unless you're 100% accurate, know that you're 100%
acted
accurate.
Exactly like I said on those 2 videos. She demonstrated exactly the behavior. Look, she even says it right here. She completely played into whatever that description was she was reacting to. This is a game. This is a game.
There's more behind the scenes with her and the church than we know about. I mean, I'm sure there's got to be more than just what we know. So mistakes could have been made there, and then,
I didn't want drama.
Personal thing.
When did you? When
Otherwise,
did
what you're
you?
saying is
No,
accurate.
Cynthia's saying I wanted drama. You're the one that came to me and said, I'm making a video about you and Moose. And I said, oh, okay. Do you want me in it? Do you want me on the show? Should I hang out in the comments? She's like, oh, you'll just wait till it comes out. You'll see it. That's what you said. I didn't come to you and ask for drama. You came to me out of the blue and said, I'm making a video about you. Look, you poked the bear. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but it's definitely a game. And yes, it is very similar what Chris tried to do.
You know that her and Lindsay had a falling out, and it was kind of like the same thing. And I think her and someone else had a thing, falling out. So it's like, the only thing that I don't get at this point is how she's not forgiving you and she's forgiving Steffu. That's really the only thing I don't understand at this point.
Because she's hateful. She's a hater. She's a bitter, hateful person. That's so obvious to me from watching those videos.
I don't know.
Are you talking about the day of the troll? I didn't say anything about you that I didn't believe and that was not true, and that you did not subsequently demonstrate to the entire universe. So I don't have anything to feel bad about or take back about any of that. So if you're trying to guilt or shame me, whatever this game is, it's not going to work. So if that's what you're reacting to, then you had a legitimate reaction, I guess. You took it very low, though. Whatever your reaction is, you took it lower than anything I said about you. I didn't make a video about you. What is she talking about? She made one about me. You see how she projects? This is crazy. She made a video about me, and then she's accusing me of making one about her. Y'all, this is not sane. Yeah, Philip, the reason I'm doing this is because I want to end it tonight so that we never have to talk about it again. So it's going to get we're going to get a little down in the dirt with it for a while, but with the larger goal of ending it once and for all. I didn't know this is what people were thinking about me, that I'm misinterpreting, or I thought that they were watching the same video as I was, and that they could match my reactions up to the things she was saying in the videos. She came from my throat. I didn't say anything that I hadn't said before. She's just mad because I didn't say it to her face, because she didn't happen to not be watching the stream that day. But she's the one that sat in the Discord conversations and didn't say any of the stuff that she said in the videos, that she pretended like she's this open, honest person that tells you everything to your face about yourself. So,
well, let me ask you this, Jeff. Is any of your past experience with Karens, was any of that kind of unfairly hoisted on Cynthia? Possibly.
I think even if that's the case, you could separate that out. And Cynthia herself deserves the brunt of what I'm directing at her, even without that factored in. Like even if that's there and you factor it in, it's going to be like a micro percentage of the ratio of what she actually deserves from me. So 99 point something% of this is legitimately directed at Cynthia herself, regardless of my past experiences.
What do you think about what Daniel just posted?
I don't know what she means here. She's mad because I didn't realize that the troll was a troll and go talk to her instead.
That is unrealistic, actually, because that was it wasn't videos, it was live streaming.
It's a one strike rule when people come from autism, especially after pretending like it. Some of these people are neurodivergent themselves, by the way, especially after pretending like you have no problem with the autism and then you play that card to attack. There's no 3-strike rule for that. That's an instant strike. That's just pure bigotry and ableism. That's just hateful. That's just a low blow. There's no 3-strike. I'm not so dysfunctional that I need to be enmeshed with a person like that 3 separate times to know they're not a healthy person. One strike is enough to know that when somebody goes after somebody's autism, that is not a nice person. That's not a person I want in my life. I don't know what this means when I had the chance. That's not being fake. Just because you weren't there when I said it doesn't mean I was fake. You're just confused.
Is there any way?
All right, so,
you know how all those the troll posts were in the back chat? Is there any way that we could see those?
I do not know.
I got to remember where they are. One person captured one little snippet of it, and I'm trying to remember where it got posted. Let me see.
I still blame Snafu for everything, by the way.
I don't blame Snafu for what
this
Cynthia
Christian
said about me.
supposes he's
Snafu doesn't control
Christian.
Cynthia's words.
Well, yeah, but he stole her identity, and he lied and deceived. That's very not Christian from a guy who says he's Christian. I take personal offense to that.
Yeah, Daniel, I think you might be right here, which I don't take responsibility for that. I don't go talk to every single person in the panelverse before I say something about them on stream. That's just not realistic to think that I would do that. But what she did in response, the level she escalated to, if that was the stimulus, the level she escalated to in response tells me everything I need to know about Cynthia. I don't know why it's not communicating the same information to everybody else. They're way more tolerant of that kind of stuff than I am, I guess. And the option to make drama about it, because Cynthia could have come to me and had a one-on-one conversation herself. She could have modeled what she's upset that I didn't do. She could have said, hey, in fact, she did. She contacted me and said, I heard there was a troll in the Discord. She read part of the message on stream. She didn't read the full message because the context would not have been completely flattering to her, but she read enough of the message to make her point. And it was a very short conversation about, oh yeah, we're cool, there's no problem. And then we were in the Discord for several days after that. And she never once brought up she had a problem. And she even said she was making a video about me and never once told me what was in it. So she had all these chances to talk to me about whatever her reaction to the troll thing was, and she never did. But for some reason, I'm culpable for not going to talk to her. Why doesn't it work both ways? Especially when she was the one with the problem and I wasn't even aware she had a problem, but I'm supposed to be the one to go talk to her. What a position you have me in. How do I get out of that? How do neurotypicals do it?
But wait a second, she didn't have a problem.
I don't know that she has a problem, but I'm supposed to go talk to her. Meanwhile, she knows she has a problem with me and has every chance to do the same with me and talk to me about it, and she chooses not to. She chooses to make this trash video instead and tell me she's going to make the video without once talking to me. But for some reason, I'm at fault for not knowing she had a problem and talking to her first. This is crazy making. No wonder y'all are so dysfunctional if this is how y'all like your normal way of doing things. Yeah.
The other thing
you think that's what's happening? They're
Jeff,
I don't know who to trust. I honestly don't know who to trust anymore in this panelverse. This troll
Jeff
thing, I'm almost
thought-
glad it kind of happened because I think
Yeah,
at the
well,
end
you-
of it, a lot of things are going to get exposed
actually
that needed to be
talking
exposed.
Cynthia that day.
Do what, Chuck?
I said, you thought you were actually talking to Cynthia that day. And it turns out you wasn't.
Right.
But you
And
didn't
she
know that at the
messaged me,
time.
and she I first found out about it from Cynthia. I got a message from Cynthia later that day that said, "Hey, I heard that somebody showed up as at your show as me. I hope you know that wasn't me," or something like that. And that was the first time I realized, oh, that wasn't the real Cynthia. And we talked about it. And she didn't say any of the stuff she said in that video. I would have addressed it then if she had.
I believe that's true.
So Cynthia she was doing games from the moment it happened to now. She was gaming the whole time with this.
I don't know if I could agree with that.
Well, ask her then why she didn't talk to me instead of making it me about not talking to her, and why she had to go do the video before talking to me first when that was her big complaint about me. She did a video about me to complain that I didn't go talk to her first before doing a video. She doesn't model anything that she's complaining about. She models the complete opposite of it, but they wants to point at other people for not doing it. I don't know how people can't see that.
You know what I see that she was hurt by the fact
so that excuses what she said, and it makes me somehow responsible.
I'm saying that's what caused the reaction, but what I want to know is how public was her church issue with the panels that you were on with her about, or was that only in Discord?
She was the one talking about it. She's talking about the Facebook post. She was the one telling her church story.
In Discord or on Panelverse?
On Panelverse, she did streams on it. She has like videos of, let me tell you my church story. Or should my preacher leave the church? Or should I leave my church? She did videos on it. How am I responsible? Why am I being set up as the perpetrator and her as the victim for shit she did?
I'm saying it's the equal amount of emotional damage, your autism and her church.
What emotional damage did I do to her?
Just the fact that it was brought up and that she's going through it with the church.
What she brought up is that she decided on her own for some reason that preacher should not be working at that church anymore, and she's going to get him fired. I had a problem with that. That's one reason. That's how I lose the jobs I have, because there's some coworker that decides there's something about Jeff that I don't want him working here anymore, and they get allies and they go to a supervisor, and the next thing you know, I'm being pulled into an office and being told that I'm being terminated. No due process whatsoever. So I'm very sensitive to these issues. So when she's talking about this preacher thing, that's what's in my head. I'm like, wait a minute. If she has a problem with the preacher, this is not the way to handle it. And this is exactly how women that have a problem with me handle things. I've been in this preacher's shoes. So I don't know what I said or did to her at the church. Like, I don't know what I'm responsible for in that situation. She brought her drama with the preacher and her decision on what she wanted to do about the preacher. She brought that into the public square. All I did was give my opinion on it from a personal perspective. So what am I suddenly responsible for?
So you got a boatload of her drama with the church laid on you, and she got a little bit of the Karen drama in your past laid on her. Is that fair to say?
I wouldn't call it laid on me. She talked about it. She made videos about it that I watched, and she came on my stream one day and we had a conversation about it, but I didn't feel like she was laying it on me. I just, as she was telling the story, I was realizing that there was something about the way she was going about this that really, really bothered me.
Right, but when you explained it that way, she laid a part of that hurt onto you as a reaction because you were both basically triggered.
Say that again.
So some of the let's just say overreaction on her part of your autism was because of the hurt that she's going through with the church at the present time. Okay, and some of your
what is the hurt she's going to me? She's the aggressor in the church. Again, you're framing her as the victim, and I see her as the
no,
aggressor.
I'm just saying
She
that's
was
how
the
I'm
aggressor
assuming,
when she
actually.
made those videos, and she was an aggressor when she unilaterally decided she did not want this preacher working at her church anymore. That is aggression. That is relational aggression.
Okay, now when you say you put yourself in that preacher's shoes, some of that is the past experience that you had with Karen. So some of what Karen did in the past was being laid on her. It's the same thing.
Okay, wait, walk help me through it again.
Earlier, you said that maybe just a slight percentage of what happened to you in the past with Karen was kind of hoisted on her in part of your reaction because of what happened to you in the past. And I'm saying that is kind of the equivalent of what her overreaction was about saying stuff about you. Okay, so that's kind of a wash. Okay, you know.
Are you saying giving my opinion on her preacher situation was an overreaction? It was an opinion. I can give my opinion on things. I don't think I did anything wrong there. I don't take any of that back.
I'm not saying it was. I'm just saying that some of the way it was being portrayed is partly because of what you had experienced in your past, you know, with the jobs or whatever. Okay. And so she was doing a little bit of that too, because she's right in the midst of the issue with her church. And it, you know, she probably has many friends there, many years, you know, deep connections, all that kind of stuff.
No, nobody talked to her. She put a post on Facebook and they all distanced themselves from her.
Yeah, I'm sure that's
Freak. Okay, here's the thing. Did you watch her videos and the conversation with me? Because I'm going off of what I actually saw from her. Or are you just going off of hearsay?
I'm going off of what you say. I'm going off of what you say, and I believe you.
Because I don't know if you have the full impact of this preacher story. This was Cynthia driving a campaign to get her preacher removed without even talking to the man. And it definitely... I find it very hard to see how someone could not see her as the aggressor in that situation. And when you talk about her as having struggles with her church, and I'm not sympathetic. And that is not what was coming across in these videos that she herself was putting out about this church situation. She was not a victim, and she was not struggling with her church. She didn't like the preacher and wanted to get him fired. And when I tried to ask why, some of the reasons could indicate to me that his neurodivergence was playing a role as well. So I wanted to make sure she wasn't going after this preacher because he was autistic or on the spectrum.
And you talked to her about that, and like, you know, she took your feedback, and you talked to her like.
Yeah, I even told her. I said, if it turns out to, she even said, "Oh, that's right. I didn't think about that." I said, Cynthia, if it does turn out to be neurodivergence and you need someone like with an eye for that, I said, I'd be willing to talk to him or like look at it or something. Because I wanted to make sure there was somebody there with an eye for neurodivergence, if that's what it was, that was impacting the situation. We talked about this on my stream that day she came on.
Okay, that's good. That's really great, actually. So let's just say that the rug was pulled out from under her, or the floor was, you know, pulled out from under her, and it all just fell, you know, all down to the ground.
Are you the rug being the preacher? That was Cynthia trying to pull the rug out from this preacher. So how is that Cynthia having the rug pulled out from under her?
Let's just say her whole situation on that side collapsed totally, and she's in the midst of that, in the emotion of that collapse. And then you had your spur going out on her about the situation and how it was being portrayed. She's obviously gonna feel like she needs to defend herself in some way, and she was hurt. And then she came at you with the hurt, which was based on a fucking asshole, pardon my French, Satanist, basically, snafu, lying and stealing someone's identity and causing this to begin with. Right?
But I had already given my opinion on the preacher thing before snafu came in.
Right, you're justified there. What I'm saying is some of that hurt of the entire church situation, plus what you said about
I'm not sympathetic to her hurt.
caused
I
her
don't
reaction.
consider her hurt legitimate to me. She is the aggressor. She's using relational aggression to get somebody fired. I don't give a shit about her emotional pain if that's what she's going to do with it, is go ruin somebody's life instead of taking a more mature and civilized process. I have no sympathy for her pain. It was subjective pain about her not liking the preacher.
But you
and she
said that
talked
she
about
took
it.
some
She gave all these little vague reasons why she didn't think he was good at the job.
But you said that she heeded some of your advice or whatever. She gave positive feedback on what you were saying.
But what's this pain that I'm supposed to be sensitive to? She tried to destroy a man's life. What is the pain I'm supposed to be?
Her reaction to you and what she said that was harsh about you is what I'm saying. That's part of it is from that. Right? So it's an overreaction.
Of the timeline. It sounds like you're saying I'm not sensitive enough to the pain she was experiencing from this preacher, and you're right. I'm not. I don't see the pain that I'm supposed to be sensitive to.
I'm not talking about the preacher. I'm talking about you. I'm talking about you. How she reacted to you is partly because of the pain she's going through with the church.
But that's not my fault. I'm not responsible for that.
It's not your fault, but it's still going to happen. That's just the
it doesn't happen with people that have the maturity to have it happen a different way, which she pretends like she has.
You never heard the expression crap rolls downhill?
Right, right, exactly. But it sounds like what the conversation is defending that and making me somehow culpable for some of it.
I'm not. I'm trying to get you to empathize a little bit with why she might react
about with somebody who tried to destroy a man's life and somebody who made 2 attack videos about me and my autism. What is it you're trying to get me to sympathize with again? Help me out here. This is going to be a tricky one.
She would react that harshly. Why she would react that harshly. It has nothing to do with the preacher at this point, okay? It's how she's reacting to you.
It's hard for me to be empathetic to how she reacted to me. It was so extreme
again, Jeff,
severe.
If you're talking about your autism on the streams all the time, and a safe place for men, and this and that, and that's all public, and everyone empathizes with you, and maybe your past experience with Karen was not all good, and you dumped a smidgen of his percentage on her. I'm just saying it's the same thing. It's a wash, and there should be an understanding of that between you both. And to blame Staffu already. What the hell?
I'd like to ask you if I can add another non-neurodivergent perspective on this whole thing without attacking Cynthia, because that's not my goal here. Because she and I have our different things too. But can you hear me? And
Yeah.
Can I offer?
Yes, please, and welcome, Easy. I want to get your thoughts too.
I didn't plan this speakeasy. Sorry about that timing.
No,
Okay,
you good. You good.
I'll be
It's
really
all good.
I'll try to be quick. Okay. One of the most important things to Cynthia, and she said so many times, is her religion and her religious beliefs. And she's very tight with her church, and that is paramount, primary in her life. And one of the things that's paramount and primary in your life is this autism thing, and it's both a burden and a bane, a burden and you're an advocate for that. You feel very strongly that people with autism are not misrepresented, and they don't get victimized like you did at your jobs with people commandeering you. So you're closely concerned about this case because Cynthia is trying to get a preacher gone, and you feel sympathy for the preacher or fired.
I felt that anyway before the neurodivergence. We don't know that he's neurodivergent, but as she was describing some of her issues, the thought came in my head that perhaps autism could be some of this. But that was more of a side thing.
Do you see though how
I had a reaction to what she was doing with the preacher before we even started talking about whether he could be autistic or not.
Okay.
Just as another human being.
Could just
have that done to him.
More comments. My point really was both of you are dealing with things that are near and dear to your heart, and that means so much to you that you get very defensive about it. And so here's both of you getting triggered and being defensive and being a little overly emotional. Her video was over the top. I saw it with you when I was here.
But I'm not attacking her personal stuff.
I understand.
I'm attacking the specific things about it that I have a problem with.
Most importantly, your goal here was to talk and to get this out of the way, to get it over with and to be so congenial again. But what you have here is an audience, me, myself included, and you're talking to all of us instead of talking to Cynthia herself. You're making her type in chat, which
I'm not making her do anything. I am not making her. I do not control where she types.
I just want to finish my thoughts because
what I'm doing is what I thought I was doing was answering Freak's questions. I don't really have it. This conversation is not for Cynthia. It was for DaFreak.
Then why is she here talking? And
I don't know. I didn't invite her.
But you are talking to her.
You just assumed what his point was and why she's in the chat.
He told us. He told us his point is to work
of
this
answering
out.
questions. He told you the point of answering DaFreak's questions.
I'm trying to say that I'm giving a different perspective. I'm I'm not
right, but with the presumption that he has somehow made Cynthia come here to the chat.
No, I'm not saying that. Cynthia comes on her own volition.
Well, you said I was making her type stuff in the chat.
No, I thought that you weren't welcoming her on the panel and that you wanted her to stay.
You didn't say
chat.
that. You said I was making her type stuff in the chat. That's what you
So
just
she
said.
could come up here if she wants to.
Oh, no, I'm definitely not. Oh, I see. By not letting her up, then she has no other. Yeah, okay.
I'm saying
yeah,
because you're technically not letting her up.
I told her she could chat in the comments.
Who gives a fuck? It's his show. Who cares? Who cares if he lets her up or not?
From my point of view only, as I said in the beginning, if you and I were having an argument that we wanted to solve, I would want it to be me and you on panel without the audience, because this is so personal to you too. It means just as much to her as it means to you. But all we're doing is making comments, and I'm trying to be helpful if I can, which maybe I'm not being at all, but I'm trying to be helpful and saying as a non-neurodivergent person, that in itself would bug me because it takes so long to type. I can't spit out all my words as quickly as I'm thinking them. And what if it was just you two, no drama, no audience, working this out?
I'll tell you why. Because Cynthia chose for it to be that way. She had every chance for it to be a conversation because I didn't even know she had these issues. Instead, she chose to make a video, and she came and told me, I'm making a video about you. And the other thing, Lindsay, she said, is because she wants to learn how to do better content. So she wants to make a video to practice. And she was going to use me and Moose to practice her one-on-one content like she did with you. She said she made one with you. We were going to be her next one. So Cynthia is the reason it didn't happen like you described. But so that's who you need to be telling it to, not me. I don't know why you're up here telling me a mature way I could have handled it when I'm not the one that decided to handle it.
Lindsay, didn't you have similar
I was perfectly willing to have a conversation.
Didn't you have similar experiences where you asked for things to be done in private and they said, go fuck yourself, and did it all in public?
We're not talking about me, and I don't know.
No, but I'm saying you've had this
parallel.
similar experience. So logic would just say, like, yeah, this is why it's in public because this is just how they do this shit.
I did that because I don't have a problem with it. I'm not in love with it, but I don't have a problem with it. It's okay. People will call me names. That's what it is. It is what it is. They're just names. I know who I am. Other people, like Cynthia, I don't know, might prefer one-on-one conversation, and it annoys them to have an audience at something they feel a lot of emotions over. But I get you, okay? Listen, I'm not here to attack you. In fact, it kind of bothered me that one person should be supported over the other, which I think that DaFreak was doing in this case, because she mostly was in the wrong in my eyes. But, and I know you needed that validation, you needed to hear it. You're not crazy. She was vicious in her video. Another reason, when she gets mad, I'm not listening to that video because it's full of awkward emotion. She's very bitter. She's very hurt. So she's not likely to be very logical and clear at the time. So I let her do her thing and call me all
So
kinds of
just who
names.
cares? Fuck it. Who cares what people do out of emotion? Someone was emotional when they fucking killed this person. Who cares? Let's just let them be.
Speak easy. What have
But
you
the
got
thing
against me?
is,
What are you doing? I'm
It's
trying to
not
help.
against you. It's against your view right now, right?
I'm not
It's not about
debating.
you
I'm here to help
personally.
her.
It's not
I'm here
about
to
you
help.
personally at all. It's about what you're
You made
saying
it
right
about
now.
me.
You're saying they should just. You just said the video was vicious. But
Yes.
a mature way to do this is, just go in a nice, calm manner and do like what.
I am
Why?
calm, and I'm speaking to Jeff because I'm a friend of his.
I'm not talking about you. I said that was your answer to
Well, you
Jeff
called
just now.
you were like criticizing the process.
Yeah, your take just now. Your take. See, you took
But
it
I'm not here to
personal.
debate.
That's your problem
I'm
right
not
now.
here to.
You just took it personal. I didn't say anything
No, I
about you.
didn't come on here to talk to you. No disrespect. I think
Yeah,
you're
but I'm
great.
here and I'm talking.
I'm
So
talking.
if you don't
I
like
am
it, you
talking
could
to.
leave, right? Because I came here to give.
I'm
Do
talking
you
to.
have a take? Are you familiar with the drama? Do you have a take on
Well,
it?
I've been listening here for a little while now, and I had a personal critique about what I was listening to, but I had no problem letting Lindsay go first, but like there's just a lot of assumptions I heard, and a lot of just
I'm gonna
things
get
I
down.
think is not
Thanks,
the best
Jeff.
advice.
I wasn't giving advice. I was saying if I were. He asked neurotypical people to get up and say their opinion, or he didn't ask us to get up. He said, the question was something like, am I missing something? Because to my autistic mind, this does not make sense.
I do appreciate.
What do you anti-neurotypical, however you want to call it?
Yeah, I did say something like, I don't know how neurotypicals are doing it either. It's something like.
He invited those up. I gave my short take on it and trying to help, clarify the issue. By no means do as I do. You can do as you want to do according to your personality, your standards, everything. I just gave an opinion that you asked for, and I'm done. I'm down. Thank you.
Snafu, I'm definitely coming for you, punk.
Yeah, thank you, Lindsay. I think it was a good perspective, and I appreciate you sharing it.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
I don't disagree with it. I don't understand how all the responsibilities fall on me somehow. This is totally a Cynthia production from the start. All I did was get fooled by a troll, and she took it and ran.
You both overreacted emotionally, and it was because of one ass HOLE.
Well, are you the emotion police? Are you going to write me a ticket for?
No, well, no. I'm saying it's a wash. I'm saying it's a wash. And I'm definitely going to be fucking you up, Snafu, hereafter.
I don't think it's a wash. I don't think I said anything nearly as hateful to Cynthia as she said to me, but that's subjective too. I'm okay if people see it as a wash.
Well, if you need some validation for that, I will validate you right there. I agree.
I mean, I think she took it to I can go to that level, but I don't. And that's how I know that I didn't go to that level, because I know what it looks like when I do. And I definitely wasn't anywhere close to that. Easy, what's up?
Oh, I was listening to some of your critiques and what you said your original problem was about her starting a campaign against against her pastor, right? To get him out of his position.
Yeah.
This
was all from her telling.
Right. Yeah. So I do agree this is a good thing to criticize, right? I wouldn't have agreed exactly with the reasoning, because I'm not 100% sure on this. So, I could be wrong about this, but as to my knowledge, like the pastor of the church is supposed to be the person that's leading everyone in church. And I think if you were to say a certain level of severity in autism you would want them to be more looked after rather than led. Would you agree with this?
Say that again.
Depending on the severity of someone's autism, you would want them to be looked after rather than leading people and looking after people, right?
I would say it depends on the situation, but there
Right.
there
Yeah,
are
no,
some
no, exactly.
situations where
Yeah.
that could be true. Yes.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It depends on the severity and everything in between here. So
Yeah,
what I
I
was
can get that.
saying, what I was also listening to though, was the problem I had with what you were describing was with the fact that Cynthia is a woman, to my understanding, and she's campaigning about who's running the church. And if you read the Bible or pay attention to the scriptures at all when you're in church, it's clearly stated that like it's supposed to be men leading the church. So I think she's like kind of going against her own beliefs here when she's, campaigning and trying to get people put out of their positions when she's not supposed to do this as a woman.
Interesting. And I don't know, because different denominations might have different interpretations of that, or might emphasize that to different degrees. So I don't know. I don't know her background, but that's a good point I didn't think of.
Yeah, that was my my thing that I was like, oh, I'm surprised Jeff didn't point this out, but I guess he didn't think of it, so that makes sense.
Yeah, it just seemed like if you have a problem with somebody, that you would want them to participate in some kind of due process as part of the solution.
Oh yeah, that's what I do usually. I open like my channel anytime someone comes in my chat and they say like, you're this, or I have a problem with the way you say that. I just open my panel up to them and say, yeah, come up then. Like, that's what I do right away. I do that stuff right away, right? The only times I'll make videos about people is when they're doing things that are severe that like need to be shown to other people, right? Like something that's like, they're scamming people with their channel or some shit like this, right? Like where the people that are part of their communities need to know this. But like the whole drama fucking bullshit, it's not worth it.
You know who Snaps is, whatever.
Oh, that guy's weirdo. The only encounter I've ever had with them, they named off a bunch of stuff about my channel, and I never heard their name in my life, and I was like, whoa, that's some stalker ass shit, dude.
They try to strike whatever they can find.
What do you think about this guy actually calling himself a Christian, where we read in Revelation 12:9, where it says, the accuser of the brethren day and night who accused the brethren, coming up as a fake Cynthia on Jeff's back channel and basically instigating him to cause this reaction. That's what really is the root of what happened. The emotional outburst is basically just what do you call it? What do they say? Like cannon fodder, like
that's not the root. That was just the catalyst. That's not the root.
It is the root, because what you say about her having all that steam built up, she could say the same thing about you when you spurred out on the fake troll. So it's another wash.
I think you want to see after he talked to Cynthia, he came on his next live and apologized on air. I thought
I did. I told her. Hey, thank you, Chuck. I totally forgot about that.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying. I'm trying to recollect in my mind.
I forgot because when Cynthia told me she was not the real troll, we talked. She told me everything was fine. I thought it was over. And I said, Cynthia, the next time I stream, I will be sure and clear that up. And she's like, oh, I know you will. I'm not worried. And the very next time I streamed, I opened with, I said explanation and apology. And I explained what happened and I took it back.
You know, another thing, I bet you none of us would be here in the chat, in the panel, if we didn't both want to see you both reconcile. Maybe
I don't want to reconcile. You're gonna have to teach me how to reconcile with somebody that said the shit she said about me.
I'm not gonna lie. At least, with what I was hearing, but I get with what you're saying, DaFreak. I do get with because especially if you guys share communities and whatnot, I can see a lot of the chatters wanting to see reconciliation. But yeah, that was the critique I had. But one more tip that I just learned today, so I think everybody needs to know this. If you have heartburn, eat a teaspoon of mustard and it'll fix it instantly.
Like yellow mustard?
Yeah, and it works. I did it today. I didn't believe it. And then someone was like, do it. In my chat, they told me go do it. I did it. It works. So that's my tip for you guys of the day. But yeah, I'm going to get out of your hair here. Jeff, too. Also, I haven't seen you on Verbal Combat in a while.
No.
Come by again. Come by again. Well, it's $100 prize now, too. So come by again.
You still promote channels? Well, I'll tell you what happened.
You still get
I
the
showed up
promotion for the week. Yeah, you still get the promotion for the week, but you get $100 prize as well.
I don't want to be on a panel with Ben Thorpe on it, and I showed up one day, and he showed up, and
I get it. He doesn't really come around much anymore.
He started, but
yeah, he doesn't really come around much anymore. It's pretty all over the place. You never know who's going to show up, but yeah, it's they've been wild lately. So especially with the prize ad, and a lot more people on the left side have been coming by too, which is awesome. So yeah.
Okay, and that's every Friday.
Every Friday, 9:30 p.m. Eastern to 2:30 a.m. Eastern.
Okay, check out Easy. I'll drop his channel.
Word, appreciate it. But yeah, come by, man. We need some more. We need some more people on the left side too, because sometimes the guys just start having to roast each other because they all agree.
Oh,
no, lately it's been good though. Actually. Last Verbal Combat, one of the people that was more left leaning actually won a 1v1 and everything. They went hard, so it's been good over there. So yeah, come by again.
Okay, I'll keep an eye on it.
All right, take care.
Thanks.
Jeff's
Easy.
definitely not a crazy lefty extremist though. Like I would definitely say that.
But you could get Fatty. Or Lib doesn't come around much anymore. And who's the other one? Rowan. I wonder if Rowan would do it.
Yeah, Uncle Fatty was definitely left.
Rowan would be great. He might even win.
King Philip said to maybe frame it from your point of view, and what I'll say is, that day you declared it a men's panel, mm-hmm. and you had, I think, 3 different women immediately, basically kind of like, wah, why can't we wah, right? But what I'm saying is you were already being kind of instigated and triggered before Snafu Troll came up and instigated you completely.
DaFreak, quit poking it.
I'm just trying to stick.
Is that somehow supposed to mitigate the stuff she said in those videos?
It's supposed to mitigate your reaction.
You should understand the same way you had something sent you on a bad reaction, something sent her on a bad reaction. That may be
right. I'm not responsible for that. I didn't. If something I did sent her on a bad reaction, then she needs to stay away from it. It's easy. We're not competitive.
No. I didn't. Okay, I wasn't even talking about you sent her on her bad reaction. I guess. You were the cause of that. I just meant people do dumb shit and can send you on a bad reaction. As Troll jumped in your back check and sent you. You can understand some sent her.
My reaction was not what I saw in that video. I don't see my reaction being equivalent to what she did in those 2 videos. I don't. If other people look at it and see equivalency, that's fine. I can't.
She might.
I didn't go personal with her. I didn't talk about her past, her history, anything. I kept to the specific issues I had a problem with, mainly around this preacher and the way her relational aggression.
I get that. I don't remember what you said about her, whether she considers it personal or whatever, but I totally understand what you're saying.
It doesn't, and it doesn't matter if you see it that way. It only matters how she saw it that way, to be honest. And same with you. But what I'm saying is, we had Duchess of Dutch or whatever she was in, and I think maybe it was Bex or maybe it was someone else, another woman. When you said that this is a male panel only, they all kind of got butthurt and said, "Well, we want to talk and we want to say something too." And you're like, "Nope," which you normally, which you do, and that's fine.
He
Everyone knows
said,
that.
I'm having a men's
So
panel
hold
today.
on. So you were already kind of a little bit irritated at that point, and then when Snafu Troll came up, he just got you really fired up, and then that's when you were overreacting.
It was because he was saying I was like he was making it seem like Cynthia thought I was sexist, which it turns out she did. She said that in the video too. But she tried to pretend like she wasn't when we talked.
She was reacting to what you said.
Right, Cynthia, that's what you said the day it happened. I remember the comments because that's the part I didn't see. But then when you did your video, you did say all the stuff about the problems you had about it being a male panel. So I'm like, oh, so she did have a problem after all. She pretended like she didn't.
Ain't that what both of y'all did?
Her story was, why would you think it was me? I can't believe you thought I was a troll. I don't have a problem with all male panel. But it turns out she did because she said it in the video.
I would agree. And when couldn't she say the same thing? You seemed, well, that was what she said, that you seemed to be cool, like everything was great. But it turns out you had some things that you didn't dig about her that you didn't say either.
I did say, though. I had been saying. She's not to her face. That's what she's mad about. But I was saying them on stream. She just wasn't around. I don't know. I didn't know I'm supposed to go tell every single person that shows up on stream what I said about them on stream every day. It wasn't a male panel about you. Oh my God, the ego. How are you? How is it all male panel about you?
She's talking about right now. She's talking about right now.
Oh, well, she could make another reaction video then. That's the method she prefers.
She wants to come up and talk to you.
I'm not interested in having a relationship with Cynthia. Did you see me in my relationship with Chris? Why would I resume a relationship with you and not him?
Wait, Chris,
because it's Snafu's fault.
Wait, Chris, ain't all right there. You guys fell out, Chris.
It was like a kind of a slow decline in a way, but it escalated. There's several things that escalate. It was all on stream too, and the last day he was on stream, he came up attacking me from autism, and he specifically told people it's because I'm trying to think of things to hurt him. He was specifically trying to hurt me. And trying to think what he could come up and attack me for that would hurt me. So I don't know about y'all. Maybe I am the freak, but when people try to hurt me, those are not people that I keep in my life. Like, I don't know why, if someone's trying to hurt you, you would advocate for them being in your life or having another person have that person in their life.
I'll tell you why. Because even your best friend, when he get mad at you, tries to hurt you and says low things. So if you cut out everyone who tries to hurt you, might
I don't come from.
Lonely.
I come for. That's not how we do it in my hood. If someone's trying to hurt you, that's not a friend.
You know, in my hood, we like to we do things like sell drugs and rob motherfuckers and stuff. So should I just do it even though it's evil? That's how I do it in my hood. It's not a good excuse. If I want to be a better man, I got to better myself. Same applies to you, pimp. If something is wrong in the way they did it in your hood, like you said, you got to meet more people, get out and on all of those things. Part of that is understanding people's nature. And that's your best friend, regretfully, will do that thing that you're talking about. He'll go low and call me the hard R or something like that. When people are hurt, they reach for that shit. Some people anyway.
Well, that the friendship ends at that point, I guess.
I hear what you're saying. I'm saying I don't think that's wise because you got.
I mean, I don't go and attack my friends and try to hurt them and then expect to still have the same friendship afterwards. I've never done that.
Yes, but that's nothing to do with nothing, though.
One stupid snapper turtle and much goods ruined for nothing.
It's not like Cynthia wouldn't be feeling what she was feeling, which she said in those videos, but for Snaff.
I think that why would she say that unless she was reacting to what you said?
Because it was stuff from prior. It was stuff from months ago that was built up. Like, how can you have a reaction to something months after the fact? All of a sudden, you have a reaction to it.
That's an assumption, Jeff. I hate to say it, but that's an assumption.
How is it an assumption that if she's telling me, attacking me for my autism, that How is it an assumption that she never had a problem with it until one point in time she all of a sudden started? No, if she's attacking me for my autism, that means it was on her radar to be attacked very early. She knew I was autistic from the start. Like what? She had that card waiting from the start. You don't just suddenly come up with that card if you knew the person was autistic the whole time. That doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense because you're actually what you're doing is mind reading, and you can't do that.
She said it in her video. Why are you accusing me of mind reading something that came out of her mouth?
He's got an argument. Relax.
The video is fact. That actually happened.
Making right now. You're accusing me of reacting to things that I'm imagining when they came out of her video.
No, I know the video is true. It actually did happen. But you are assuming what she was thinking in her mind, and no one can do that.
She said it. It was all about my autism, and she brought up rocking and the rocking horse world that you live in and all kind of shit. She said it with her mouth. It's not an assumption. She said the autism, and she's known about that for months. So if she's attacking the autism, she's attacking something she had knowledge of for months.
If you would, let's just say that the troll never came in. Let's just say the troll never came in that day, and you didn't have that reaction. Would she have never mentioned it?
She would have still in the back of her mind been noticing and having some kind of thought about the autism. Yeah, she just doesn't suddenly come out and have a problem with my autism out of the blue like that.
But
watch the video. I don't know what people are talking about. I attacked her, other than I gave my opinion on the preacher thing and said what a Karen she was, which she showed herself to be. You call it an attack, but I call it a description because everything I said about her that day, she demonstrated. She acted out like more precisely than I could even describe it. So how is that an attack when you're saying something about a person that turns out to be absolutely 100% true?
So are you saying that
I attacked her being a woman?
Are you saying that?
Hold on, Lindsay. I attacked her being a woman. What did I say?
Yeah, I don't know about that part. But while she's
now,
writing
Lindsay's throwing out some. Show me where what did I say about her being a woman? If you want to get in the ring too.
I want to get in the ring.
Well, come on, bro. Get it.
I'll say, Jeff, you would not be here. If
hey. I got the floor. Let me say this. From someone who lives with, what's the word you use, Jeff? Neurodivergent? Autism?
Yeah.
As someone who lives with one on a daily basis, I can tell you that when you attack their autism, they get extremely upset about it. They can't. My son can't help it.
Are you just waiting on Lindsay's response or something?
I don't know what she's talking about. I can't, first of all, how is that an attack on Cynthia? Like Cynthia took, even if I said I can't stand women, Cynthia took that as a personal attack.
You do realize
none of you are making sense.
Here, let me try and make a little sense. Do you think that that troll in the background made you think that was Cynthia, and your response you think was level and not anger, an anger response, a bit of an attack? We're crazy out on a limb for saying that. You don't talk like that.
That's subjective anyway. I don't think it was, but if somebody else watches it and wants to think that, I'm okay with them thinking that. That's their subjective reaction to it. There's no way to objectively quantify.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
How excessive it may or may not have been. But none of it was an attack on Cynthia, and the attack that Lindsay's saying that I said was that I what is it, women? I cannot stand women, and that's somehow the attack on Cynthia. So the accusations are just getting crazier and crazier.
Okay, let me explain it. First of all, I do not want to fight with you. I do not want to hurt your feelings. I don't want you to hurt mine. I need to stay out of fights because I've been in 3 or 4 recently.
Okay.
And, I have to look at that because I'm the common denominator. So I'm trying to change for the better and not be so overly emotional and so impetuous.
I don't believe in over emotion. I think Your emotions are fine.
Okay, what I meant by my comment, and you are free to correct me, defend yourself, do whatever you think is necessary, but I am not against you. Okay, she said something, you were reacting to her video, you were taking snippets from her video, and at one point you made comments about she's like a woman, and women don't make sense, and they're overly emotional, they lack whatever it was that you said about them. I can't remember specifically.
It was that
It was
day,
in that
and it was
video.
specifically about her.
What? Now I'm going to tell you why that is attacking. It's an inadvertent attack. It's an inadvertent ad hom because it insinuates just the same as if you said you're stupid. So what you say?
I called her
doesn't count.
Karen too.
It's a yeah, okay.
Which I meant
Okay,
that.
it's an invalidating comment. What I mean
Yeah,
by
I don't care about her feelings. Like if that's
you
the
don't
attack,
care
okay,
about-
I attacked her. I don't consider that an attack.
then you can see.
But if that was what she
It's
took as an attack,
subtext. Read the subtext of the things that you say, the things that you imply, because that can be taken as that. You know what? You don't matter.
I don't
because
you
A,
understand
you're-
autism. I don't care about that. I don't care about how people take what I say. They're responsible for how they take something.
Then how
I
do
don't
you-
have to sit here and anticipate how every single human being is going to take something.
I agree.
I can just say what I want to say, and then they
You
can
can't.
take it how they take it, and then we can take it from there.
That applies to
Unfortunately, you
all,
can't.
Jeff. That applies to all. A person can say what they want to say, and you don't have to worry about what a motherfucker says. And can I
depends on
say,
your-
Jeff, all those things Lindsay said would show an attack. Plus, your tone was clearly an attack tone. Are we just forgetting that? You don't normally talk like
That's
that unless you
now you're the
angry and
tone police.
attacking a motherfucker. No, I'm
I
not
don't
tone police. I'm
care
making
if
an
people
observation.
thought my tone was attacking or what I said was attacking.
You said
I'm
that you're
okay with
repeating
people
yourself.
thinking that was an attack. I'm just saying in my mind, I was not attacking. I was not what she did to me in the video. That's what I call an attack. I didn't do anything close to
It
that.
was.
No, it's subjective.
And for some
I don't
reason,
think
people
it was an attack.
feel it.
It's
They want like
subjective.
me to have an equal level of responsibility, even though I think what she did in that video towards me was way worse than anything I did to her. And I'm not going to take equal responsibility in this.
No one asked you to.
No one's asked you to.
That's not what I'm. That's not the impression I'm getting today.
Well, you're way off. All we're
In
saying
fact,
is
I
trying
think
to make
some commenters even said that almost verbatim.
not up here.
So I don't know what y'all are wanting. Y'all are wanting me to either see something
wanted you to
that
stick
you
to
think
your
I'm not
argument.
seeing, or you want me to take responsibility for something that you think I have some kind of culpability for.
Here's where I'm lost here. You announced that you don't mind fighting, you don't mind debating, you don't mind having contention with Cynthia, that itself, and you don't care about her feelings. But then you mentioned clear as day that your goal was to eventually get it over with and move on, hopefully to come to some reconciliation kind of thing.
No, not with Cynthia.
Yeah, you did say that about
No,
Cynthia.
no. You talking about today?
Yeah.
No, absolutely not. I'm sorry if you got misled. I was wanting to clear it up for people like DaFreak and the rest of the panel. I did not mean that I did not mean y'all to think that I'm intended to work it out with Cynthia herself. I said many times after what she said on that video, there is no recovering from that. I don't know how. I don't have the skill set to be friends with somebody that hateful towards me. I just don't.
If I were to
I never
rephrase-
have.
I want
I
to
get that,
rephrase this. to
Why
make
would
sure
you
that you're-
encourage somebody to hang out with or to repair with somebody that said all the stuff she
I
said about
wouldn't,
you?
but I thought that was your
Why
aim.
is that so important for y'all to have me reconcile with somebody like that?
Who is
Do
y'all?
y'all
I
have
think
your
you're
own
just
motives or
talking to
agendas in here?
Lindsay. Who is y'all?
No,
Please
no,
address
no,
one
no,
at a
don't
time.
do
Then
that.
why do people care? Like anybody could watch that video and say, "Oh my God, I don't blame him for not wanting anything to do with her. I can totally see why he doesn't want to reconcile with her. That was fucking hateful." Why?
Well, then why would you have her here? Why would you
Huh?
kick her out instead of
I
entertaining
didn't
her?
call
and
her
writing back?
here. She's here because she wants to be here. I
You
didn't
can
invite
kick her out
here.
of your room. You don't want
It's
to hear
my
from her.
fault.
I've been kicked out of rooms.
I brought it up.
I've
I
been
don't
kicked
want to
out
kick her out.
because people don't want to hear what I have to say or
Go
whatever it
start
is.
your own channel and kick out who you want. I don't have to kick her out.
Oh my God.
Is that
Jeff,
because I don't kick her out that makes what you're saying about me true somehow?
Jeff, this isn't us against you. I'm actually trying earnestly to be helpful in some way. And I haven't. I have
Well,
validated.
it's like you're trying to get me to see fault for something that I don't think
I'm
that I have
not.
fault for.
You said you didn't say the thing. You can rewind this and hear yourself say why it would be confusing to someone like me who came in and heard you say that. That's easy to understand. Now, if I'm totally wrong, I would like to restate this and say, A, she is not welcome here. B, you don't like her. C, you don't want to talk to her. And D, you don't care about her
I
feelings.
said all that after she made that video. I don't want anything to do with somebody like that.
Then what are
I
we
said,
doing?
I don't know what you're confused about. I said that not only today, ever since she made the video, I've been saying that consistently.
I'm confused about the fact that she's
So
still
if I
here
said
and
anything that had
you don't
people
let me
thinking
finish.
that I want to reconcile with Cynthia, I apologize. There never once that I
It was a
anything.
misunderstanding. It's okay. It's okay.
I
That's
know it's
DaFreak.
okay. I don't know what you're confused. I'm trying
That
to
was
clarify.
DaFreak was the one trying to
request.
reach reconciliation.
Okay. DaFreak, bad.
Bad DaFreak.
Bad boy.
And I was trying to get Jeff to, I was trying to influence him a bit. I want him to move around better and not let people get under his skin and all that. So I was offering a bit of what I thought would be helpful advice. I'm not ashamed to say that shit.
Well,
I brought it up because I've been rejected by IFI and his conservatoria and from other people, and so then I kind of brought up this whole, because Jeff is kind of the scapegoat in this situation, and just kind of like relating, and that's how it all started. So it is my fault, and I'm sorry for everything.
Well, let's get on Cynthia for a little bit then, because this should be easy to do. She totally overreacted. You didn't go over and talk to Jeff peacefully like you should have. At least I don't know if you did. And you went live and you let loose all of that shit, faux pas, missteps. Do better next time, in my opinion.
Well said. And, same goes for others of us. Like
I
me.
don't owe Cynthia anything after those videos, and I can't believe people think that I do.
I don't, and you already said you don't care what other people think.
Yeah, no, I don't think you owe her anything. I just
why would I care about?
I'm getting to know you. Why would I know off the bat? I'm getting to know you better.
If you watch those two videos she made, why would I care about what someone like that thought? Like, that's what I don't get. Like, either people have not seen the videos, or they don't get they're not having the same impact or gravity that they had on me. Maybe they were the target of them, so they're receiving them differently. But if you're the target of a video like that, why can't someone put themselves in my shoes and understand why I would not want anything to do with somebody like that?
I can understand.
It's not that hard to understand to me if somebody made a video like that about you. In fact, she did make one about you.
It makes sense. I know. I've had videos made about me.
Hateful. I even said so on the stream.
I don't watch them.
I would disagree. That's why I don't like Jeff saying y'all as if everybody has the same mindset. Please address who you're speaking to, because most
of the people today in this conversation.
I never watch them.
It's
never
just
watch
two
any of them.
people up here in this conversation.
Again, the conversation today. There's been commenters. There's been people on the panel. It's a general y'all.
All right, I got you. All right, I can't address what they said. And to be honest, I just got here again. I was here earlier. I just got back here.
Would you not say that you're having somewhat of an emotional reaction right now, Jeff?
Yeah, but so what? I'm an emotional person, and men can be emotional. Like, that. This whole stream is so men can be emotional. Do you have a problem with my emotions now? Why would you bring up my emotionality at all?
No, you should have brought them up. You did right. Yes, the only thing you got right in that sentence was yes. Everything after that, I'm an emotional man. I'm supposed to do those things.
What, Joe, who are you now? What are you here to correct?
Okay,
you're the teacher and you're grading this is, okay, hang on.
I'm not trying to jump on you. I'm trying to learn with you.
No, y'all are both get the fuck out of my panel. Y'all are both gaslighting. You're pretending like you're up here trying to have a sane, rational conversation, and you're gaslighting and bullshitting and playing games. The light bulb just went off. Fuck both of you. You're not here for truth. You're not here for, this is not any kind of friendship, and it's not any kind of trying to understand what's going on. This is fucking manipulation. Joe's like, you did the correct thing this time, but everything after that, who are you to correct my expression? I don't know if this
Fuck
is
you, Snafu.
neurotypical
I'm
stuff
fucking you
or
up.
this is, I don't know what it is, but there's something I wasn't picking up on that I think I'm picking up on now. And they're not here for noble purposes. They're not. I could tell. This is mobbing.
You handled the dog pile well, though.
I just noticed it was a dog pile. When the light bulb went off, it oh man.
Take a deep breath. Everybody, take a deep breath.
I'm just frustrated because I'm trying to give the rational conversation to the people that I think want it, and there's people I think that are pretending to want that, but they're doing other things. And I'm taking everybody as though they want understanding, and I'm trying to give that, and I think it's being manipulated.
Which you kind of have to, but also, yeah, sometimes it.
That what?
I said, I feel like you have to. Sometimes I do that too. You have to assume they want to understand, but then eventually you can come to the conclusion that they don't.
Yeah, it just took me a while. All right. So how are you? What's up?
I'm all right. I was laughing because the original title of your video. I have some dirty jobs to do in the morning, so.
Oh, some actual sweaty ass jobs.
Yeah, I'm gonna go brand some cattle, and I'll get some. If I'm lucky, it'll just be sweaty and a little bit bloody, and I won't have to deal with the green stuff.
You're branding cattle?
Yeah.
You get the best jobs.
What's his name?
There's too many of them to have names.
I heard that.
There's steer and there's heifer, and one of them, I work the head. So if it's a heifer, then I'm the one who's in a hurry, and if it's a steer, if it's a bull, then I have time while my sister makes it a steer.
So you're helping out your sister?
No, we're actually helping out my granddad.
Oh, well, that does sound exciting.
You hope it doesn't get too exciting, because it can get pretty wild if things.
Hell, I don't even remember what I came up for now.
Oh. Well, I don't know if it even matters now.
I think it was the title, something about sweaty ass Chuck.
Well, that was me and Un-Trackable.
Un-Trackable.
We're talking about his work history, and it just made me think jobs, like all the work, just the jobs that people do as part of society in America. And I don't know. I like that.
There's some fun jobs that are still get pretty sweaty. All my band gigs are outdoors this summer, seems like, so that's fun and perspiring.
That's what I want. I think I want something like landscaping or gardening or something outdoors.
Outdoors is good if you can handle it. It doesn't bother you.
Yeah, I think I've been indoors for too long.
Yeah, you gotta have a little bit. I can't handle the heat in the summer like I used to, but I can handle it for 2 or 3 hours before the sun gets too hot.
Freak, it's not your fault. You had questions I was trying to clear up. You had some to me, it seemed like some misapprehensions. You thought some things that I didn't understand why you thought them. And I was trying to clear all that up and understand why you thought them too, because they were about me and it was confusing. And so that's what a lot of this was me trying to give you that clarity. And then I figured this is a chance for everybody to just wrap it up once and for all and understand it, so I don't have to talk about it again. And I don't know if that was such a good idea. But I can definitely tell you, this is the last day I want it on my stream. So if there's any more comments or questions about it, y'all are just going to have to do it on Discord.
Appreciate you, Jeff. You know, I consider you a friend, so sorry for any stress, whatever. You know,
No, you don't have to apologize for the stress. I'll handle it. Part of it is just getting caught off guard by the perceptions that are out there and how different they are from my own.
I just want to let you know that I think that everything you did and everything she did is justified and everything, except that at this point, I just don't understand why she would reconcile with Snafu and not you. And I'm gonna ask her about that. So, otherwise, whatever happens,
Well, she doesn't have the option to reconcile with me is part of the answer. But even if she did, she's never attempted. And you could see all the stuff she was saying today. So I think that's.
I don't know. I mean, if you're both this still hurt about it, then there's something there. That's all I'll say.
I'm not hurt about it. None of it caught me by surprise because it was the exact stuff I was saying about her. So I saw this coming. That's part of the problem is I was calling it out early. And she just found out about it or something. But I think it's I don't know. It just seems like drama at this point because it could have been handled in so many other ways, and the opportunities to handle it were even there. And I just didn't know that there was something to talk about, or I would have even brought it up.
Probably. Another thing I'll say is there wouldn't be this many people in chat or came up on panel, if they weren't concerned for both parties. Okay?
I don't believe it. I don't believe that one bit. I do not believe that Joe Cool and Lindsay and the trolls in the comments were up here because they were concerned for me. I don't believe
really
that. For some reason they are invested in two narratives: A, saving Cynthia and redeeming her somehow, and having her continue to be part of the community and reconcile. So that, and to me, that's a sign of dysfunction. This community is very invested in dysfunction. They keep dysfunctional people. They go out of their way to keep dysfunctional people in the community. And people like me who try to get unenmeshed from the dysfunction, I notice get attacked a lot and pulled back down.
And people like to talk about people.
Yeah, that's true. But all right. I think I don't know what else to say. It's just I think people have your I don't want to say best interest, but I think people care about you too, Jeff.
Did they watch the video that Cynthia made of me? If they have my best interest at heart and they watch those videos, then Cynthia is the person they need to be talking to and telling all this to. I don't know why it's being directed at me. I'm the one responsible for the outcome.
Well, I tell you what,
I'm the one that chose to make those videos. I'm two of them. I'm the one that put all that hateful shit in there. I'm the one that reconciled with everybody else involved except for Jeff, the autistic person.
I think a lot of people want for you what they think they would want for themselves, and they forget to actually look and say, what would Jeff want and or need?
Probably
As
true.
an individual.
Projection.
Right, and to me, if I didn't even know the person involved and I watched these videos, I would be like, damn, I wouldn't want that person anywhere near this lady. Just from watching the videos. And that's not the reaction people are having. They're watching these hateful videos and saying, why didn't you do this? Or you could have done this. Or you got to understand she's upset. Or why don't y'all reconcile? Oh my God, fuck all of you dysfunctional motherfuckers. That's some sick, fucked up shit. If that's what you want from me after watching those videos.
Well, the fact that you're streaming, it probably feels like it is being directed at you. But if she was streaming right now, I would go on her panel and talk to her about it too. And so who knows how she would feel about it. But I don't want you to feel like I really don't feel like everyone was coming after you saying that you're the bad guy. Is what I'm trying to say.
Well, I'll have to go back and watch the stream because it certainly seemed that way. Their motives didn't. It seemed very disingenuous to me, and all about Cynthia.
People
They
don't like
didn't seem
context in
like it would
general.
match the conversation that you would have if somebody watched the videos to the person on the receiving end of those videos. There was some kind of disconnect or cognitive dissonance between what they were saying and what I experienced when I watched these videos. So they either didn't watch the videos or they are not getting the full impact of the videos like I am because it's not directed at them. Even though Lindsay had a video just like that made of her, which she also did not watch.
Right. So that's why it doesn't make sense that she would come up here and be like, yeah, I'm vying for Cynthia. That's not really what she was doing.
Yeah, I don't trust. I don't care what she says. Something's not adding up. I don't trust Lindsay's motives. We're not that much of enough friends for her to come up and like be all, I care about you and I'm doing this to help you. Just watch. The best thing anybody can do in this situation, if they truly want to help, is watch the 2 videos that Cynthia made and see what a hateful person she is, and stop gaslighting me about it, that she's that hateful, because she is. Watch the videos. I think they're trying to protect their image of Cynthia, and I see her for what she is, and that's the tension. It's that like idealistic, romanticized perspective versus the realistic perspective of experience.
If you react differently than is generally expected, or that they would expect themselves to react, then they project that you missed something rather than you saw something extra.
Did you see the video of that she made of Lindsay? I haven't, but I hear it's pretty.
I saw part of it. It was very hateful, and in the video, she talks about how Lindsay can't handle the panelverse, and people are gonna say mean things. Maybe you shouldn't be in the panelverse, Lindsay. Maybe this is not the play. And then she's gonna turn around and have the same reaction when somebody says mean things to her. Play the same victim card that she attacked Lindsay. She's just a hypocrite. She's either not self-aware or she's just a nasty, hateful hypocrite.
Okay, but then you say that Lindsay was vying for Cynthia. It doesn't make sense. Anyway, I think I'm going to jump down. Blame me. Seriously, like, it's okay. I'm used to being an outsider too. Like, pretty much everyone probably listening to this right now is or seeing it or whatever. So
I don't think you did anything wrong.
I don't think things will change, maybe.
I don't think you did anything wrong, DaFreak, and I don't regret you bringing up the topic. I guess it's an opportunity to. I mean, you had questions, and I was trying to answer them, but this is. Please don't bring it up again, though. This is the last night, okay. So I hope you have all of your closures that you need.
Thanks. I hope you get some too, man. I'll talk to you soon. All right.
I had it until tonight.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry.
Take care.
Yeah.
I am not responsible for their trauma, especially when it's directed at me. I'm not that much of a saint. I'm a Satanist, if you haven't noticed. I'm not that much of a saint.
Well, it's not, especially if you enter into the public panelverse, you are more or less implicitly giving permission to be a public figure, particularly within that verse. Like, people that complain about it, it's okay that they do, but it's not particularly.
These are the same people that keep the drama going everywhere. They go on all the panels to watch the drama. They keep talking about it. They bring it up on other panels. So these are people that feed on this type of drama to begin with. And I think I wasn't realizing that, and I was giving them.
Yeah, in my experience on internet communities, it's the drama's period, is cyclic, and it tends to snowball. And then there's even on the most sort of like agreeable communities, somebody will come in and turns out they didn't really fit in, or they were there to cause trouble. And it blows up, and then eventually it blows over.
Yeah, I think, and I've actually seen it happen before, where talking about it, kind of getting it out in the open like this, can sometimes be helpful just to was
Yeah.
not.
You have to do a little bit, and then you just have to stop feeding it.
I guess so. You know me, I like to
Because that
get
is
to the
what the
center of
drama
the
queens
Tootsie
like,
Pop.
right?
Huh?
Well, that's just it. If you're enjoying it, then go for it. Feed it and enjoy
Yeah, I mean,
enjoy the
I
action.
thrive on this kind of stuff. I can dig deep all night long, but I need rationality. Like it's the irrationality that throws me off when the little statements don't make sense.
Yeah, that's when you get
And
tired of it.
like this one here, I've asked 200,000 times tonight what it is people think I'm supposed to take accountability responsible for, and I got vague answers, and I even got reassurances that no, that's not what they're trying to do. So it's just a bunch of gaslighting and crazy making.
I would ask anybody that brings it up, define your difference between apologizing and being accountable? Because in my experience, a lot of times they use one word when they really mean the other.
I mean, I said what I said. I got fooled by the troll. I said what I said. I meant what I said. I stand by what I said. Everything I said turned out to be true, so it was accurate. Like, what is it that I am not accountable for? But somehow I'm
that
victim.
Question. You seem to be, standing.
I guess the hatred she directed at me in those videos, I'm not a victim of. That it was deserved or earned somehow. Or I didn't let her on the panel or something. I don't know. This is just, it's, again, more crazy making.
Some of that middle ground stuff, maybe. There they said it. You never apologized. They're
For
always
what?
after.
No.
They're
For
always
what?
after
I
an
did
apology.
a whole stream the next day
just want apologies.
where I said I got fooled by a troll and I apologized.
Or they want you to apologize for being how you are, which is unnecessary.
See, somehow she made a video full of hatred, but somehow I spoke the horrible things. She's reversed. It's what abusers do. They reverse. What is it? Trauma bonding. Would they reverse the? No. What's it called?
Projection.
It's so my mind. Dorvo. Deny, attack, reverse. Deny, attack, reverse the positions of victim and offender. That's what's happening. This is Dorvo. You're watching it live. Cynthia's the one that said all the horrible, hateful things, and she's reversing that and she's denying it and making it seem like I'm the one saying the hateful, horrible things so that she can reverse the role from aggressor and attacker to victim. And apparently here I am is buying into it. The catalyst for her video was the day that Snafu came on, when I had the all-male panel, and Snafu came on as a troll, and I thought it was Cynthia, and he was saying how I was sexist and how offended she is that I'm having an all-male panel. And she pretended like, oh my God, how could you believe that was me? I never had a problem with your all-male panel. And then on the video she made, she brought up several times that, yes, in fact, she did have a problem and was offended that I had an all-male panel. So everything the troll was saying was true, and everything I was reacting to about the troll was true. And yet people still think I'm pretending to be a victim. So just keep thinking that.
I also think that it's a false dichotomy to assume that there's a victor and a victim, because I see you both as just combatants.
And lack of tactful speaking. The autistic person failed to show suitable tact. So more ableism. Okay, thank you. Now I see what's going on. I guess I am a victim of ableism. There you go. Let me see what comment. This one. You're telling me what I'm pretending. How do I respond to that? How do I rebut that? You're telling me what I'm pretending to be. How do you have that knowledge? That's being a victim here. Well, just type it again. I don't know what comments you're talking about, and apparently I'm not getting them right. So just type it again.
Attacked wrongfully. Maybe they were attacked rightfully. That's also optional. Doesn't really.
Here, this is what I want to know. How is what is going on in my head clear to you? How are you knowing what my motivations were? Where are you getting this special insight from about the inner workings of my head? Is this just inference? Because you seem very convinced that it's the truth. Like you're very dogmatic about what I'm thinking and pretending. And I don't know how you're getting that knowledge. I would never have that knowledge about another person without asking them. Apologize for, well, here, why don't you go watch the stream where I do all this stuff you said I never do? I just think, you know what, here I am. I don't think you have all the facts because I don't think you've watched the streams. I think you're running off of opinion and impression. So I'm not going to take anything you say seriously today because you don't have the facts. I think you're just trolling right now and gaslighting.
I would ask, it doesn't matter if you did or not. If you did and they didn't see it, then
I don't have anything
go check
to
it out.
for,
But you don't
she
have anything
said
to
in
apologize for. It's
videos.
your choice to not apologize. It's an
The thing I
acceptable choice.
apologized for was getting fooled by the troll. I don't have a single thing to apologize for in relation to those videos. None. I apologized for mistaking Cynthia for somebody that she was not, even though she had the same opinions as the troll.
To apologize
Okay.
for saying what you mean, even if it's mean to someone, is disingenuous.
And then Not Laws is threatening me with a good time here. Well, here I am. This is what I'll tell you. Like, if what you're saying doesn't make sense to anybody that's watched the stream, so I can't make sense of what you're saying because it doesn't match up to what happened on the streams. And I'll just leave it at that. Okay, well, that's your opinion, and you're welcome to it. Do you have anything going on tonight?
Oh, no, not in particular. I'm not going to stay up too late streaming since I have to go work in the morning.
Oh, right. You have to go brand. That sounds fun. I have nothing as exciting to do tomorrow. Oh, great. Perfect. Then you can show me the timestamps and I can understand what the hell you're talking about. Not Laws. I don't know that I don't know anything about you. There's no ableist comment that was directed at you. Well, is there anything on your mind or that you want to talk about?
Particular. I mean, like I said, I came up give you, to be an out if you wanted to talk about something different because everybody seemed to be here for the drama.
Oh.
And I had a couple of things to say on it, as I said. So I've seen it before and I'll see it again. People want people to apologize.
Based on the way they see things, like putting themselves in the situation.
Well, and it just in general, they want people to. Then
they're out of their mind. Because if like anybody that saw these videos, if you expect an apology after that, you're just not. We don't share it. We don't share a universe together at all.
Non-specific to the particular context, right? Like this is my general observation and experience because I've only seen bits and pieces of this drama, and I'm new to this particular neck of the YouTube woods. But I mean, I've seen it before where it's like people can have a strange reaction to someone who is more or less standing their ground and refusing to apologize and taking ownership of contention. and conflict, and not going out of their way to smooth things over and calm things down or whatever. And I think that's perfectly, it's okay for people to do that. Some of us are fine with that. But I mean, I feel like I've been in similar positions for different reasons where, I've been called upon to stand down for just because it would make everybody feel better or something.
Yeah.
Some sort of mysterious, well, but of course you should apologize. But because the
It's just
unspoken is, well, if
weird
you don't
after seeing the
apologize, then
video that
you
they
are
would
not
expect that.
resolving the conflict, right? You're choosing to remain in conflict. And I'm like,
But I'm
that's
not.
okay.
I haven't talked about this since it happened until today. Like
Yeah,
there was
like
no conflict over it at all.
right.
He brought it up today.
But it's a perception. That's what I'm saying. Is it's not necessarily the reality. It's this perception of not coming back to the middle or whatever it is. This, I don't know, it reminds me of what we were talking about the other day. It's like that. It's a mysterious middle ground you got to look at through the telescopic lens sometimes.
Oh. Okay. Hang on then. Let me think at it from that perspective. They're seeing stuff in the middle. That's what they're reacting to.
Yeah, and they're trying to explain it to you.
Right. And I'm just not seeing it. Does that mean it's there? Do they have a point? I don't know.
It's there to them. Just as what you see is, I mean, like it's just different. That you can kind of decipher it, you can predict it, but it doesn't mean you can see it.
It surprises me the whole I don't know what Cynthia is to these people, but that they can easily overlook things that I can't overlook about her now that I see them. They could just I can only think maybe because it didn't happen to them. But it's only an indication that it can.
Or I mean, the sad answer would be that you're more the outlier and therefore or more the outsider because of your outlierness, and therefore they default to making you the villain.
I want to keep this stream for intellectuals, males, the people that can have cool conversations. I kind of got caught off guard today by the bringing up the drama. I maybe should not have let that happen. I thought I was addressing it.
It gives you something to look back on.
I think it's something that's just going to be used to perpetuate content. I don't think there's going to ever be an actual resolution to it. And it's all on stream. People can draw their own conclusions. There's nothing else I can say that changes what's already on the streams in the videos.
Yeah.
So I think people should just watch the initial video, watch her 2 reaction videos, and then make their own conclusions. Nothing I said today adds anything to any of that you could get from watching the actual videos. And then if Cynthia's your cup of tea, more power to you. I'm not telling anybody who to hang out with and be friends with. I have very close friends in the panelverse that are also friends with Cynthia, and I have no problem with it. I've never once thought anything different about those people for hanging out with her. I just know what I saw of her. I don't want to be involved with her. So all these people thinking that I need to owe Cynthia something, I don't. I'm not. I would never expect or ask somebody to continue a relationship with somebody that talked about them like Cynthia talked about me in that video. Oh, okay. Now, okay. Oh, fuck. It took you this long to get to the point. Okay. Yes, I guess I do want an apology after all. Here I am is right. My crime was making an all-male panel, and it was making a comment about not wanting the female energy on it. That I did say. That is correct. That is accurate. I meant every bit of it. So if that's what caused all of this, if that's the initial, like, the little apple of discord, that did come from me. And so I do own that I said all that. I don't regret any of it, and I mean it. So if that's my crime, I have to own that one. But at least I understand it now. Thank you.
That's what can sometimes result from, going through all this is eventually they get to the heart of the matter, maybe.
Yeah.
If that's what it was.
Yeah, I was being sexist.
I can't blame you for, the way you stated that female energy. I've been guilty.
It's the stuff. It's the Ren. It's the energy that hijacked my whole panel for the last 3-4. That's exactly the type of energy that, and somehow not wanting it up here makes me
I know.
sexist and something to apologize for.
I used to just introduce myself as a chauvinist female, just to see how that would bother people.
Well, I'm definitely a Western
That has a better ring
chauvinist,
to it.
and I think I can add male chauvinist on top of that now. So I don't. What is it? Western male chauvinist? Was that a thing? Western. I think it was growing up. I think that's going to be my new title. I'm taking it back. I'm reclaiming Western male chauvinism. And then next, we're bringing back the patriarchy. Hate to tell y'all. I'm making it awkward for people. Yeah, well, I'm autistic. Don't hang around autistic people if you don't want things made awkward for. That's what we do.
Things awkward. Such a crime.
That's what we do. Okay. I'm glad I did catch it here, because if that's the root of all of this, then yeah, I get you. I'm okay with it. All right. Well, I don't have to do an evening stream now.
Went long enough.
Yeah, I guess so. No, I don't have you can't block from StreamYard unless you do this thing where you have everybody register with an email. And I don't want to do that. So I have it set. I have it on the unblocked, the version where you can't block people. So nobody's blocked. I have some people in the chat that are hidden on YouTube because they can't follow the YouTube toss, but that's very few people. And Cynthia's not one of them. And then there's people that I purposely don't let on the panel when they show up, like some of the trolls. But nobody's blocked. And there's certain days where I just want to have certain types of conversations, so I don't let other people on. But nobody's blocked. If somebody's not coming on the panel, it's because they come backstage and I deliberately choose not to let them on the panel. I don't know. I think we need more of one. I'm only being facetious. I don't. I'm happy with. I'm glad that women got the vote, even if they don't. Even if it sometimes leads to policies and outcomes very opposite from what I choose. I still think that they are American citizens and they deserve the full enfranchisement that the rest of us get. So, yes, I did, Freak. I mean, Freak. Philip. Freak also. So, I did. Thank you very, very much. We just got another month of StreamYard, courtesy of King Philip. Eventually, I'm going to get some kind of little videos or doodads when people donate that announce or congratulate. I don't know. I'm looking for a trad husband. Actually, not lost, so we'll find out. We could have a gay patriarchal household. I don't believe in the patriarchy, actually. I think it's a conspiracy theory. All right. Well, I guess I can wrap up. I'm not worried about gay conversion therapy. I don't know if you've noticed, not laws, but people are not concerned about gay people anymore. Really. They're kind of yesterday's news. They're concerned about certain medical interventions for minors. They're concerned with the sexualization of kids. Mostly it's the kid stuff. The adult stuff, they're not too concerned about anymore, except for when it encroaches in the public sphere. Like in a bad way. Well, the majority of people are straight people, so how concerned do they have to be about themselves? They have that straight fake privilege. I think that was real Cynthia Freak. I'm pretty sure. I checked your channel and it checked out. Yep, that is. Oh, wait, hang on. Ooh, interesting. What's up, Cynthia? Oh. Oh, no, it checks out. It's the same channel. That is real Cynthia in the comments. What? I don't know. This is the last day I'm spending on this anyway. I was over it for a while. I was just trying to answer everybody else's questions. But I pretty much got the closure I needed with those videos. I don't want to be friends with somebody that's gonna stoop to that level of hatred. And y'all are able to excuse it and explain it in a way that I'm not. I don't see an excuse for it. Well, talk to me about this, or let's do it as a topic one day. In my debate with Andrew Wilson, one of the arguments he was making was how gay marriage affected straight people and Christians, but he never could make the point very clearly. I was never very clear what exact harm that gay marriage was doing to straight people or to Christians, and he never was able to highlight anything very concrete. So I think now, with the nuclear family under attack, that straight people, gay people it's like another flank in the defense of marriage. Like you have some great allies in a group that probably values marriage very highly right now because it's so fresh. Like it's something that we just got for ourselves, and so we're very invested in defending it. So the groups that are coming after marriage are heteronormativity or nuclear family, anything like that. I think you could probably count on a large majority of gay people, at least from my generation, the traditional gays, the trad gays. You can count on them to help mount a defense against that. Doing away with the nuclear family was never, ever part of my agenda, ever. I had so many straight allies. We wanted families of our own. We would not have had the progress that we were able to achieve without the straight people helping us. It was never, for me and my people, a war against straight people. It was always something that we were in together with the straight people because we all wanted this society. And if the majority of the straight people didn't want it, I don't think it would have happened. I know a lot of that is coming from queer theory and the progressive left. In fact, there's even some thinking that the family is a patriarchal construct. It's like a false construct of the patriarchy that allows the patriarchy to continue to control women and minorities, etc. The attack on the family is a line for me. It always has been. Never ever. I come from a family. We were not a nuclear family. The other reason I think I support families is because for men in particular, I think having healthy male role models like fathers or healthy father substitutes is vital to the development of boys. So that's another reason I would advocate for the nuclear family. But having come from a broken family and having seen nuclear families, as a kid, I could appreciate the values and the stability that they brought. And I have siblings with nuclear families. I have friends with nuclear families, with kids. I'm very proud of them. There's no way I would let that come under attack. So if people are coming after the nuclear family, they're going to have to go through me. Yeah. And in some situations, like in my situation, I think it was actually healthier for us to be broken. I don't think we would have grown up as healthy if we had the intact family. And so some families break up for a reason sometimes, and that's the best course. Oh, great. Well, hopefully you got it out of your system on this channel because I think she said she's making another video or going live or something. But I really am exhausted I was exhausted with it then. I'm exhausted with it today. I have the type of nervous system that can keep going. I have the bandwidth to devote to it. But I don't necessarily think it's the best thing for me to keep doing for my mental health and my stream. So hopefully I got everybody's questions addressed. If not, just hit me up on Discord if there's any last minute stuff. But I have the information I need about Cynthia to make the decisions I plan to make about my life and my stream, and other people can have any opinion they want about it. I don't know what else to say. Right. And I don't know if necessarily it needs to be the schools. In fact, I grew up gay in those schools, and I don't even know if there's anything they could have taught that would have made a difference or helped me or anything. I just think it's a waste of resources, really. We had guidance counselors when I was in school. If you were having like some kind of major issue, you could go talk to the guidance counselor and they could handle it. I don't think the entire school and every class needs to be involved. I'll save you the trouble, freak. My deepest, darkest fear is boredom. Honestly, I fear intense boredom. That I'm gonna. It's not even boredom. It's the fear that the gap between me and other people is wider than I realize, and that I fool myself into thinking that it's closer than it is, so that I can get the stimulation that I need from other people. But my fear is if I looked at it closely enough, it's going to be like wider than the Pacific Ocean. And I think it's just like a little river that we could step across. And so that's my real fear, because that would lead to a lot of loneliness and boredom. I don't plan to live forever. You're gonna have to do without my glory. Oh, okay. All right. No, you better leave me down there. Freak, if I end up in heaven because of you, it is not going to be happy for any of us. Ooh, Lord. All right, I think I'm just babbling at this point. Do you have anything you want to add or wrap up with?
No, I'm good.
Good. Okay.
I
This is
also say boredom.
Renaissance.
That was a good one.
Huh?
I said your description of the relationship between boredom and loneliness. I just want to give you like a,
Oh.
a kudos for that. That was good.
Well, I hope hell is one of those options. That's all I ask. Yeah, I'm always up for talking. Like I do it on the stream all the time. I get when a bunch of people approach me, it feels like mobbing. Or there's this thing called workplace mobbing that I've been on the end of, and of course struggle sessions. And so when there's like a whole crowd of people doing it all at once, and I don't understand how they're seeing some of the stuff they're seeing or it gets a lot for me to take in. And so if we can have like smaller conversations or one-on-one conversations, that might be a better way to do it in the future. Not on this issue because I'm done with it, but in future issues. But yes, we will do future all-male panels. I will limit the amount of female energy at times. And if that's a problem for anybody, I thought y'all knew that about this channel. And if y'all didn't, y'all know it now. So this channel is for people that are okay with that. And if you're not, there's plenty of other channels. All right. Well, Ren, I hope you have fun branding. How many, is it cows?
Well, it's the calves.
The calves. How many calves do you have to do?
I don't know, 20-ish, 25, between 20 and 30, I think. I don't know. It depends on which.
Is that like a day's work?
Oh, once we get them to the pins where we're going to brand them, then it won't take a couple hours.
Is it too, like, how harsh is it?
You mean like on the cattle?
Yeah.
Not particularly. I mean,
just a little.
They get over it right away. I mean, it's one of those things. It's just they get mad. They get more upset about a lot of things. And as soon as you let them out of the chute, I mean, they're like, whatever. They just walk off.
Okay. Well, they sound resilient.
Cattle, have, pun intended, thick skins.
DaFreak, I looked up the channel. I can do that from my end because you could probably do it too with your wrench. Just click on the Cynthia channel and click go to channel, and it will take you to her channel. That shows you it's the real Cynthia. So. All right. Well, I guess I'm gonna go on about my evening. God, I cannot believe it's 9:00 at night over here. Well, they do say that drama is good for content, and we probably got about 3 or 4 hours out of it. But again, not the kind of content I really want on the channel.
Yeah. Well, maybe the bright drama will attract some people who actually want to be here.
Maybe so. I think I need to get more intentional about. Part of it is I think it's the ADHD, and like each new person that comes on is a squirrel, and so I let them on, and whatever conversation they bring, my brain switches to.
Right.
And so I can curate the conversations better if I stay mindful of who I'm letting on at a given moment.
Yeah. Well, it's the trade-off between staying a bit removed as host and diving completely in it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think, you really did hit it. It's finding that balance. I think most days I do pretty good, but it's getting better at it.
Yeah, this format works usually. I think it leans towards being able to kind of like have a foot on either side of the line, but sometimes it's in my, I've been there where it's like I have to be more removed than if I'm doing it for the, trying to stay on topic, then it's like I have to be more removed than I want to be, or vice versa.
Yeah.
But it also doesn't work if you're not involved in it, because then you get then you're just hosting like some other conversation.
Right.
And that has to be even more carefully curated.
Okay, well, I will be around. What's tomorrow? What's today? Tuesday? It feels like a Friday. Tomorrow's Wednesday. I'll be around tomorrow at some point. I may resume my 2 p.m. Central slot. Let's see how that goes.
2 Central, that would be 1 o'clock. Okay.
All right. Well, thanks for hanging out.
Yeah. Until next time.
Yep. Have fun tomorrow. Don't.
I'll do my best.
I want to say don't work too hard, but I think some people do it to
Go
work hard.
smoothly, and I not have to,
That's
come up with
what.
any impromptu bandages.
Yes.
Because it's
exactly
always
what
me
I
to
meant
get
say.
hurt. That's part of my job, is to get hurt so that no one else has to. Being me sometimes.
All righty.
All right.
Okay,
You
this
get
time
me
we
out,
really
I'll
are
get me
ending.
X.
Yep. Good night, everybody. That sounds good. Got to break it off.
I
Some
got too
point.
many devices here. There's the one that I'm actually on.
All right. We will talk again, everyone. Thanks. And hopefully this helped clear things up, resolve things. Maybe it created more confusion. Shoot me an email, hit me up on Discord, or come on the stream and maybe let's talk about it one day. Who knows? What I don't want is people trying to raise me or socialize me or teach me something. I'm 53 years old. If I didn't handle the exchange quite like you would have handled it, or it wasn't correct according to you, go find somebody else to be your project. I didn't know that's what y'all were up here for. I don't need that kind of help. It's kind of condescending and patronizing. So I'm going to cut down on that too. Anyway, take care, everybody. I'm exhausted. Bye.